in the ranks.
Yeah, so let's have a look at those two teams. I'll let you read the Somerset one, if you've got it to hand, that is.
I have. Somerset will bat, we think, Azhar Ali, Tom Lammonby, then Tom Abel at 3, James Hildreth at 4, George Bartlett 5, Steve Davis at 6, Tom Banton at 7, Ben Green at 8, replacing Jack Brooks, no Roloff van der Merwe, Jack Leach will probably come in 9, Josh Davey 10, and Marchant de Lange in at number 11.
Okay, in Yorkshire, well, as I mentioned, just the one change from the other day. Willie back in for Code, so it's Lythe, Hill, Tom Coder-Cadmore, Gary Balance, Harry Brook, who, I understand, has been presented this morning with his... In fact, he is being presented with his county cap right this very moment. There you go, live. Stephen Patterson has walked across to him and he's getting hugs all around from the cordon as well. What a lovely moment before this game gets underway then. And all the rest of the Yorkshire lads have left their fielding positions to come over and congratulate Harry Brook on his receiving his cap. And there is certainly in the Yorkshire ranks this season no one more deserving of that. What a fine season he has had. And he can wear that, the latest member of the Yorkshire history to be capped, to wear that cap with pride now for the rest of his career.
It's not Azhar Ali opening the innings, it's Tom Abel who will take strike. Somerset skipper out there with Tom Lammonby. First time he's opened the innings for some time.
So Abel and Lammonby it is. And as I was running through the Yorkshire side, when I got to Harry Brook, the rest of them, Dominic Bess, of course his first game against his former county since he turned up full-time for Yorkshire, Jordan Thompson, Harry Duke, Matthew Fisher, Stephen Patterson and David Willey. So lovely heartwarming start to the day, and Matthew Fisher from the Trafalgar Square end to open the bowling, and immediately gets a bit of kick off the pitch and immediately draws a thickish outside edge which drops short of George Hill, I think it is, who's at fourth. But
well,
Adam Lythe still congratulating Harry Brook from second slip to third on receiving that cap.
I think it's the morning for playing the quicker bowlers with soft hands, I think, judging by the way that one went.
Yeah, always get good bounce and carry here at North Marine Road. Let's see what Fisher can produce this time around. That's more like it, or certainly Abel will think that that's more like it, because it didn't quite kick off the pitch and he's running away wide of the cordon for the first 2 runs of the match.
How many people do you reckon are here?
At the moment, probably go with a couple of thousand, but you can bet your bottom dollar on that there'll be more drifting in as the day goes on, as the trains arrive, or maybe they've Sunday morning, isn't it? They've got up after a late breakfast. But yeah, I think it will build. Fisher down the hill. Oh, good delivery this with a little bit of nip, and dangerous times early doors. You've got that dilemma, haven't you, with a 10:30 start on what looks a good pitch, and you think overheads are okay, but it is 10:30 in September. There's bound to be just a little bit of juice around.
Is that Don Best keeping wicket?
No, Harry Duke.
Oh, is it 72? Is it 72?
Yeah. 22. Dom is out at point. Here's Fisher again. Reaches for the sky with that front arm as he whips the ball through, and that's dropped into the offside by Abel, and there is no run. So 2 without loss in the early moments, as we've described. It's not full sunshine at the moment, but it is. There is shadowing out there. It's very bright. We have got those couple of thousand or so in. It's cap or sun hat order for many of them. Probably a bit of squinting going on as well at this stage of the day. Sunday morning now then, look at this from Fisher. It really does take off again outside off stump and Abel. Shoulders, arms, but there is so much bounce in the pitch, and evidently in this first over, that even getting your hands out of the way runs its own risks, that the ball might catch the glove, something like that.
Marchant de Lange is going to be a handful on this, isn't he? Because he may get suckered into bowling too short, get a bit carried away. But
yeah,
plenty in it for the quicker bowlers.
One of the dangers really is Fisher again, and the evidence once more of a little bit of nip off the pitch, but it was started off too wide, and Abel leaves. End of over number 1 of the match then, and relatively eventful for the bowlers and for Tom Abel. 2 without loss, Somerset.
Yeah, do tweet us. I'm at AntGib, and Jonathan, you are
at Jonathan Deutsch, and also BBC West Yorkshire Sports at gmail.com.
I'd be very interested to know when the last time it was that Tom Abel opened the innings for Somerset. He started off as an opening batsman, and he opened the innings when he was made captain until the game against Yorkshire here in 2017, when he dropped himself because his form was so bad. And more recently he's been batting down at 5, and then this season at 3, where he's averaging best part of 60. I suppose he reckons he's been coming in the first half dozen overs most games in any case, so he might as well go out there from the start. Here comes the new over from David Willey, who's 31 now, made his Yorkshire debut in 2016. Any particular reason why he's been preferred to Ben Code?
Not been given any particular reason. He was supposed to be in the team last week at the expense of Matthew Fisher. Matthew Fisher revealed that in his post-day one interview, but he was taken ill down in at the Ageas Bowl, and in fact tweeted me from his hotel bed saying that he was watching the streaming and feeling pretty grim.
Here comes Willie then. This easy approach. He's in bowls to Lammonby, who lets that go through outside the off stump to Harry Duke, the young Yorkshire wicketkeeper. We got 1, 2, 3 slips a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg away in the distance. That's presumably Matt Fisher down there. Just a little bit of cloud cover overhead. It's a very pleasant, warm day there. From the Peasholm Park end, David Willey, left arm over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed batsman Tom Lammonby, who got some useful runs in the last match against Notts. Wasn't a great performance by Somerset, but he made 34. Battling away in the second innings and 35 in the first innings, so he got himself a start on both occasions. Looked to be buckling down to the role of opening batsman, but here's Willie in and bowls to him outside the off stump and shoulders arms. Doubt he'd have played on many livelier pitches than this one, and it's certainly the first time he's played at Scarborough.
David Willey has taken 18 wickets at a cost of 372, so his bowling average this season just 20.67. He's going at just under 3 and over, and he's had some good days as well. Really up for playing county cricket, red ball cricket.
Blonde haired, left arm over the wicket, and Lammonby gets his nose over a forward defensive shot, plays down into the offside where it's fielded at backward point by Dom Bess.
Yeah, it was a real slog for Dom the other day, as it has been in quite a number of games this season. You know, this is spin bowling in this country, isn't it? And in particular when your home ground is at Headingley. Yeah. But he's taken 26 wickets.
Here comes Willie in and bowls, and again Lammonby lets it go through outside the off stump. So relatively uneventful maiden over from David Willey. Lammonby only having to play one of those 6 deliveries at the end of the second over. Somerset having won the toss and elected to bat this morning. They're 2 without loss.
Yeah, a few more, an influx of a few more as they make their way across from left to right down beneath our feet. Going to go sit on the popular side. And when you asked me the question about how many are here, it's clearly a little bit difficult to tell because we're obscured from this Peasholm Park end of the ground. Most of the seats on this Peasholm Park end of the ground obscured from our view by the fact that the press box is between us and them, so there could be another 1,000 or more around there. Who knows? Here's Fisher, first ball of the over, and there is a case in point. I mentioned getting out of the way of the ball could be difficult with so much bounce, and Matthew Fisher being the quickest of the Yorkshire bowlers that are playing in this game, and Abel tried to leave there, but it hit his bat as he was drawing away from it. And of course, if it's not your day, that'll cannon onto the stump, so it might go up in the air. Maybe a flat catch to one of the cordon. Got to be careful. Here's Fisher again, and that's a better leave.
Slightly tennis ball bounce there, wasn't it?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Marchand de Lange, you might get, the tendency is for the quicker bowlers to get carried away because there's a bit of life and a bit of carry for a change. You might just be tempted to bowl it. It's only a matter of sort of a foot too short, and suddenly it's disappearing off up past the batsman's waist. You've got to trust yourself to bowl a little bit fuller, and you will still get bounce and reward. That's more like it from Fisher, and that's an awkward delivery for Abel to play, which he just about safely negotiates.
Yeah, he played that well. Tom Abel really spat at him. Played it with soft hands, concentrating on keeping the ball down. He's trying to play the ball very late, Tom Abel, which he's good at doing. But this is quite an examination for the Somerset skipper. First time he's opened the innings in the last 2 seasons.
Fisher down the hill again. Oh, good delivery once more, and that's not too far.
Pulled his bat inside there.
Yeah, not too far from shaving the edge, but as Ant says, kept a straight blade and just pulled it from off inside the line.
Somebody just pointing out that I've said on Twitter commentary from 11. Of course, it is in fact commentary from 10:30 because we're in September now. Apologies for that.
So Fisher prepares to come in again. 2 without loss, Somerset. Over number 3. Good delivery. He's got the nick, and he's been caught behind by Harry Duke. Routine stuff, it turns out, in the end when the wicket comes. Abel has made a couple of good leaves. He's struggled to get his bat out of the way on a couple of occasions, and he's gone for 2. Caught Duke, bowled Fisher, and it's 2 for 1.
Worst possible start for Somerset. He's top of the averages for Somerset, Tom Abel. He's been the mainstay of their batting all season, and he's now walking back to the pavilion with just 2 to his name. So the experiment of opening with Abel and Lammonby has not proved a success, and yet again the Somerset opening partnership has failed to survive the first half a dozen overs. And Azhar Ali is the new batsman, right-hander, former captain of Pakistan, of course. He's played 89 test matches for Pakistan, averages 42.5 with 18 centuries. For Somerset, for whom he played in 2018 and 2019, he averages 39.39. No, he doesn't. That's his first-class average. His Somerset average is rather more modest at 28.6. Well, Somerset need a few more than that from him today. They're rather pinning their hopes on Azhar Ali providing some solidity to what's been a collapse-prone middle order all season.
So it took, just the 10 minutes to take that first wicket, and you do hate to repeat yourself on these broadcasts, but just saying at the top of the broadcast that you've got a dilemma when you win the toss on days like this and pitches like this. It is September. It's going to be hard work, certainly in the first hour or so, if not longer still. We'll see his last ball of the over. Fisher into Ali, who's dropping that one into the offside, and there's no run. 3 overs complete, 2 for 1.
Not very similar, this pitch, to the ones that Azhar Ali will have been used to playing on in Pakistan. Good applause for a good over from Matthew Fisher. The wicket of Tom Abel caught behind has conceded just 2 runs, and that was a wicket maiden. Just the start that Somerset didn't want. This is a game that Somerset must feel they have to win. Very disappointing defeat to Nottinghamshire at home last week, innings defeat. Taking only 2 points from the game, which means they're now 4th in the Championship division with 20.5 points. Yorkshire bringing up the rear, having been held to a draw, a fairly dramatic draw down at the Ageas Bowl last week. Here comes David Willey then to Lammonby, who's yet to open his account, and Lammonby lets that go through to Duke behind the stumps. He's not quite got his line right yet to David Willey. Lammonby's so far only had to play 1 of the 7 deliveries he's received Do my eyes deceive me, or is there a slight slope from this end of the ground to the far end, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think you'd be right. Yep.
Just a
sort of
slight
slopes
slope.
from top left-hand corner by the
Yeah.
tea room down to the bottom right-hand corner, really.
Is Willie to Lammonby down the leg side, and Lammonby looking to play the leg glance, gets nothing on it, fortunately for him, and Harry Duke takes it down the leg side. 3 slips and a gully. Yorkshire fielders all very animated, lifted by that early wicket of Tom Abel. Presumably he opened in deference to Azhar Ali, who said that he'd prefer to bat at number 3 rather than opening, although it may have been a collective decision. Willie to Lammonby, full of length and moving away quite sharply off the seam, with Harry Duke taking it in front of first slip, but again too wide from David Willie, and Lammonby leaning nonchalantly on his bat at forward short leg at the moment, wanders back towards his crease. Tremendous season in the Bob Willis last year, of course. Tom Lammonby, 3 centuries, carried his bat at Worcester. Willie bowls to him and plays around his front pad, but out into the onside.
Yeah, Willie has missed the last 3 championship matches. Lancashire at Headingley. In fact, he said checking his list. Where's it gone? Had it in front of me a moment ago. He missed the last 3 anyway. One we know with illness the other day. There were England call-ups as well.
Willie, he's in bowls down the leg side, and again he's looking for a single, but it's not there. It's Jordan Thompson who fields from mid-wicket, one of 4 saving one. Steve Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, at mid-on, Gary Balance at mid-off, and Don Bess at backward point. David Willie yet to concede a run. He's in and bowls, and this is down the leg side. So 3 down the leg side, couple too wide of the off stump, just the couple of pushes into the onside. Another maiden over, 2 for 1 Somerset. The man out, if you're just joining us on the BBC website, is Somerset's captain Tom Abel, who was caught behind by Harry Duke off the bowling of Matt Fisher for just 2.
James Carmon has tweeted, "Morning Jonathan, we have had a long journey up from Kent and disappointed not to see Duan selected. Bit of a mystery as to why. Well, I would suggest that it probably be the same premise as missing out at Hampshire the other day, because they've not got the required workload into him. With Yorkshire have had second team matches cancelled, of course, in recent weeks because of COVID, as the first ball of Fisher's latest over is dropped out into the offside by Azhar Ali, who gets off the mark.
I'd have thought he'd enjoy bowling on this, though, wouldn't he, Olivier?
Yep, he's had some success here, but again, you know, talking about length bowling, and I think the first time he came here, there was that feeling that it was just too short, so you were only really going to get wickets from catches. He cutting the stumps, and LBW is out of the equation, and he got a little bit fuller as he was bowling last year, and that's probably been the case as well this year, but just in recent times he's been struggling with a little bit of an injury, and of course they don't want to risk him then when he's not had enough second team cricket in his body, as they sort of say these days. Fisher's next delivery to Lammonby is worked to Gary Balance, who's in close catching, perhaps on the back of the bounce that we saw in that first couple of Matthew Fisher overs. 4 men in the cordon. Kohler Cadmore at first, Lythe at second, Brook at third and Hill at fourth. Bess at point. Willie is up at mid-off. And Fisher is in down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, solidly behind that Lammonby.
I think if I was Matt Fisher, I'd be tempted to go around the wicket with my forward short leg and fire it in at Tom Lammonby's body a bit.
Yeah, I would imagine you'll probably see something like that in the none too distant. course, they tried everything to get wickets against, or the last wicket against Hampshire the other day, and couldn't quite tip the scales in their favour. Fisher in, that's short and intentionally short, bangs it in. Lammonby not interested and gets underneath it. Yeah, just 1 wicket away from winning that game, and of course from bottom of the table that would have been a brilliant start and vital, really, if you've got any serious pretensions of winning the championship. And I think both teams find themselves now in a situation where they really need to win the last 3 games.
Well, certainly two of the last 3,
yeah.
I think.
Yorkshire 4 behind Somerset as they go into this one, right at the very foot. Fisher in, and Lammonby has an easy leave this time.
Might make for some rather more positive cricket than some of what we saw last week. Not Hampshire and Yorkshire or Somerset and Notts, but the Warwickshire-Lancashire game seemed, the two top of the table teams seem to have settled for a draw almost from day one.
Yeah, curious that one. When looking from afar, when you look at how the scores are going and how the match appears to be going, safety first rather than winning first. And then Fisher is in. That's nicely driven as well by Lammonby. I think the key there was that he's not tried to hit the ball too hard. He's just let the pace of the ball do the work and returned it with interest off the middle of the bat. So first boundary of the match goes to Lammonby and takes him on to 4, gets him off the mark. 7 for 1 after 4 overs. 3 overs? 5 overs. 5 overs. Yeah. Can't count.
Yes, it was a bit uppish, that on drive from Tom Lammonby, but nicely timed and well wide of mid-on. So David Wood is going to have a right-hander to bowl at for the first time from this Peasholm Park end. The clouds just drifting over the ground from the south, really, southwest. No, southeast. I think that's the direction that the wind is coming from. We're looking almost, not quite east, but more or less in the same sort of southeasterly direction. Here's Willie in and bowls, and Azhar Ali gets this away through the onside. There'll be at least 2. They'll turn and come back for the 3rd run as the throw comes in. Not a very good throw to David Willey, who makes it look better than it was. 10 for 1. Azhar Ali moves on to 4. Just over pitch from Willey and timed away through the onside by Azhar Ali.
I wouldn't be having that if I was the captain. Stephen Patterson had to make a long run down there. Jordan Thompson, who can give him about, or he's given about 12 or 13 years by Pato, was sort of running along behind him. Skipper should have been saying, "Go on, after you."
Here's Willie to Lammonby, who drives down the ground, over pitch, handsome shot. There's nothing aerial about that on drive. Moved smoothly into the shot, timed it beautifully, away between the bowler and mid-on. 4 handsome runs, 14 for 1.
Yeah, proper cricket shot. David Willey just hasn't yet quite got the radar right. We do see this sometimes, but he was laid in his bed last week, I suppose, as well. Not an ideal build-up, but he's relying on swing, and he's been getting a bit. I wouldn't call it prodigious, though, and that is his sort of mode of operation. So he's bowling the ball, excuse me, the ball that little bit fuller, and of course susceptible to the drive.
He's in now and bowls to Lammonby again at full pitched, and just played up the offside of the pitch. Just a push from Lammonby, fielded by Gary Balance, coming across from mid-off. We're commentating with the bowling from this Peasholm Park end to a right-hander. We are at a straight mid-off position. We're not quite behind the bowler's arm, so it's quite difficult to ascertain how much swing Willie's getting. This is edged and caught at 3rd slip, and that's the end of Tom Lammonby. The 2nd wicket has gone down for Somerset. 14 for 2.
Harry
Brook taking the catch. It was a pretty comfortable catch. It went quickly to his left, and Lammonby played a couple of handsome shots, and Willie feeding that drive, just floating that one up outside off stump, went for the shot, took the outside edge, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. So yet another shaky start from Somerset, 14 for 2.
Yeah, Lammonby gone for 8. It was a good catch, wasn't it? It was a sharp chance, really. But just when I was referring to David Willey and relying on swing and having to bowl it that little bit fuller, he got his rewards this time, and the radar dropped right finally. And it just shows what you can achieve when you get those deliveries right. But he took it. The connection with the bat was just after the bounce, wasn't it? It was almost on the half volley, really.
Absolutely.
And Harry Brook, who took a brilliant catch last week down at the Ageas Bowl, follows up with another one. Good morning for him, eh?
Yep. And not a good morning for Somerset. James Hildreth is the new batsman. 36 now. And he's the top scorer in county cricket currently playing, is James Hildreth. At least he was earlier in the season. I just wonder actually whether Darren Stevens might have overtaken him, because Hildreth hasn't been scoring many runs and Stevens has. But, he needs some runs, James Hildreth. He's had this is his third disappointing season on the trot, but he's not averaged more than 30 in either of the last 2 seasons, and he's certainly not averaging 30 this season.
I think he got quite sufficient in the RL50 game the other week, if you don't mind me saying.
Yes, he did. Right, Willie then to Hildreth. 3 slips to Hildreth outside the off stump. Hildreth watches it go through. James Hildreth scored 402 runs in 16 innings in this season at 25.12, with a best of 107, and that was at the Oval against Surrey, and a very fine innings it was too, and a very important innings for his side. But that apart, he's been getting starts and then not going on. Somerset need a big innings from him today. Willie's in and bowls and brings this one back into the right-hander, who stuns it into the onside. Picked up by Stephen Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, who must be as pleased as the vast majority of this crowd are at the match situation. Somerset 14 for 2, having won the toss and chosen to bat.
Well, he's been on the other end of this as well as Stephen Patterson, winning the toss, batting first here on a good pitch, but just having to deal with those aerial conditions in the first half hour, and it's proved to be a little bit on the tricky side. By the way, Ant, if you turn to your left and give a wave to the camera, we're on commentary cam this morning, as well as actually describing what is out there on the field of play. And Ant Fisher is alongside Matt Fisher's bowling. His big appeal for LBW. Fish was definitely very interested in that, and everybody else went up with him.
It sounded to me as if it was bat first, and there was certainly bat involved because it's been given as a run.
It's a fair assumption then, I would think. Umpires, by the way, are Rob White and Tim Robinson for this one, with James Whittaker as the match referee.
Very experienced match referee. Former national selector.
Yorkshireman. Here's Fisher in, and does that hurt Harry Duke?
Knocked him over.
Yeah, he's fallen over backwards on taking it, and wrung his hand for a moment. Yeah, left hand. So he's already in peril. Somerset lost a couple of wickets. The batsmen so far have survived Matthew Fisher, as in not been hit, but you wouldn't put it past the delivery to take off and do that. Here's Fisher in, and that's dropped into the offside, and a nicely played shot, just lays his bat on it backward of point, and that is 2 runs then to James Hildreth.
I must say, I do like watching cricket on a pitch like this. It's so much more
than the benign,
exciting than in his awful sort of flat puddingy pitches that you get at places like Sapphire Gardens and the Aegeus Bowl and Edgbaston. This is a proper cricket pitch, and we should get a proper game of cricket. The batsmen will get value for their shots, and there's something in it for all the bowlers.
Yeah, good to be here. As always, Fisher just sliding that one down the leg side. And have a change in the com box at the end of the over. Ant can go get the coffees in, I think. Press room next door.
A cup of coffee is exactly what I have in mind, actually.
Kevin appears on the right shoulder. Is this some information for us? Here's Fisher. Full and pushed into the onside by Hildreth. Now then, Richard Wilford has put up a tweet that Kevin has highlighted, saying the toss delayed at Edgbaston, so no chance of a prompt start at 10:30. Waiting to see what's caused the delay. It looks okay on the aerial shot that he's put up. I'm hearing it's COVID related though, and that's delaying things. There must be real doubt about the game if there's a positive test within the teams. That is, of course, Warwickshire against Hampshire, isn't it? Full length delivery from Fisher to completely overturn it to the leg side.
I'll leave Sam Dalling to discuss the implications of that, and I'll be back with you in around about half an hour, Jonathan.
So, interesting start here. It's, as Ant said, an interesting pitch. 17 for 2 Somerset. And that is 7 overs complete. 4 of them from Fisher at the Trafalgar Square end. David Willey going to continue at the Peasholm Park end. 3 slips in place to the right-hander. That's Azhar Ali who's on strike. There's a point, a mid-off. And then we've got mid-on, catcher Jordan Thompson at short mid-wicket, and long leg is Matthew Fisher up there to drive from Willey, and Ali is content to push that into the offside, and there is no run. The ripple of the hum of the cricket crowd as it is around the ground here at North Marine Road. Here's Willey up there to drive once again, but Ali thinks better of it. Welcome on board, Sam Dalling.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm okay, surviving after an evening out with Phil Dix last night.
In and around the Scarborough area, were you?
Yeah, just up there with a couple of beers in the Albert, just on this side of the road here, on North Marine Road itself, and then round the corner for a Ruby.
Beautiful stuff.
Willey up the hill from the Peasholm Park end then. Once again, he's throwing it up there full. He's trying to induce the drive, but Ali is not for driving that one. That was a little bit too wide.
Do you think Yorkshire are a little bit surprised? Somerset elected to bat first here?
I'm not sure. It'd be an interesting question to ask Stephen Patterson later on. What would he have done had he won the toss? He's probably quite pleased that the opposition had that choice to make. I dare say they probably would have batted. Willey in, and that slanted across the right-hander, and there's no run. It's one of those things about cricket, isn't it? If it looks like it's a negative move if you stick the opposition in, unless it's obviously bowler-friendly conditions. And this morning, it's not obviously bowler-friendly conditions.
No, well, Somerset had it last week down at Taunton, where they put knots in and are still bearing the scars of that. It looked like it was going to be bowler-friendly conditions, a bit of green in the pitch, plenty of grey skies, but it didn't do much in the air at all.
Willey to Ali, who's flicked that off the hip. Not sure if there was bat involved. We'll get the signal in a mo, but they're back for 2 because Matthew Fisher had a fair run around down from long leg to fine leg to field it 2-leg byes. Glorious sunshine. I hope you've brought the sunblock with you. I got burnt in here during the matches that we've played here early in the campaign.
So I'm a man who wears factor 50 even in the winter. As soon as the sun comes out, factor 50 is straight on for me.
I think once I go off for a break, the factor 30 will be going on. Willie to Ali. That's straightened things up and pushed back to the bowler. Warm-ups have restarted at Edgbaston, says Richard Wilford's latest tweet. The toss will be at 11:15 with an 11:30 start. Thanks, Kev. So they are going to get going there. Wonder what has happened. Wonder if there'll be late changes in either of those teams.
Yeah, I saw that worrying stuff, isn't it? Hopefully everyone's all right. Surrey weren't able to go up to Durham last week because of a positive test. And the main thing is in that situation that everyone is healthy. But it looks like they might get a start, which is excellent news. So Matthew Fisher then is going to continue. He's bowled beautifully this morning, right from the very first ball. Got a bit of lift and bounce, so he's got 4 slips in now, and he bowls to James Hildreth. It's flicked away onto the leg side. They'll pick up a single. David Willey down at long leg in front of the pavilion here. Just flings it in underarm to Harry Duke. Harry Duke had a couple of difficult ones to take from Matt Fisher. That one in the previous over from that end. I think he did well to avoid it hitting him in the chest.
Yeah, tricky with the carry that you get on here. You don't want to be too deep.
Yeah, serious bounce. So Hildreth is off strike, and Ali gets in behind that one. Not played much cricket so far this year, really, Azhar Ali. It's only his 8th game, and all 7 games previously have been test matches, but he's back at Somerset now for the remainder of this season, and given their batting woes last week, they will be looking to use all of his experience, and they will be hopeful he can bring a bit of solidity at top of the order. Fisher then, again, still with 4 slips in, done best a backward point, short leg as well. He's in, and Ali pushes forward defensively. Fisher will leave it to the man at mid-off to pick it up, and he'll return to his mark. Bit of rebuild needed from Somerset here.
Yeah, I think they've just got to look to bat this first session for the fewest wickets they can manage to concede, if you like. Just bat for the session. It will get better this afternoon, and this evening it should get easier. But in this first session, if they lose 4 or 5, that's obviously a big dent on their match hopes.
Yeah, it's Fisher again. Sure, Ali ducks underneath it, but actually it didn't get up. We've seen a fair few bounce through to Harry Duke, but actually that didn't miss Azhar Ali's back by very much. In the end, it was a good leave, but I'm not sure it quite had the bounce that Azhar Ali had anticipated, but he wanders off unperturbed. Did you see the shot he played last week against the West Indies to get out Azhar Ali? There was a bit of declaration bowling, and he managed to skew one up to fine leg when they brought a spinner on, but very different today, facing Matt Fisher, who's on a bit of a roll. Opens the face up, and he's guided that down in that gap between 4th slip, who is going to give chase and cut it off, I think. Outfield not quite so quick, and they pick up a couple. Yeah, open the face there, Azhar Ali guided it between 4th slip and gully, and he picks up a couple.
Yeah, George Hilder in the fielding. Morning, gents, says Charles in Spain. Scarbados looking wonderful, and many congrats to Harry Brook on receiving his deserved county cap. I'm a bit disappointed, he says, that Olivier isn't playing given his extra pace, but understand if he lacks match practice.
Fisher again comes in down the leg side wayward. Harry Duke can do nothing about that. It swung late. It was already down the leg side, swung late, and it's ended up just in front of us where a spectator does the fielding. 4 byes to end the over. Somerset move on to 21 for 2.
Yep, going to have to sanitise the ball then if Specky's picked it up. I'll take a moment or two in which time I can read this email from John Logan. Good morning to you. Johnny says, great start for the Tykes with the early wicket, or wickets as it is now. I can understand Ben Code not playing, as he seemed to be struggling against Hampshire towards the end of the game, but no big D at Scarborough. Really surprised. As you've alluded to on commentary, he may not have been quite up to speed with lack of match fitness, but Yorkshire's recent record in the Championship at North Marine Road is terrible. They have generally been beaten by teams who've played a rapid fast bowler. Marchant de Lange is playing for Somerset, and I worry Yorkshire's pace attack is too samey. Well, Matthew Fisher would offer the pace in this attack, and he can bowl mid-80s. You could see the other day he was apparently the quickest on display down at Hampshire. David Willey, meanwhile, usually around about the 80 mark, isn't he? High 70s. With a bit of swing into the right-handed James Hildreth, who works it out to point. There's no run.
Yeah, he's got that left arm variation, which is something a bit different. I mean, Martin de Lange, he is that point of difference, but hasn't been particularly successful with the red ball so far. With Somerset, he's actually fared better in white ball cricket, bowling those, it's either Yorker or short ball from around the wicket.
He's going to have plenty of opportunity to show us what he can do here. In North Yorkshire, good delivery from David Willey, just a little bit shorter in length this time, and Hildreth doesn't feel he can get forward to it. And might have been a little bit of spit off the pitch, because he was a little bit jumpy as he played it backward of point, but he's got a single for it. 27 for 2, the wickets to have fallen if you're just joining us late. Tom Abel caught by Harry Duke off Matthew Fisher for just the 2. The Somerset skipper, that was after 2 overs and 5 balls. Around about 10 minutes after the start of play. And Tom Lammonby caught by Harry Brook, sharp chance at third slip off Willie for 8 after 5 overs and 4 balls. Here's Willie in again. It's a good shot from Azhar Ali. It was just too much width from David Willey in around about half volley length, and he's just leant on that and pushed it away through the covers to the top side of the ground and picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot from Azhar Ali. It was just pure timing, wasn't it, to fall from David Willey. Tom Lammonby, he played a couple of nice shots, Tom Lammonby, but that's been the story of his season so far. Had all that success last year in the Bob Willis Trophy, but hasn't quite been able to replicate it this time around. A bit of second season syndrome.
Steve Patterson wings his arms around as Willie is in. That straightens things up. That's going to be 4 more though, because there is a vacancy of fielder at mid-off, and he's just got it to the offside of straight, lent on it. Beautiful shot for 4.
Yeah, he's just pushing it up there, isn't it, David Willey? Trying to get him driving, but has over-pitched those last couple. And a player of Azhar Ali's quality, 5th highest test run scorer for Pakistan, is not going to miss out on those, even having only played 7 games over the last 8 or 9 months.
Willey over the wicket, slants that across Azhar Ali and through to the diving Harry Duke. You can see Dwan Oliveira away to our left in the fluorescent orange tabard as the drinks runner for Yorkshire. I think the second team are in action today or tomorrow onwards. So it doesn't look like he's been taken to get some overs under his belt for them, which is interesting. Obviously only the 2 championship games left after this for him to turn out for his county. Willie's switching to round the wicket this time to straighten up the angle on Azhar Ali, who just dabs this wide of the cordon. Bess is on the chase and fields, and they're back for a comfortable 2. Big match this for Don Bess, of course, against his former teammates. End of the over, by the way. That's 37 for the loss of 2 wickets after 9. But yeah, Sam, Dom, he'll be just feeling this a little bit more than he will against other sides, with it being loads of his mates playing. He listed, I think, 3 or 4 of the Somerset boys who were among his best mates in his life, if you like. And he doesn't want to get out to Jack Leach. He doesn't want to get out to anybody, I suppose, because he'll be ribbed. But he says if he gets any of those out, don't you worry. I'll be reminding them on a fairly regular basis for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's a ball of energy anyway, Dom Best, I suspect. This morning he was up extra early. Him and Tom Abel are inseparable. They're best friends, used to do everything together. And yeah, it proved to be a wonderful signing for Yorkshire. And, at very worst, he's going to be a top performer in county cricket, you'd think, for the next decade or so. But I think he will find his way back into the Test match side at some point. We're going to see Stephen Patterson into the attack for the first time. He's replacing Fisher. Starts with a dot ball. Hildreth just pushes forward, rehearses the defensive stroke again afterwards. Mid wicket does the fielding. A bit chirpy out there, Yorkshire, as you'd imagine. Energy up, brilliant start for them thus far. 2 wickets fallen in those first 10 overs. Fisher picked up 1 for 13 from his 5. Now the captain, Steve Patterson, has got 3 slips in as well. Hildreth waits and pushes forward defensively, and there'll be no run as the man at cover comes in just to pick it up. Good start from Steve Patterson, as you can imagine. I remember speaking to Ben Code last year, who said Patterson can get it to move around on glass, so he'll quite fancy getting it to move around this morning, having watched David Willey and Matt Fisher take the new ball, as he'll come in again, in from the end with Hildreth on strike, who again pushes forward, and there'll be no run.
Yep, it'll just be the usual Pato, repeat, repeat, repeat. The metronome feel to his bowling. I'll wait for you to make the mistake. Top of off stump.
James Hildreth then. Somerset need a score from him today. He made 100 in that game back in 2017 when the two sides met up here at Scarborough, and how Somerset would love more from him. But Patterson will be looking to remove it, and his outside off stump. Hildreth just takes a step across, lets it go through. A bit of extra bounce there from Patterson. Harry Duke tumbling away to his right to take that one in front of first lift. I think it's going to be a game where the wicketkeepers have to work quite hard.
Yeah, usually plenty to do. If they get it wrong, the bowlers here, then it seems to race away that just a notch or two quicker. So they've got to be on the toes at the back of these stumps.
That's Patterson. It comes in again. Hildreth waits, drives. He gets an inside edge onto his pad. Fielders have heads in hands. Wasn't quite where James Hildreth meant for that shot to go. Made an impressive start, Harry Duke. His first class debut was down at Glamorgan on that Sky game. Seemed quite happy to come up to the stumps to bend code as well. Managed to get a part in that Marnus Labuschagne wicket by coming up to the stumps and just pulling him back into his crease. Probably won't come up to Patterson today, I wouldn't have thought. Certainly not early this morning, with the ball doing a little bit. As Patterson comes in, left alone by Hildreth. Good carry to end the over. Patterson starts with a maiden 11 gone. Somerset are 37 for 2.
Yeah, it depends, I suppose, on how these two batsmen fare. There might be a point where he decides that he wants to drag them back, and he probably will go and stand up. He was standing up to both Patterson and Code down at the Ageas Bowl, but different pitch, and you do risk getting your teeth knocked out even with a helmet on this pitch if you go and stand up to the seamers with just that little bit of extra bounce. Change of bowling, and it is the man that makes things happen coming on from the Peasholm Park end, Jordan Thompson. Another good season for him. If I could read my laptop, I'd be able to let you in on how many wickets he's taken, but
he's taken 33 first class wickets at an average of 21.45 thus far.
Very good. Your reading skills of sunlit laptops are better than mine. So Thompson over the wicket, and that is wide of Azhar Ali first up. Not interested in playing. I was saying the other day that Jordan Thompson may sometimes be a bit sort of both sides of the wicket, but he just comes up with wicket-taking deliveries, and that's a very happy knack to have. He finished with 4 for 18 from 17 overs in the Hampshire second innings, and you sort of felt like if he'd managed to get the ball in his hand for another over at the end of the match there, they might have had enough to win it. It was a relatively new ball. His second ball here is another loosener wide of off stump, not played at.
It was just a light there, wasn't it, down the edge as well, that meant Adam Live had to finish off the game where you wouldn't expect that necessarily.
No, so it was just a shame at the end that they had to go with two spinners. Adam Lyth, obviously part-time spinner as well, was one of them. Thompson up the hill once again. That's a straighter delivery, a better delivery as well, and a little bit of evidence once more of some extra bounce, and Azhar Ali just has to check himself as he's playing it to keep it down. Gets a single. I think they did everything but win Yorkshire the other day. It was if they'd have finished off that last wicket, you'd definitely be saying it was their best performance of the season. So it's close to being, but obviously didn't quite see it through. So it's hard to say with a draw that it's your best performance of the season, isn't it, ultimately? But it's right up there. And it was a good blueprint really for how to play the game. Now then Thompson in, and that's a poor shot from Hildreth, who just has a waft without any foot movement, just wide of off stump.
Yeah, he had a look at the pitch there, but I think it was the shot selection that was the issue, particularly at this stage in the game.
He was static, it was wide of him, wasn't it? No foot movement. Risking his wicket. 38 for 2. Jordan Thompson coming in once again. That's another good delivery straight. Hildreth has to play it back down the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, as you said, it's just that one wicket away from a complete performance, wasn't it, at the Aegeus Bowl, where Somerset, on the other hand, were probably their worst performance of the season, heavily defeated by Notts, and what a story that would be if Notts turned it around from where they were in 2019 to go on and win. But those results do open the Division 1 right up again, don't they, with 3 games to go?
Yeah, certainly that side of it. Beautiful sunny morning at Scarborough. Thompson's in again, and that's pushed back down the pitch by Hildreth. There's no run. There's a telegraph wire across the front of the press box here, which when they're on certain strips you don't kind of notice, but for some reason on this one it's right in the eye line. It's sort of bisecting the pitch about halfway up from where I'm sitting. Going to take the first drinks break of the day by the looks of things. I've got a couple of tweets to have a look at as well. You can get in touch with us on @AntGib, @SammyD767, @Jonathan Doidge, BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Morning to Lily, who says she's sitting down to our left. Good start by Yorkshire. She's sitting in the stand below the commentary box down to the left, and she's going to bob up and say hello later on. And Yorkshire Lad says, morning Jonathan, just packing for 2 days at Scarbados. Question to all the listeners, should I take Black Sheep Bitter or Taunton Cider for my liquid refreshment?
Well, I'd be probably strongly in favour of the latter. I'm more of a cider man than a bitter man. But why not bring both?
Yeah, hedge your bets, and enjoy yourself a bit more then as well, mixing them.
Indeed, it's glorious up here. I wasn't quite sure what the weather I was going to... I chucked everything into my bag, so I've got a huge suitcase as Stephen Patterson comes in. Into the body of Azhar Ali. He's just flicked away onto the leg side, half a hand off the bat. They'll just take the one. Jordan Thompson does the fielding down at long leg, flings it in underarm, slightly wayward throw to Harry Duke. But George Hill backs up and prevents any damage. Yeah, beautiful ground here. It's my first time in here. It feels like it's one of those grounds that just appears from nowhere, surrounded by houses. Got the early train in across from Leeds this morning. No hotel beds in Scarborough at all as Patterson comes into Hildreth. He just pushes forward defensively, and there'll be no run. Mid-wicket will stroll across and pick it up. Patterson, as you would expect, has settled immediately into his line and length, as Jonathan was saying. Metronomic. They're expecting 3,000 or 4,000 in today. Healthy crowd in already. I did hear that someone said the capacity was 11,000, but I think that would be a bit of a push to get 11,000 in here as Hildreth waits for Patterson. And again, line and length. Hildreth pushes forward into the offside this time, and another dot ball. Patterson just conceded the 1 run so far, and over and a half into his work this morning. Don Bess at backward point. He'll be looking forward to getting a bowl a bit later on against his former teammates. For the time being, Patterson comes in again with 3 slips in. Hildreth opens up the face and plays it nicely in that gap between third slip and Don Bess at backward point, and Bess is going to chase it away, slide and bring it in. Good bit of running there. Azhar Ali calls them back for a third. So James Hildreth picks up 3. Azhar Ali has got the cable knit sweater on at the moment. It's pretty warm out there. I don't know how much longer that will stay on if they keep running 3s like that.
Yeah, unusual he's got it on in the first place, really. It's a lovely morning.
Yeah, Tom Abel came out in one as well. He wasn't there for very long. Matt Fisher bowled a couple of beautiful deliveries and ended up with him tickling behind as Patterson comes in again to Ali, who waits and leaves. Good line and length outside off stump, but Azhar Ali knew exactly where his off stump was and lets it fly through to Harry Duke, who takes it about waist height. Good carry. Very short lad though, Harry Duke. Exciting cricketer, had that 125 in the Royal London Cups.
Yeah, excitable as well. I think it's fair to say when you watch him come into bat in particular. He's been for a trip up the local pylon and touched the cables, I think, quite often when he comes in.
It's Patterson again, and Azhar Ali leaves alone, shoulders arms, knows where his off stump is. Patterson finishes his 2nd over of the morning, and Somerset after 13 overs are 42 for 2.
I think it's fair to say he's nothing if not enthusiastic, Sam. A bit like yourself, nothing if not enthusiastic. But you are something, clearly. We've got the sight of a chap in his tam o' shanter away to the left. Very, very regular sight, obviously at cricket grounds, not. and many more hats around as well. Sun hat order. Much better morning than we were led to believe it would be, and supposedly going to be hot for the next couple of days. I'm sure we're going to see some good cricket to accompany it. Here's Thompson starting it off a little too wide this time, to interest the batsman. Watches it go by. 42 for 2 after 13. Ant makes his way back round from the press box, looking busy. We'll have a double change in a few minutes' time in the com box.
It's a long way around, isn't it? You have to go right back underneath, under the stand, and back up through. There's no. It's right next to us, but there's no doorway.
Thompson in again. Once again, it's wide of off stump. And once again, it's an easy leave. Yeah, when I first came, nobody told me how to get into the press box. It's a bit like the Krypton factor, thinking, is there a secret door or something like that at the back?
I came straight from Leeds and walked all the way up with my suitcase, trying to find the door, and eventually, so they were just kind of waving downwards. You go underneath and through. It's a bit of a labyrinth under there.
Thompson again from the P-zone park end. Once more, some obvious bounce off the pitch, and he drops his hands on it, and there is no run. James Hildreth on strike. Damaged Yorkshire's RL50 campaign hopes a few weeks ago when we were down there, although it didn't cost them in the end because they managed to make some progress. Thompson again with his hairpiece in, his preferred mode of operation when he's out there in the field. Wide of off stump and cut. Beautiful shot as well from Hildreth. 4 from the moment it left the bat. Don Bess was 25 yards from the bat and barely had time to twitch as the ball went flying by. So 4 more. 46 for 2.
Yeah, nice shot from James Hildreth. Has been part of the Somerset top order for almost 2 decades now. Not having his most productive season. Has got 100 in red ball cricket, but only made about 400 runs in and around that. So not a particularly good average from the other 15 innings. Has had a few starts. Does, as we saw in the previous over, does tend to play his shots outside off stump, which can sometimes be his downfall, but a beautiful player to watch when in full flow.
Beautiful morning at Scarbados as Thompson is in again. And nicely played once more by Hildreth. Drops it into the offside, balance round to field, but can't prevent the single. We've got the suits away to the right down in the marquee. Looking forward to the festival dinner tomorrow night when I'm doing the emceeing, and none other than David Ivan Gower is the star attraction.
You're not the star attraction, Jonathan?
Definitely not. We've also got a pie and pea supper the night after as well in there for Adam Lyth. Benefit year, of course, for him. I'm sure you'd all be welcome if you're around the ground listening. Not quite sure what the prices are for the pie and pea supper. Here's Thompson in, and that's wide of Hildreth's off stump, and he lets it go through. 47 for 2 at the end of the over with Hildreth on 12. It wasn't Hildreth who was facing, then it was Azhar Ali, of course, because they took a single. He's on 19 as Ben Code runs on from the pavilion to do another bit of 12th man stuff. I'm going to step out and let Kev get himself sorted out while Sam takes you through this next over, and then Ant will be back after that.
Yeah, 47 for 2. Somerset, Azhar Ali, 19 unbeaten, a couple of boundaries to his name already, back-to-back boundaries, 2 glorious drives, a couple of overs back. No stranger to playing cricket in Azhar Ali, came over as a teenager to play up in Aberdeen for Huntly Cricket Club for a couple of years. That's when he was a leg-spinning low-order batter before then. That's where he started. Batting up the order as Patterson comes in, and Hildreth just works it away down to fine leg for a single. They'll walk through the single. Very serene pace to things. Somerset will be quite happy with that, having lost those 2 early wickets. Partnerships was what they lacked last week against Northants, against Nottinghamshire even, not Northants. Across 2 completed innings, they failed to put together a 50 partnership. Top scorer in the game was Marchant Delanga for them with 36, which just about says it all as Patterson bowls to Ali, who just moves his feet to walk towards the bowler to try and negate some of that swing. Shorter ball, works it off his hip, and again, fine leg is in action as they take a single, rotating the strike, and Azir Ali moves on to 20 as James Hildreth does a little bit of gardening. Crowd still streaming in. Morning, Kevin House.
And a very good morning to you. Sorry about your long journey. Scarborough, no room for you in Scarborough. That's really upsetting, that.
That's Patterson into Hildreth, leaves alone. Good bit of carry through to Harry Duke, who takes it up about his shoulder height. Yeah, I've got a place for tonight. You'll be pleased.
Oh, I am
hear.
pleased to know that.
I know you will. But yes,
It's very rare all the park benches are taken, but I suppose it was a Saturday night, so therefore there may be a few park benches on a Sunday, I guess.
I'm quite tall though, so I can't just have any old
You
park
need two.
bench.
You need
Yeah,
two.
exactly,
Right,
which was the
gotcha.
issue, I think.
I see.
There were singles available,
Yep.
so I had an evening in a jazz club in Leeds instead,
Oh my gosh.
and then got the early train across. Leeds is a good fun night out. They do enjoy themselves in Leeds.
You went to a jazz night in Leeds?
Yeah,
The night before a big game like
I
that?
know. The night before my debut as well, my BBC debut, it just felt the right thing to do, Kevin. Having covered the England women's game last night, that series is nicely poised, 1-1, New Zealand winning it. As Patterson comes into Hildreth, who opens the face, but Don Bess, enthusiastic as ever, moves to his left at backward point, keeps it to a dot ball.
You get a bit of Dixieland type music, I imagine, here at Scarborough. There'll be a bit of that going on. But as for the other sorts of jazz, it's quite a lively place, though. I'm sorry you missed out on a Saturday night. For a man of my age, it's no good for me now. But for a man of your age, you missed out on something last
Well,
night.
I did.
I'm sure.
Well, the Lord takes with one hand and
Yeah.
gives with another. So I've got Leeds, and I've got Scarborough on a Sunday to look forward to as
You
well.
have.
Double bench waiting for me at the end of whatever fun I managed to have, as Patterson comes in again, short leg in as well, and Hildreth just fends it to mid wicket for a dot ball.
Yeah, well, I hope you've not been disappointed in your first impressions of this ground. An awful lot of work's gone on here, in the last, during the COVID year. I think previous to the COVID year, they'd already done all the painting, which has been terrific.
It's absolutely beautiful, and it helps when the sun is shining as it in this morning. As Hildreth pushes it into the offside again, they think about a single, but Don Best swoops around from backward point. End of the over then. Somerset are one shy of their team half century, 49 for 2, and Mr. Gibson is going to return.
Yeah, this is a terrific historical ground. It used to be, and for several years, they made very big play of the fact that this was the 6th largest. A bit of a buzz there. We'll try and get rid of that. It was the 6th largest cricket ground in the country after some of the I think it was just behind Trent Bridge actually for a time. That things have changed. It's no longer holding on to that, but still. It is still reckoned you could get about 11,000 here on a good day. Jordan Thompson in bowls, and that's a beautiful delivery. Glorious ball. Beats Azir Ali through to the keeper, and the applause here. And it's terrific that on the return of Championship cricket to North Marine Road and the home of
Feeling the
Scarborough
cold,
Cricket Club.
Kevin?
I haven't finished what I'm saying. It is great that with the sun shining here and the return of Championship cricket for the first time.
You're dressed up as if to walk on the Long Mind or somewhere like that.
It's nice the sun's shining. Jordan Thompson is in and bowls, and that's another glorious delivery, which 2 or 3 of them, including the keeper a little belatedly, must be said, went up and tried to say there'd been a bit of a nick on that, but it's 49 for 2. And all I'll say to Mr. Gibson is he's been around for a few years, and a few years more than me, but he hasn't yet had the full Scarborough experience, which suggests that he may just find that a little later in the day that he's realising that it's always a good idea to keep a good constant temperature. I'll explain more later. Jordan Thompson in the bowls, and that's worked well on the onside, and there shall be no run. What I do want to do...
I've never known anything but sunshine at Scarborough.
Well, you're a very lucky man, and it means you've not been here as often as I have. Just an update, and I'm updating you on this situation between Warwickshire and Hampshire, because, of course, should there be a game cancelled, and that's the word that you use with the COVID implications, it means that this division, this next ball, is bowled in a full delivery just past the off stump again, maybe keeping a little bit low, is the fact that we go to average points. So it is worth keeping an eye on. But the good news is the fact that the game will go ahead, the game between Warwickshire and Hampshire. There's been an official statement. It's a 2-paragraph statement. It says the start of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Warwickshire and Hampshire at Edgbaston was delayed until 11:30 following confirmation of a positive COVID-19 case within the Hampshire squad. I shall just bring you the second paragraph in a moment as 3 slips go down again for Thompson in bowls, and well, he's keeping that line and length just past the off stump and tried attempt as an alley forward, but as yet he's not done so. The quote continues, "The safety of players, officials and staff is our priority. It was important that an investigation was completed before determining it was safe for the match to begin," and clearly that has now happened, and they are happy for the match to start, and it should have just done so. But obviously got to make sure that these things are all done properly. Sun is out, and that's a delivery which is a little bit further away and jags away a little bit further as well through to the keeper. So the end of another over, and the score at 49 for 2. Here's Somerset this morning, and the look on Anthony's face on the fall of the second wicket this morning told the tale that he was a little bit concerned, but they've hung in well since then, really.
Yes, they have. They're obviously 2 very experienced batsmen out there, along with Steve Davis, the 3 most experienced in this Somerset batting lineup, which has been very significantly reinforced, I think, by the return of Azhar Ali. He's been playing in the series Pakistan against the West Indies. Don't think he got a century, but it's been scoring some useful runs. This is run into the offside by Hildreth.
If it does need further explanation, I've had a word from someone else within the ECB to say that the Hampshire player will not take part, which is pretty obvious, I guess, but he is the only player affected, and that was presumably what the investigation was about. Nobody else had come into contact and all that sort of thing, so that's why they can carry on.
It's Patterson coming down the hill to bowl to Hildreth. He's there and bowls, and Hildreth gets one that bounces at him, gets nicely on top of the bat. Look at Don Bess's cricket trousers. He must be the scruffiest cricketer playing in first-class cricket. He's got a huge black stain all the way down his right shin, and there's another mark on his left hip. He's like an urchin playing cricket. Patterson bowls, and Hildreth, wary of the bounce, plays that down into the offside, playing it with soft hands. I know when he first came into the side down at Taunton and took wickets, and he swore he wasn't going to change the cricket trousers that he'd taken the wickets in, because they were his lucky trousers. And by the end of the season, they were absolutely filthy.
Never once washed? No, surely.
I think his mother actually had stepped in. And
Must have done.
Here's Patterson bowls to Hildreth, who again comes forward and warily. It's almost as if he's lifting his head back as he's playing the shot, fearful of the steep bounce that certainly Matt Fisher obtained from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Don't want to throw ahead and get ahead of ourselves here, but see that Lancashire are arresting both Matt Parkinson and Liam Livingston.
Curious, isn't it? It's Patterson to Hildreth, who again plays that with soft hands. Patterson bowling a very good line. He's making the batsman play every delivery.
It was tongue-in-cheek, actually, because of what you were... I was listening to an awful lot of you last week, and your summation as to how Somerset were going to prepare for the visit of Lancashire. Neither of them are playing at Nottinghamshire. Yeah. That's why I cheekily put in arresting, making sure they're pan fresh for your for whatever you might throw up for them next week.
Well,
at Taunton.
Is Patterson in and bowls, and Hildreth goes for an attacking shot, doesn't time it at all, comes off the bottom of the bat out into the offside. Yes, for the benefit of those who weren't listening last week, what I was saying was that Somerset need to revert to what was their plan A 2 or 3 seasons ago, which was to prepare spinning pitches for Jack Leach and Don Bess in those days to exploit. without Gregory and without Overton, their seam attack is a little bit toothless, as was demonstrated last week against Notts, and arguably their strength lies in spin now, not seam. And I was suggesting to Andy Hurry that he ought to be preparing pitches that Jack Leach could do something with. And I asked him whether we were going to see something like pitch in 2018 or 17. He said that's a leading question.
To which you said, yes, I know, and the answer is?
Yeah.
George Hill's about to bowl here. He's bowling from the Peas-Home Park end, and he's in past the umpire now. Bowls and full and pushed square on the offside and no run. So it still remains 49 for 2, all very steady here. There is, again, I'm talking about things going on elsewhere because it's such a short, compact little competition this now, and when you're playing teams coming up as Yorkshire won't be, of course, with Lancashire, but Somerset most definitely will. It's interesting that Alex Davis has been brought in back into the team by Lancashire there, as this next ball is bowled down the leg side. Very nearly gets a little bit of a tickle, because Davis, of course, is off to Warwickshire at the end of the season, and they were playing Warwickshire last week, and that sort of, I guess, now explains what's going on, that they didn't want him to play against Warwickshire necessarily, but they thought perhaps that would be it, some of the supporters, Lancashire supporters. But he's been brought back in to the team along with Stephen Croft for that game against Nottinghamshire, so Davis could be there at Somerset as well. Next delivery, ball, that comes back. It's a little bit of movement back in just over the top of the off stump. And we'll bring you all the scores from this division.
Yes, when Jamie Overton went to Surrey midway through the Bob Willis, that was it. As soon as his departure was announced, he played no further part. Similarly with Adam Hose a couple of seasons earlier when he went to Warwickshire.
Hill bowls again to Ali. Oh, kept down and gets in between there. First and second slip and runs to the boundary for 4. You indeed, very, very nearly. Falls. I mean, there was no way for me that either could have got to that in the end. But they're looking at the spot as if to say, well, if one of us had gone, but that really would have required a very staggered slip cord and to be able to have sorted that out. And this could be 4 runs, and the score goes past the 50 mark. It's 53 for 2.
Yes. I was chatting to Geoffrey Dean and David Hobbs in the press box, and we were saying that the batting has looked more difficult from the other, with the bowling from the other end, from the Trafalgar Square end. Seems to be doing more, but that was a very good delivery.
And he's in again, and he bowls to Ali, comes back into him and has to fend it off onto the leg side. So this is going to be a battle. It's a real battle for this morning session. Who knows how it then may turn out and play later as the ball gets a little bit older and the day gets even brighter and warmer.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the right decision, though, to bat. Somerset need to win, so they need to put big runs on the board.
Hill again in and bowls, and again not the biggest of strides, but enough defensively into the offside. And no run to end that over, so it's 53 for 2.
First I've seen of George Hill as a bowler. He's just taken the 1 wicket in 4 games in the county championship for Yorkshire this season, which cost him 50 runs. He looks a decent seamer, but there's not. I wonder if Yorkshire are going to miss the raw pace of Duane Olivier, who I would have thought would enjoy bowling on this pitch. Patterson is into Hildreth, who up on his toes playing that to Gary Balance, who's under the helmet at short leg, and the fact that we've got a short leg is a testimony to the bounce that is being extracted, first of all by Matt Fisher and now by Steve Patterson from the Trafalgar Square end. Crowd here gradually building up, certainly not the biggest I've seen here at Scarborough. I think we've got 2,000 or 3,000 in here now. But 5,000 or 6,000 was the expectation, as this comes off the inside edge of Hildreth's bat and runs down to short, fine leg. We got away with that. You heard the exclamations from the slip cordon. Could easily have gone back onto the leg stump, but Hildreth survives. Moves on to 14. A burst of something nasty in my headphones. Oh, it's dialed down, and I don't know what the and we've been cut off.
Well, we'll carry on because there's every chance that we'll still be on the
live stream.
So, Anton, if you carry on, I shall call our very good friend Jonathan, who'll be able to sort things out, hopefully, for the online commentary team.
So, for the live stream, 54 for 2 is the score. Azarani on 24 is on strike. Stephen Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, is bowling. The sun's gone behind the cloud momentarily. Patterson's in and bowls, and Azarani calmly forward, playing it out into the onside, where Matt Fisher does the fielding. There's a number of the boarding houses and hotels here have views of the ground, although not more from the Marine Drive side of the ground than the Trafalgar Square end. Is Patterson in and bowls, and Azarelli defends the
apologies if you're hearing various bits and bobs. We're trying to reconnect the line at the moment.
The wonders, or not, of modern technology. The sun is out again, shining directly into our commentary box, which is very pleasant but makes seeing a little difficult. Patterson bowls, taken on the pad, and no response from the umpire. End of the over, 54 for 2. Good over from Patterson. Probably a bit high. That would certainly be the expectation. I think bowlers are going to... Oh dear, S-Bus is not responding.
I mean, you know, when your S-Bus doesn't respond, Anthony, you know you've got problems, don't you?
You do indeed.
You do indeed.
Problems we have got. So, another over from George Hill from the Peashome Park end of the ground. Steve Patterson just has a word with him, puts on his sleeveless sweater, and Hill comes bustling in. He's in and bowls to Hildreth, who lets that go through outside the off stump. Still got the 3 slips backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, completely conventional field. No forward short leg with the bowling from what I think of as the lower end of the ground. Here comes Hill again, up past the umpire and bowls, and Hildreth gets on top of the bounce again. It's good accurate bowling this from Yorkshire, but without quite the menace that we saw from Matt Fisher, especially in the first half an hour. 54 for 2. These two came together when Lammonby was out. Here's Hill bowls to Hildreth, who's down the pitch. Gets that off a thick inside edge, not at all where he was aiming. He was looking to run that out into the offside for a single. Picks up a single on the opposite side, into the onside. Moves on to 15. 55 for 2. Lammonby was out in the 5th over. We're now in the 19th. So Jonathan Doidge to the rescue for our BBC listeners, as this is played square of the wicket. Framed, that's the magic word. Welcome back to listeners on the BBC website. Apologies for that. The line went down and we had difficulty reconnecting, but I'm glad that you're back with us. You haven't missed very much, just a single run has been added by James Hildreth. 55 for 2. We've got Hill bowling to Azhar Ali, who goes for a drive outside the off stump. Rather a wild swish to a Wide, full-length delivery from George Hill, rather like the one that Tom Lammonby went after to give David Willey his wicket. But fortunately for Azhar Ali, he made no contact. Here's Hill again to Azhar Ali, this time solidly in defence into the offside. Brings that over to a conclusion. That was the 20th over of the innings. 55 for 2. Somerset 24 to Azhar Ali, 15 to James Hildreth. The bowlers, Fisher 1 for 13 in 5, Willey 1 for 18 in 5, Patterson none for 7 in 5 with 2 maidens, Thompson none for 6, and George Hill 2 overs no maidens, none for 5.
There are some quite ridiculous scores around the country today. Gloucestershire 51 for 7 away to Essex. Worcestershire 37 for 5 away to Kent. Surrey 32 for 3 against Northants. Nottinghamshire 63 for 1 in their start against Lancashire today. And Leicestershire 59 for 1 against Derbyshire. Glamorgan 68 for 3 against Durham. So the Warwickshire Hampshire game is the only one I've not given. They started late, as we know. They started at 11:30. Hampshire is 6 for 1 in Birmingham. So that's some crazy scores this morning, round and about. Here, this is not crazy, but it's a battle for the batting side at the moment. Somerset 55 for 2, and a lifting delivery from Patterson, which almost gets the edge again through to a diving Duke. I mean, it's captivating cricket in very many ways, and it's terrific. I'll be brutally honest with you, I don't like seeing wickets go down too early when I'm at Scarborough, because I want to spend at least 3 days here.
Absolutely. We don't want it over in 2.5 days.
I know that's not really the point of anything, but it does alter the way that I look at things slightly.
That was an absolute brute of a delivery.
Yeah. Okay, so we must come on to that. The conditions and the pitch seem to be favouring them, but they are bowling very well near Yorkshire this morning. And Patterson is in again and bowls full, and that's driven. That's a lovely extra cover drive down towards the marquee. It's got the furthest part of the ground to cover, and therefore it won't do so. And haven't yet got the pace of the board as it moved on with the score to 55 for 2, 57 for 2. A couple of runs there, 57 for 2. Yeah, just looking at the marquee on the right hand side, one of the most important parts of the history of this ground was the Scarborough Festival, which was held at this time of the year in September, and would every year more or less be the last calling post of the touring teams that have been playing against England, and they would turn up here and play, and Swans worked away but straight to the field at mid-wicket. And the last, I can't remember the year, and I'm sorry for that, but I think the last team to do that were the West Indies, and that means it would have been pretty much mid-late 1990s, I think, something like that. It's all to do with money and the international schedules and things like that. And they've done what they can here to maintain a feeling of festival, and of course with this fixture now being played here, they're able to do so. This one is pushed into the offside, there'll be no run. I'm guessing that the festival was due to be held earlier this year, but with one or two things and crowds and whatever not really allowed back in their full number. But anyway, the marquee is there, and it's terrific to see that. What is a slight disappointment, and this is just a disappointment and nothing more with everything else that's going on around the world, is that the supporters who normally like to rush and get their seats in the pavilion, right in front of the pavilion, the changing rooms down to our left-hand side, that's not available for the public to sit in. As Patterson bowls, and another terrific delivery through to Duke, the wicket-keeper, which Hildreth thought for a moment of trying to pull, but then withdraws out of the way of. So, yeah, it's not quite normality, but we'll take it. We definitely will take it. And
they used to play T.N. Pearce 11, didn't they? The tourist Tom Pearce, the great Essex cricket. Father of Essex cricket in many ways.
Players would come from all around the country just to take part in one-day matches as well as. This next delivery is bowled, and Patterson, is pushed by Hildreth square into the offside and no run. So it's all our yesteryears and everything, but it does ooze that feeling of something that's special about it. I think this ground at 57 for 2 here, Somerset, as they try to overcome the early loss of their openers this morning, and although it's a battle, I actually think they're doing a pretty decent job out there at the moment, because there's some, the word that Anthony uses is quite right, some brutal deliveries.
Yeah. Yes, these two are hanging in there at the moment against some very accurate bowling, it must be said, from Yorkshire. The runs have rather dried up in the last few overs. I think when I came on at commentary at around about 22 minutes ago, we were on 48. It's only 57 now, rather. 57 for 2 as that ball goes past the off stump of Azhar Ali into the gloves of Harry Duke. Young Harry Duke. It's his birthday tomorrow, Harry Duke. He'll be 20. Born in Wakefield.
Breakthrough year, Anthony, for him. Derby and the Roses match.
Absolutely.
And we really warmed to him. I say we, the commentary team warmed to him on that occasion.
Hill is in and bowls, and that was a good leave from Azhar Ali. Wasn't far outside the off stump, but George Hill's stop delivery does seem to be taking the ball away from the right-hander. No doubt he'll produce the inducker sooner or later. Hill again, it's bustling approach. He's there now and bowls outside the off stump, then one goes straight through to Harry Duke. No exceptional bounce from this end. All of the ones that have really taken off have been from the Trafalgar Square end. Yes. Very knowledgeable crowd here at Scarborough. As Hill is in and bowls to Azhar Ali, who defends. Another good delivery. They know their cricket in Yorkshire, and they love their cricket. All forms of the game, I think it would be fair to say.
Oh, well, maybe, but they took a little bit of warming to the one-day game. Players and supporters
in the old
alike.
yes,
Back in the 60s.
Back in the 60s, yeah. Yes. As Hill is in and bowls. Yes, Geoffrey Boycott didn't have much time for limited over cricket, did he? He just walked out and batted as if it was a 3-day county championship match.
I don't think Closey did initially, did he? I mean, your history's far better than me, but I think he took a little bit of warming.
I think he did
to
too.
the whole thing.
He was an unconventional captain in one-day cricket for Somerset.
But of course, he was part of that championship setup at the time with Yorkshire.
This is Hill to Azhar Ali, and does indeed bring that one back into the batsman's body, and Azhar Ali copes with it very effectively. It's a maiden over, as you can tell from the applause from the crowd sitting down in the sunshine below us, and the score remains on 57 for 2.
I remember Inzamam ul Haq here in September when he spent, was it just a month, I think, playing for Yorkshire. Well, he made an appearance on the local regional TV news, Anthony. I've never seen a cricketer in so many blankets and rugs, and it was one of those times where the sea fret had come in, and it was one of those days, and it wouldn't shift. So I think one of those days you go 5 miles inland, and it would be like this. It would crack in the flags. It was one of those. Well, I've never seen a sight quite like it. He was still shivering when I saw him in Brighton at Hove a week later. At least he made out he was, because I wasn't here, but I'd seen the television, and I said to him, "Are you feeling any warmer?" And he just put on a mock shiver. He said, "I don't think I'll ever warm up again," he said. And Thompson in bowls, and Edge just past the third slip is going to run down to the right hand side. Just goes out of our sight here, but I can tell just by looking back up to the umpire, of course, that's going to run for 4. There isn't a fielder down here. So yeah, it does have its moments, and we love every bit of it, of this ground. And it is nice that Yorkshire were able to bring this fixture as part of this second phase of the season to this venue. And Lythe, who went to retrieve the ball, these local lads, played some of his cricket here at Scarborough. He's making his way back to second slip, and he's there now, and this one's guided down, but it was a sharp guide down to Bess, who's fielding at backward point. So we got the sound of the gulls, and yeah, it's just a terrific place to watch your cricket. If you would like to follow the live text service, do so, because it's got all the latest going on, not only in the Division 1 but also 2 and 3, and they're giving equal billing to all those divisions, which obviously is of great importance to the supporters of the other counties. Next delivery bowled and past the off stump. The BBC Live text service, which you can find on the BBC Sport website, and also you can find all the commentaries on the Sports app as well. But it's Joseph and Gary who are looking after things today. And one of the great things about it, I think it's great anyway, is you can get in touch with them and you can pass on any thoughts you have, any photographs you have, or any things you'd like to share with them about the day's cricket. And all you have to do is use the hashtag BBC Cricket for them to see what you're sending and see what you're writing. And they'd love to hear from you, I'm sure. Next ball bowled and angled again and nicely by Hildreth. And this man, should he be able to find his feet, is obviously a great danger. And Yorkshire will know that. He's going to pick up 3 runs here. So it's run down to that longish area down there towards third man. And the applause from, as I say, a knowledgeable crowd. So it doesn't need to be Somerset spectators, but I have seen quite a few here with Somerset colours on today.
50 partnership.
And it's 64 for 2. So
50 partnership in 16 overs, just 15 and a half really.
It's not just Anthony that had to make that journey, though. I'm sure some of them would perhaps have come
Yeah,
up
they're
by
quite
train. And
there's several staying in the same hotel as I am, come all the way up.
it's a good trip. People enjoy their trip to Scarborough. And that lifting delivery, which very nearly gets an edge. And this is the issue. If you're out there at the moment and you're batting, you just know that virtually every other ball, or at least half the deliveries within an over, could be really, really testing. And at the moment, we are seeing a cracking display. As I say, conditions and the pitch and everything favour the bowling, but I'm really impressed by the discipline that Yorkshire are bringing about and bringing to their attack here as this next ball is bowled. And again, maybe a bit too much width. Yeah, he shows the sign they're just a little bit closer maybe next time. But it's 64 for 2. And both the batsmen, Hazar Ali and James Hildreth, are on 24. I shall move aside. And just remind everybody, of course, we're only half an hour away from lunch.
That's the voice of Kevin Howells, who'll be back after lunch for some more commentary. You're listening to commentary on this LV Insurance Championship Division game between Yorkshire and Somerset. From Scarborough, myself, Anthony Gibson, from BBC Radio Somerset, and from Yorkshire's Jonathan Doidge, representing BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations. George Hill is going to bowl another over from this Peace Home Park end. This is driven and caught. Going for the drive, Hildreth wasn't quite to the pitch of it, and a good high catch at third slip by Harry Brook, I think. And that's the end of James Hildreth. Well, yet again he's got himself a start, and yet again he's got himself out, going for the off drive to a ball that was pitched right up, inviting. And he has gone for a 24, and it's 64 for 3.
Yeah, Adam Lyth, the catcher.
Adam Lyth was it.
Good catch as well, from what I could.
It was a very good catch. It was high away to his right, and it went fast, and he clung on.
Yeah, good grab. He did get a mention actually. They were talking on TMS as I was driving around yesterday. Yeah, driving over here yesterday, listening to the Test match commentary, and Adam Lyth did get a mention in dispatches in terms of numbers of slip catches taken during careers. So you know he's up there with people of his own era in terms of how many is snaffled. So they'll be happy to get another one back on the board, because once the sun's been out for that good hour or so now, and things will be getting that little bit easier out there in the middle from a batting perspective. But it's just that extra bit of bounce and carry that you get on this pitch, where you never quite feel like you're totally set.
Yeah, I think that applies more with the bowling from the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah.
I mean, Lammonby and Hildreth have both really got themselves out with loose drives aimed at full-length balls outside their off stump that were floated up there precisely to invite the batsman to play a shot like that. Batting's been much more difficult down the other end. Here comes Hill again to Bartlett, who is in need of runs. He defends this into the offside. George Bartlett, he didn't make the cut for the game against Nottinghamshire last week. He has played in 10 county championship matches this season, 14 innings, 369 runs, average of 28.38. This is driven by Bartlett again. Loose looking drive to a ball pitched up outside the off stump. 64 for 3. This is a game that, well, both of these sides will feel that they need to win, as they're in the lower reaches of the Division 1 table. Hill to Bartlett, and he's beaten, and appeal for a catch behind. Well, Yorkshire thought they got their man. The umpire thought differently.
Yeah, I must admit, on seeing it, on the only time we get, I thought it was a good delivery that beat the bat, but I wasn't sure he'd taken the edge there.
Have we established which umpire is which? Which is Rob White, which is Tim Robinson?
No.
I fancy Tim Robinson is
Square leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That would be my educated guess too.
Is Hill and bowls to Bartlett. He's bowling a good full length outside the off stump is George Hill. Not doing a huge amount with the ball, maybe just a little bit of a way swing to the right-handed batsman. Inviting the drive, got 3 slips in for the edge, and it was Adam Lythe, that second slip, who took that catch to dismiss Hildreth.
And interesting that Hill has come on as early as he has in this match.
He's in now to Bartlett again, inviting the drive, and George Bartlett obliges and finds the middle of the bat. Handsome shot away square of the wicket, and he's off the mark. And it's 68 for 3 now, Somerset, at the end of that over, which was the 23rd over of the innings, and that gives George Hill figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9.
Yeah, he's useful young all-round cricketer. George Hill's been opening the batting and will do again in this game, no doubt, after his performance again down at the Ageas Bowl. But they were clearly reluctant to use him on that pitch as a bowler because he didn't feature very much and hasn't done really in his first-class career so far. So this would be the earliest he's got on in any match. And just thought it was interesting that Jordan Thompson had just a blast for 3 overs, and maybe there was a word from him to the skipper that he thought he might be more effective at the Trafalgar Square end, because that's where he's currently bowling from. And that is dropped into the offside by Azhar Ali. Matthew Fisher round to do the fielding. No run, so 3 slips in place at the moment, and 2 of them have had opportunities that they've taken already. Adam Lythe with the most recent catch, Harry Brook with a good one as well earlier on this afternoon. Bess at point, Fisher in the covers, Willie at mid-off, Patterson mid-on, Balance at mid-wicket, and then down at long leg is George Hill, as Thompson's next delivery is wide of off-stump, and Azhar Ali is not asked to play.
Yeah, a tweet from Matt Cave, who says, I'm rather baffled as to the Bartlett for Goldsworthy change and retaining Banton. I don't understand Banton ahead of Bartlett against Notts. Yes, it is. Well, I think they're all 3 of them are, all 4 of them are short of runs.
Here's Thompson again. That's just wide of off stump, and there is no run. And well, I'm going to be self-indulgent here and take this opportunity to wish my club, third team, Rawdon Cricket Club, thirds today. They're in a championship battle at local rivals Green Lane, which is very close to where Jordan Thompson lives, up there in the Yeadon area. I think they need 4 points from today's game to win the championship, so good luck to them boys today. Thompson is in and bowling just wide of off stump to Azhar Ali, but it's shaping away and there's no run. Would make for a very successful club season if they were to win. The first team and second team both won their respective cup finals recently, so
I know. When you were down for the Royal London
yes,
One
of
Day
course,
Cup, there was great excitement.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know. They work hard, the boys, you know. Local league cricket. All good stuff. Cricket, just good stuff, isn't it? Thompson is in and Ali pushing forward just a little bit towards the inside edge of the bat. But no immediate danger. Well, we're in immediate danger of getting a little bit chillier just for a few moments, because a cloud has blocked the path of the sunlight.
Still a very pleasant morning for watching
is.
cricket, isn't it?
Certainly is. Here's Thompson in again to Ali. That's a good length, just short of, and again a little bit of bounce, but the Pakistani batsman plays it well. He's 24. His partner out there, George Bartlett, is 68 for 3 after 24 completed overs this morning. A reminder, Somerset won the toss, decided to bat Bartlett for Goldsworthy, Azhar Ali for Van der Merwe, and Green for Brooks. Their 3 changes, and Yorkshire brought David Willey back in for Ben Code, who I believe is simply being rested. He's just running off the field at this moment in time with a fluorescent tabard on. Maybe I'll catch a word with him at some point later on.
Yeah, and Somerset hopes of a big first innings score, very much resting on the shoulders of Azhar Ali, who has 24 to his name. Here comes George Hill and bowls to Bartlett, who's beaten outside the off stump, pushing rather aimlessly at that ball. Didn't do a great deal, he was just playing down the wrong line, George Bartlett.
Yeah, it's a good effort from George Hill. You're going to get wickets on this pitch with that sort of line. Somebody will have a nibble, and he was nearly tempted. As you say, that particular ball didn't do much, did it? Pretty much straight on.
Here he comes again. Up to the wicket and bowls, and Bartlett this time plays a model forward defensive shot with the bat angled down.
Yeah, and if there is a little bit of nip with the line he's just bowled there, that's when you're probably in the game as a bowler, and when you're maybe in a little bit of peril as a batsman.
Well, they've bowled a pretty good line this morning, the Yorkshire bowlers. David Willey wasn't quite on it first up, but Matt Fisher certainly was. Hill is in and bowls, and this time he has nicked it, and that's the end of George Bartlett. Somerset in all sorts of trouble yet again. 68 for 4. George Bartlett caught Duke, bowled Hill just for 4. And well, it was a good ball, but George Bartlett not really justifying the decision to recall him for this game. He's gone for 4.
Yeah, very good start made by George Hill with the ball. He's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, throughout? He's got those 2 most recent wickets now, and a little feather really through to Harry Duke. And I think, as I was saying earlier in the over, it's that sort of line that might bring about some positives for the bowler, just around about 4th stump, maybe even 3.5 stumps really. It was quite tight lines. And just a little nick on it, and that means that Stephen Davies is the new man in for Somerset. And having lost the toss, Yorkshire will be pretty happy with their morning's work so far, and there's still nearly 20 minutes to go before the lunch break.
Well, Stephen Davies, not having opened the innings, must have expected he wouldn't have to have any batting to do in the first session, but there he is. There was still another 20 minutes to go. The last of the experienced Somerset batting. We've still got some useful batting to come in the shape of Tom Banton, obviously, who's due in next, and then Ben Green, who I suppose you would call a bowling all-rounder. But plenty of experience out there with these two, and they'll need all of it. George Hill has taken 2 for 9. He's in his 5th over. 1 each to Matt Fisher and David Willey, the other successful Yorkshire bowlers. It's Hill then to the left-handed Davis. He's there and bowls outside the off stump. Davis lets it go through to the wicket-keeper. Stephen Davis he's got 506 runs, averaging 33.7 in first-class cricket. Best of 87, hasn't scored a century this season. He was in decent form in the one-day cup as well. There's Hill in and bowls to him, and turns that into the onside. Won't get a run.
Interesting, they've brought Gary Balance has come in not quite a cover, sort of a square-ish position on the offside.
They always put someone like that for Stephen Davis. It's for the shot that he plays into the offside that he doesn't keep down. is Hill to Davis. This is pitched right up, inviting the drive. Davis content just to push it to the Yorkshire captain, Stephen Patterson, who must be very happy indeed with the way this morning has turned out. 68 for 4, Azarali 24, and Stephen Davis yet to score.
Yep, good stuff from George Hill. 2 wickets for him today, and he's just still just gently building himself a nice little reputation in the early moments of his first-class cricketing career. As I said, it's the earliest he's got on in a match with ball in hand so far, and it certainly looks like he's taking his opportunity. Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, down the hill past umpire Tim Robinson from the Trafalgar Square end, but it's too wide to interest Azhar Ali, who's batted so far, I would have said, with easily the most discipline of any of the Somerset batsmen that have walked to the crease. He's trying to make the bowlers bowl to him. And I think that is a wise tactic on this bouncy surface. I think Sam was suggesting it might have been tennis ball bounce. Maybe. Oh, he's gone. He's got him this time. He's tried to leave it. And once again, with the ball bouncing, difficult to leave, as we said with Abel earlier in the day, and Azhar Ali has clipped it onto his leg stump. And a bonus for Yorkshire, because Somerset now 68 for 5, and the man that makes things happen does it again.
Well, Somerset's hopes of a first county championship just being washed down the drain here at Scarborough. It's the 5th wicket to go down in this morning session. He's the man on whom Somerset were pinning their hopes for some middle order stability, and as Jonathan said, he got one that bounced, tried to leave it, took the bottom edge and clattered into the leg stump. Tom Banton then. Well, Tom Banton, now is the time to show what you're made of as a red ball cricketer. Somerset's last 2 recognised batsmen together, the all-rounders and the bowlers to come. Can't imagine Tom Banton's looking forward to this very much. He's not been in any sort of form. He seems to be being caught in 2 minds as to, it's the sort of clash of techniques. He's played so much white ball cricket that that's become his default way of playing, so he's got to sort of consciously adjust. And you can see the conflict between instinct and what he's been telling himself he ought to be doing.
So unnatural,
yeah.
I guess, yeah, is a good way of summing that up. 3 wickets have gone then for just 4 runs, so a little bit of a middle order calamity here for Somerset. Somebody has got to stand up here, and there are runs to be had on this pitch. It's a good pitch. Thompson in, good delivery, he's got him first ball! He's nicked it straight through to Harry Duke, first ball, and Jordan Thompson is on a hat-trick, and Somerset are in dire straits at 68 for 6.
Well, it was a decent ball, but he didn't really need to play it. He was just drawn into it. Rehearses the shot. But, well, hat-trick time. Somerset down and very nearly out. 68 for 6. Hopes of a championship crumbling to dust.
Tom Banton, disconsolate, leaves the field of play down to our left. Yorkshire cock a hoop at the minute, but it can happen to both sides, and it wasn't so long ago that we were here and Yorkshire were not very many for plenty of wickets, so I wouldn't be writing anybody off at this early stage of the contest.
No, but Somerset need batting points as well. They ain't going to score very many batting points from here, you fancy. I mean, they need to win with a decent haul of bonus points to keep themselves in the hunt.
So Ben Green, the new man, in, and he's going to be facing a hat-trick ball. Jordan Thompson, let me tell you, I can't tell you how many he's had, but he's had a number of hat-tricks from when he first started playing the game as a junior cricketer. he's had a stack of them, to be honest. So this wouldn't be a new thing for him, but it would be a new thing in first-class cricket for him. He's going to stick with the same field, 4 in the cordon, nothing special going on for the hat-trick ball. But I'm sure the Scarborough crowd are going to get behind him here. Down the hill then, from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Ben Green. Hat-trick ball, just wide of off stump though, and it's an easy enough leave in the end.
Well, I reckon if he'd bowled that 6 inches closer to off stump, he might have got his man.
Yeah, certainly would have been tricky enough to deal with.
Gary Balance finding time to sign an autograph down there.
Yeah, he's away to our left, down at long leg by the pavilion steps. Jordan Thompson coming into green again. It's similar delivery to the ball before, and he's able to leave it. If he can just straighten up that line, then he might be in the game again. Just keeps on keeping on. Jordan Thompson keeps on finding a way to take a wicket, and his rate of progress since he came into the side 2 years ago at Guildford in the match there against Surrey has been pretty rapid. Here he comes again. Right arm over the wicket, that's more like it, straightens things up, and it's well dealt with in the end by Ben Green, dropping it out to Don Bess. Warm applause then for Jordan Thompson. 2 wickets in the over. It's a double wicket maiden, and he's got the home side on the front foot for the moment at least.
Yeah, certainly has. Ben Green, it's only his second championship match of the season. He played against Surrey, where he made 43 and 3. So he certainly can bat. He's a genuine all-rounder, but it's going to be tough out there, a lot depending on Stephen Davis, as Hill is in and bowls to him and plays it into the offside. David Willey does the fielding, and extra cover. Got about 10 minutes to go to lunch. 68 for 6 Somerset, and they were going along really quite nicely when Hildreth and Azarali were together. 64 for 2 it was then, so they've lost 4 wickets in adding 4 runs. All too familiar to Somerset cricket followers, I'm afraid. Here's Hill and bowls to Davis. Plays it defensively, back up the pitch. Sun is out again now. There's a fair amount of cloud cover. I think they said it was going to thin out in the afternoon, Jonathan, so we should have I think, pretty much sun-drenched afternoon.
Yeah, and it's bring the sunblock tomorrow, I think, 24 and 25 degrees tomorrow, and Tuesday was the forecast for around these parts.
Here's Hill to Davis, again, who's invited to drive, and with a good full-length delivery. It's very intelligent bowling, this, from George Hill. He's not getting the bounce that there's been with the bowling from the other end, but
yeah,
he is just getting a little bit of nip.
He's not really a sort of hit-the-pitch bowler from what I've seen of him in his career so far.
Here he comes again, not a long approach. Elbows pumping outside the off-stump. Moving away from the left-hander towards the slips. But too far outside the off-stump for Davis to have to play a shot.
He's more of a kiss-the-pitch bowler and relying on some swing, and he's been brave enough, to be fair, hasn't he, to throw the ball up there and ask him to drive a few times.
He's a similar mould to Josh Davey for Somerset. He's in now to Davis, and again, quite sharp away movement, but starting too wide and taken low down in front of first slip by Harry Duke.
And a lot of the swing is quite often after the ball's bounced and gone past the batsman, isn't it? That Duke is having to check and make late movements to retrieve the ball.
Hill to Davis, drives into the offside, and it will be cut off, but they're able to come through for a single, so Steve Davis is off the mark and will feel a little bit better. Last ball of the over, 69 for 6 at the end of it. And for those of you who may just be listening, as the 6 are Tom Abel, who made 2, Tom Lamonby 8, James Hildreth 24, George Bartlett 4, Azhar Ali 24, and Tom Banton getting a first baller without scoring. 69 for 6.
And interesting that George Hill's last delivery went the other way, and it was quite marked swing as well. So that's the away swinger to the right-hander, so he can get it to go both ways. He just revealed that one, really. It's the first time I've noticeably seen it going quite as sharply as that. So if both batsmen have seen it as well, that might just play on the mind a little bit. Which way is it going? I'm not sure if it's obvious how he holds the ball or not. We're so far away. Thompson, though, is in, and that's turned through mid-wicket where there's a miss by Matthew Fisher, so he should have prevented the 1, and they've got a comfortable 2. They're going to stick at 2 in the end. That was 2 to Davies. .71 for the loss of 6 wickets. You've got to say, even though we know they can fall in clumps at this ground, it is a surprise, having won the toss with some good players in the side, that you're looking at that sort of a score on the first morning. Certainly surprised me. Here's Thompson in. That's a bit of a variation from him. Looked like he rolled his right hand over the top of it, maybe bowling some sort of cutter, leg cutter, I think. Dropped into the offside though. Wasn't a lot of movement if he was trying to bowl that, but worth a try. And he will try things, Jordan Thompson. Plenty of variations in his white ball game, which is when he first got into the side. There he is again to Davies. That's pitched wide of off stump and shaping back in, but of no consequence to Davies, who's happy to watch it go by. There's mum with 3 kids walking down from right to left beneath our commentary position. 1 or 2 people nipping out early for lunch to get to the local sarnie shop before the queues get big. 4 minutes before the break. Just let's sneak out. We won't miss much. We'll only miss an over. If you do that, you inevitably end up missing a couple of wickets, don't you, or a massive 6. Thompson in. He gets an edge to this one, does Davies, but it's comfortably wide of the slip cordon, and he'll pick up 4 down into the warm-up equipment at the foot of the pavilion steps. So 75 for the loss of 6 wickets. Davies onto 7.
Both teams changing in the pavilion, or they've got separate premises?
Yeah, they're in the usual home and away dressing rooms down there, but nobody else allowed, I don't think, other than those in the bubble, which is why there are no spectators seated in the front area. Here's Thompson in again, and that's a good delivery that jags back on Davies and almost cuts him in 2. Can't play it comfortably. A lot of the speckies who normally sit in there, I notice, are down to our left in this little area, and thanks to one of them who's down there, who's actually munching on a sandwich at the moment, I can see Jane Wiles. She produced a lemon drizzle cake, which I'm sure the 4 of us will be getting our teeth into as the afternoon wears on. So she gave me that proudly this morning as I walked by. Thank you very much, Jane. What a lovely gesture. Thompson is in, and Davies drops that up into the pitch up towards Patterson at mid-on to complete the 28th over of the morning. 75 for 6 Somerset, on having won the toss and batted first.
And somebody else I can see down to our left is Steve Kirby, Somerset's bowling coach, formerly of course of Yorkshire, before he joined Gloucestershire and then came down to Somerset. And terrific character is Curbs, but I shouldn't think he's feeling very happy with the way things have gone for Somerset this morning.
Now, when Yorkshire won the title here 2001, I remember standing on the top side watching him bowl from the Trafalgar Square end, and he was shaking hands with the batsman when he finished his follow through. Well, it wasn't shaking hands because he didn't do anything kindly as a bowler. He was snarly, wasn't he?
Snarly.
Very snarly.
Right, last over before lunch. George Hill is in the bowls, and that's played off an open face. I think we'll give Ben Green the benefit of the doubt there rather than an edge, and he picks up 2 runs. 77 for 6 Somerset. And we will have had 30 overs in the morning session, which is not a bad ration considering that it's been an unvaried diet of seam. Hill to Green, who Again, shapes to drive, and the ball this time comes off a thick edge out into the covers. A few people sitting on the balconies on the houses around the ground, getting a nice view in the sunshine.
Yeah, we've not even had the token over of spin before lunch from
No, we
Dom
haven't.
against his old teammates
No.
to see if he can, you know, embarrass somebody out on the first morning.
Hill in and bowls to green. He's inviting the drive with every delivery is George Hill, pitching it right up.
Yep.
Giving it a chance to swing and hoping that he'll lure the batsman into the sort of indiscretion that accounted for James Hildreth and Tom, well, it wasn't Tom Lammonby, it wasn't George Hill, it was David Willey who got Lammonby. This one comes back into Ben Green, who plays it comfortably up to Yorkshire's captain, Stephen Patterson, at mid-on. It's Yorkshire crowd basking in the sunshine and basking in what's been a terrific morning for their side. Picked up 2 bowling points. Hill's in and bowls, and slightly uncertain half-cock defensive shot from Ben Green, but he keeps the ball down into the offside. Bonus points, of course, could be absolutely crucial in determining the outcome of this division. The winners will become the county champions, and they will play the runners-up in a 5-day Bob Willis final at Lord's. This is played back up the pitch by Ben Green to Stephen Patterson, who picks it up, gives it a good look and a bit of a polish, will hand it to umpire White, and Yorkshire will come off for their lunch with Somerset in all sorts of trouble. 77 for 6. The only innings worthy of note, both of 24 from Azhar Ali and James Hildreth, but other than that, it's been a very dismal morning for Somerset and their hopes of a maiden county championship.
So from Ant and from myself, we'll bid you farewell for the moment, and we'll take our lunch break as well. 77 for 6 after 30 overs with Green on 2 and Davies on 7. We'll be back for more ball-by-ball coverage then in this afternoon session, but it's bye from us for now.
You come all the way, did you? I don't give you much to call.
players, but apparently Stephen Patterson walked away having lost the toss and said he couldn't understand why Somerset had done that. We'd have bowled.
Yes, I thought you were very gentle saying a spot of bother. 77 for 6 has been a dreadful morning for Somerset. I don't know. I mean, I think it was a very conscious decision to sort of bounce back from the defeat to Nottinghamshire and to show that they were going to stand up and be counted.
Here's Thompson then for the first ball of the afternoon session. That's clipped off the hip for 4 runs. So good start to this sesh for the visiting side. Stephen Davis it was.
And I think Tom Abel's decision to go in first was part of that. They were going to go in and show Yorkshire who was boss and put big runs on the board and then bowl Yorkshire out twice and go back to the southwest with a victory under their belt, when it hasn't unfortunately worked out like that. And I think it was a marginal decision to bat first. B, Yorkshire have bowled very well, and C, there has been plenty of bounce and a little bit of movement in the pitch. And D, Somerset haven't batted very well.
Yeah, and I think that's a fairly sizable factor in it as well. Here's Thompson round the wicket to the left-handed Davies, who punches it off the back foot. Don Bess with a dive to no avail, did get something on it by the looks of things, but it can't prevent it from going for 4, and he's hurt by the looks of it again. He's struggled in recent matches. Looks like he's holding his side there, actually, his hip maybe. But I thought at first it might have been the hand that he tried to stop the ball with, because he has noticeably quite often been reluctant to get his full hand on the ball when he was fielding on the drive in one match, and it was almost a case of, I want to stop this but I don't really want to.
Yeah, he's holding his left shoulder, isn't he?
Hopefully he'll be okay. Thompson switched back to over the wicket, and Davis this time tucks him into the leg side but can't get it past George Hill, who's at mid wicket. No run. On the Ben Code front, by the way, folks, he was the one Yorkshire change replaced by David Willey here. I messaged Andrew Gale and he messaged back to say that it was a niggle. Didn't say to what part of the body, but a bit of a niggle, so they didn't want to risk him again here when David Willey was fit. So that's the reason for his absence. Thompson in, good delivery. That is a heck of a good lead from Stephen Davis. Had to be on length because it was straight over the top of middle stump.
Has Don Best changed his cricket trousers since the last game?
He picked that up, didn't he, early on? He got a big green slither down the right leg.
He's got one on his
shin.
right bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are days, when they come out with yesterday's kit on and you think, surely they might have popped it in the wash last night. I've mentioned this before on air, but I'm told no, they just come out with the same kit on again. But yeah, it was clean this morning. Thompson is in and Davies drops it into the pitch on the leg side, no run.
Surprising there should be quite so much staining, because the outfield looks pretty fast and dry, doesn't it? And I guess you haven't had much rain up here in North Yorkshire in recent days?
No, according to John Dodds, the groundsman, there's not been a lot in the last couple of weeks, but not a lot of sunshine either. It's been cool and cloudy, and he wanted a bit more sun on the pitch for ideal preparation, he said. Thompson in, and Davies drops it into the offside. It's the end of the first over of the afternoon. The 31st in total, 85 for 6 with those 2 boundaries struck. Got to make mention, by the way, at this stage, at the top of the afternoon, 2 wonderful cakes. Jane Wiles, I think I mentioned the lemon drizzle cake earlier on, and a magnificent cake as well to commemorate the Scarborough Festival, with both Yorkshire and Somerset on there. So many thanks to whoever claims responsibility for that at Scarborough Cricket Club, because it is a beautiful cake, and I'm sure that the 4 of us and maybe others around at the right moment will enjoy getting stuck into that during the next couple of days. I don't think I should
be able to bring myself to cut into it. It's such a work of art.
They made us one a couple of years back with an old-fashioned traditional BBC microphone, which was a fantastic work of art. Matthew Fisher back on.
He's in and bowls, and that's outside the off stump to Ben Green. Matt Fisher, who bowled the bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, bowled 5 overs, 1 for 13. Accounted for Tom Abel with one that bounced, took the outside edge. Caught behind. First time he's bowled from this Peashome Park end. Tall, strong looking. Good pair of shoulders. He's in bowls to Green outside the off stump, and Green shoulders arms. He made his Yorkshire debut at the age of 16, Matt Fisher, was it?
Yep. Yeah, he seems to have been around a long time now.
And I think he played for Yorkshire seconds when he was only 15. I think it might have been the youngest player ever to have played for Yorkshire second 11. He's only, what is he now, 23, something like that? 23.
Yep.
So he's still a young man with loads of experience under his belt. He's in bowling to Green, who's beaten by one, a really good one that he had to play at, and that did take off. First one really that has climbed with the bowling from the lower end, the Peasholm Park end.
Yeah, and if anyone's going to get it from this end, it's likely to be Matthew Fisher. Tall, he's the quickest of the Yorkshire bowlers that are playing in this match. He'd be mid-80s.
Yeah, and he's sort of 6'2", 6'3", something like that. Tall and strong, in and bowls, and this comes off the inside edge of Ben Green's bat, and he will pick up a single into the onside. 86 for 7. Little flurry of runs in the first over after the interval to Stephen Davis, who's on 15.
Fisher, I always think he's an enjoyable bowler to watch. He's got a lovely measured run up, classic high action, really does reach for the skies with that front arm.
He's bowling to the left-handed Davis. He's got 3 slips. He's in and bowls, and Davis playing from the crease out into the offside. A few more clouds around this afternoon. Sun's not out at the moment. It's not quite as warm as it was. It's easier from a commentary point of view because we're not looking directly into the sun as we were this morning. Very easy to read scoreboard at the far end of the ground. Here comes Fisher again, in and bowls to Davis, who plays that away from his body and is caught at first slip by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Not a good shot from Stephen Davis. He was looking just to play that through the offside, didn't move his feet, took the edge, comfortable catch at first slip. Somerset lose their 7th wicket, 86 for 7. Davis gone for 15.
Yeah, it was a pretty ordinary shot, really, you'd have to say, and Fisher angling the ball in at him. I suppose you can forgive him a few percent for that. He did have to play at the ball. It was a bit of a nothing sort of a shot, wasn't it? There was no real commitment to playing any sort of defensive or attacking stroke in it, and as a result, he's going to have to go and think about it in the changing rooms. And Yorkshire have taken a 7th. They'll be absolutely cock-a-hoop with today, I'm sure about that.
Well, he is the Somerset batsmen, Lammonby, Hildreth, Davis, Banton have really all got themselves out rather than being got out. Banton marginal, but he didn't really need to play the shot at his first delivery. Just drawn into it. It was outside the off stump, moving away from him. Jack Leach. Hooray! Still remembering the hero. That great one not out. The greatest one not out that cricket has ever seen.
Yeah.
And he's been promoted. Now, not so much on the strength of that as on the strength of several innings in the county championship this season, where he scored valuable runs down at the Ageas Bowl and then again up at the Oval. And Somerset needed a draw, and Jack Leach sold his wicket dearly. That was the last ball of the over.
Yeah, it was Tom Kohler-Cadmore taking that catch off Matthew Fisher. Meanwhile, Jordan Thompson's in for the first ball of his latest over. Ben Green on strike, plays that into the leg side, and there is no run. Fisher with 2 wickets so far today, 2 for 14 from his 6 overs. Jordan Thompson has 2 for 27 from what is now 8 overs and 1 ball. Wickets also for David Willey, 1 for 18 off 5, and for George Hill, 7 overs, 2 for 12. Here's Thompson, though. Once again, good delivery to Green. There's a big appeal as it hits him what appeared to be on the back leg. But it's very difficult to get LBWs here with the bounce. It's got to be a decent full-length delivery.
Yeah, it's the umpire is always going to have height in mind with the bowling from that end.
As you can probably tell on our effects mic just outside the box here. A little bit of a sea breeze has got up. Thompson in again. It's a good delivery that's straight and just worked around the corner for a single by Ben Green. Fisher coming in off the long leg boundary to do the collection and return.
Yes, it's because the if it's a sunny day, the sun acts on the sea and warms the sea, and then you get warm air rising, and that stirs up the whole atmosphere, which is why you get sea breezes in the afternoon.
Well, there we go. We've learnt something.
There you are. Well, it's any seaside golfer will tell you that it's always a little bit breezier after lunch than before.
Here's Thompson then. That's just fading away down the leg side. Harry Duke has the devil's own job of trying to reel that in and can't do so. So 4 byes against the record of the keeper. Just died away, didn't he? Did he give leg byes?
Yeah, I think he gave leg byes.
My apologies to Harry Duke then. He almost got his glove on it. It was within reach, but you know what it's like with these things. You've got to time your dive, and I suppose if it has come off some part of the clothing, it might have just been a little bit slower getting to him than he thought.
Jack Leach averaging just under 27, which is more than James Hildreth.
Thompson in, that's wide, and he has a slash at that one. It's aerial for quite some time, but safe, well beyond the cordon. There's nobody down at third man, inevitably, and that means that it's 4 runs and Leach off the mark.
Yeah, flung his bat at it, and nobody down at, well, there is, Dom Bess is being sent down to third man in response to that.
Yeah, Best dispatched. Code and Olivier down there having a word or two. Thompson round the wicket to Leach, straightens things up, and that's dropped into the mid-wicket region where Hill fields, and that will complete over number 32 of this Somerset first innings. 95 for 7 with both batsmen on 4.
Dom Bess in those soiled cricket trousers, I think would be the sounds looking a little bit scruffy. I'm surprised he didn't change them at lunchtime, but there we are.
You can get in touch, by the way, folks, with @AntGib for the man to my right, @SammyD767 for Sam Dalling, @Jonathan Doidge for yours truly, and @KevinHowells16, I think, and also BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Malcolm says, hi JD et al. Looks a bit greenish, that pitch, maybe a good toss to lose. I agree with all those who said that Big D, Duan Olivier.
It's Fisher in and bowls, and Green defends, yes. I think if your tweets are up, it'll be slightly easier to read them this afternoon, because it's quite difficult this morning with the sun shining directly into the box.
Yeah, so he goes on. Big D might have been a better bet than the inconsistent Willie. Somerset looked to have got a strong side, and we may well struggle in this one, but well done to Harry Duke.
Here comes Fisher again. He's into Ben Green, who defends, looking solid in defence. Fancy the ball isn't darting around quite so much now as it was first thing. The early juice in the pitch has maybe dried up, and of course the ball's a little bit softer. We're in the 33rd over with it, or not softer, a little less hard. It's Matt Fisher from this Peasholm Park end. He's in and bowls to Green outside the off stump, and Green lets it go through to Duke.
Got to be a lot of discipline employed by both these batsmen for some time, I think, if they're going to consolidate. Rupert B has messaged in with regard to Black Sheep or Cider and says the big question that needs to be asked about Black Sheep is when will it be back on sale at Headingley? After the fiasco last Friday at the test when the Tetleys ran out at 2 o'clock, can we get a proper beer sponsor back for Yorkshire, he says.
Ooh. Here's Fisher in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from green. Yes, I'm quite partial to a pint of Black Sheep, I must say.
I thought that might be the case, Mr. Gibson.
It's a Theakston spin-off. One of the Theakston family, I think, went off and set up on his own, set up the Black Sheep Brewery, but I think they're all reunited now, if memory serves.
Quite a few tweets to get through as well, folks. Going back to this morning as well because it was so difficult to read the phone.
Here's Fisher in and bowls, and Green will pick up a single here as he plays that to the right of Stephen Patterson at mid-on. 95 for 7. Green moves on to 4.
Mighty Mariners says he's keeping an eye on this as well as the Northern Diamonds. Not as much sand on the pitch as there was at Hampshire, he says. That was with reference to North Marine Road. Ben Crossland, morning JD, he says, I'm enjoying this fascinating contest. I've not got headphones, so sadly won't be listening. What? Ben Crossland? But would be great to meet sometime during the match. Come over for a handshake, Ben. You're welcome to do so. But you're not going to hear that. Depressed as ever says, yes, Thompson makes things happen. As I keep referring to him as the man that does. More in a moment from James Green, but Matthew Fisher is just preparing for the first ball of the over. There's a slight change in the field, and Don Bess is disappearing off out into the deep. Wonder if that's something to do with what he felt when he dived recently, and just maybe hiding him and letting him recover down at long leg for a little while. 4 slips in place.
Here comes Fisher in bowls, and this is a play and a miss from Jack Leach. Went after that. Wasn't anywhere really near the ball. End of that over. 33rd over of the innings. 96 for 7. 5 to Green, 4 to Leach.
I think I just said he prepared for the first ball of the over. Of course, it was the last. James Green says, hi, Jonathan. The emergence of Hill, along with the continued progress of Thompson this season, has made the bowling department very competitive. I think Revis and Leach, that's Dom Leach, not Jack, also have shown promise in this area as well. Interested to know which bowlers are out of contract at the end of the season. Yeah, good question that. I don't know off the top of the head. I know Gary Balance has come to the end of his contract this year. Grumpy Git says it was looking okay at 45 for 2. The question really is why our batting unit can't bat. That's Somerset, obviously. Deja vu all over again, he says, as Jordan Thompson makes his way in from the Trafalgar Square end and driven at here by Ben Green, who gets a thickish inside contact on it, diverts it out towards mid-wicket where it's fielded.
A comfortable single there.
He goes on, Grumpy Git. When do We Are Somerset collapses become change of coaching consideration? Somerset, this has to stop. Yorkshire lad says, looks like at this rate I'll be on the Scarbados beach for 2 days as Yorkshire run through a sorry-looking Somerset side. Green pushing forward to Thompson here into the leg side, no run.
Yeah, I think Somerset are very short. The Somerset's batsmen are very short of confidence after what happens against Notts and earlier in the season as well. It's just not there at the moment.
Steve Tancock says, looking at the scores around the country, batting first doesn't look such a clever decision. Never easy, is it, Steve, in September? With your 10:30 starts, Thompson is into Green, who drops it into the offside, no run. Mighty Mariners follows up with that earlier tweet about the Northern Diamonds, saying they batted first and made 135 for 6 from their 20. Thanks for the update. I think we're up to date for now, but it's at Ant Gibb, at Sammy D767, at Jonathan Doige, and at Kevin Howells 16, and I can't remember what the rota says. Oh, me and you are getting kicked off in a few minutes. Yeah. Good delivery here from Thompson. It was full, and Green gets in a little bit of a tangle. Looks like he's playing it through the leg side, but it gets a thick outside edge to Bess at point. No run. It's much more pleasant now in the box in the sense that the sun's not shining straight through the window. So although we get the benefit of a bit of warmth, we're not glaring and glowering and squinting as we were this morning. Thompson over the wicket to Green, another good delivery. It's there or thereabouts, just got to keep asking the batsman to play.
tweet, a sort of comment on Somerset batting. Mike Kurzweil says, as Fred Truman used to say when an opponent came out from the pavilion, don't bother shotting that gate, lad.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that on last week's broadcast. You'll not be out there long enough, type of thing. Thompson then in again to Green. He's over the top of that one, plays it safely up to mid-off where Willie feels it's the end of over number 34, and Somerset 96 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Yeah, not quite so much threat from the bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. Played reasonably comfortably that over by Ben Green. Has a chat with his batting partner. Jack Leach, of course, historically has come in number 11 for Somerset and indeed, of course, for England, but been promoted to number 8 on the strength of his batting performances this season. He needs to justify that now. 4 slips for company. Matthew Fisher with the ball in hand, around the wicket to the left-handed Leach, who, I'm not sure whether he got an edge on that. It wasn't taken cleanly, and it's given as buys. So it was just sharp movement that was too much for Jack Leach and too much for Harry Duke as well. And that's the Somerset 100 on the board. Just a ripple of applause around the ground, which suggests that that Yorkshire folk are generous when it comes to applauding their opponents, and B, that there are a few up here from Somerset enjoying Scarborough, even if they're not much enjoying the cricket so far.
They'll applaud good cricket up here, lad.
Here comes Fisher in bowls, and this is angled in on the misfield, and they almost Stephen Patterson was almost kidding them on there, which of course you're not allowed to do now in cricket. You're not allowed to feign a misfield. He didn't do it deliberately, just didn't pick it up cleanly, but it went forward rather than backward. So
I was never comfortable with that feigning of the misfield, were you?
No. This is edged, and a brilliant catch by Adam Lythe at second slip. That went high and fast away to his left, and he leapt for it and plucked it out of the air left-handed. He is left-hander, of course, but still a brilliant catch, and that's the end of Jack Leach. 100 for, I'm losing track, is that 100 for 8 now?
It is, yeah. Yeah, superb catch, as you say, Adam Lythe. Talking about him earlier in the day in terms of the numbers of catches he's taken in the slips, and he is a very good grabber, and it was travelling that. It was the length, wasn't it, that Matthew Fisher bowled. He threw it right up there once again, inviting the batsman to drive, and it's hard to tell precisely, but we know about the bounce on this pitch. It doesn't seem to be quite as steepling from this P-Zone Park end of the ground, but still, if it's just a marginal little bit of extra bounce than you're normally used to, then you are in a little bit of danger, aren't you, playing it just on the up. But it really did rock it to Lythe, and as Ant described it, tremendous catch. 100 for 8.
Josh Davey, the latest Somerset lamb to the slaughter. He can bat, can Josh Davey. He got 75 not out against Leicestershire. That was on a pretty dead pitch at Taunton. This is a very different kettle of fish here at Scarborough. This pitch very much alive. Plenty of bounce, a little bit of movement. Good cricket pitch, one would think, but Somerset haven't been able to find the key to scoring runs on it. See Somerset's director of cricket, Andy Hurry, sitting down below. He must be a very disappointed man. He was talking about how Somerset would have to bounce back, and he wasn't going to make wholesale changes. He had every confidence in this group of players, etc, etc, etc. Well, I'm afraid this group of players this morning have not repaid his confidence in them. It's been the same old story. So here's Fisher to Davey. He's in and bowls, and Davey plays that firmly back down the ground, and that will go run away for 4 runs, I think. Fielder in hot pursuit, but it's vain pursuit as he disappears behind the sight screen down below us. So Josh Davey off the mark with 4.
Yeah, nicely played. David Willey was the man giving chase. Good athlete, David Willey, but he wasn't for catching that once it had passed the stumps at the bowler's end. Always racing away from the fielder. Positive start anyway for him.
Yeah, but he is good down the ground, is Josh Davey. Waits now, bat raised, fishes in and bowls and gets in behind it. Ball that bounces a little bit on him. He's fundamentally a good player, Josh Davey. It's his shot selection that sometimes lets him down. He could. What is he, coming in number 10, isn't he? He's better than that. Outside the off stump, no shot from Davey. Lets that go through to Harry Duke. So a successful over for Matthew Fisher, who now has 3 for 18 in 7 overs.
Yeah, just had a little burst this morning and has switched ends and has clearly met with some success with these 2 most recent wickets since the lunch break. So Yorkshire have continued. You do tend to get, of course, in most. We've got some juice being spilled on the microphone down there, just over the edge of the box. That's a wet microphone. But we got the full sound effects of the juice being poured. Anyway, it's always nice. Just unfortunately on the microphone.
It'll survive.
It might. It all adds to its character, I suppose. Something like that. Here's Thompson from the Trafalgar Square end, and he's bowling here to Green, who flicks it into the leg side where Gary Balance fields at mid-wicket. And there is no runs. 3 slips in place here. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Fisher down at long leg. Who's going to find some runs? Can anybody get to the quarter-century mark in this Somerset innings individually? 24 scored by 2 players. Nazar Ali and James Hildreth. Green is beaten by 1 here from Thompson. Felt that.
I think that hurt.
Yeah.
It's hit him on his left glove. Jammed it against the bat handle. It's Jonathan rescuing the effects microphone.
And there we go. It is pretty wet. Many to go to Specsavers, I think. Kept missing. Is a good delivery from Thompson, which balloons out but drops just short of Bess at point. Thickish outside edge. Danger time again for the batsman, but he's survived on this occasion. Might be that be just a bit of luck that he needs to kick on here.
Yes. Still the odd ball bouncing more than that's 2 in succession. The first one took him on the glove. That one almost had him out leading edge to backward point.
Here comes Jordan Thompson once more. This one is aimed wide of off stump and is able to leave that. Harry Duke having to go a long way, eventually stops that between Tom Kohler-Cadmore at first and Adam Lyth at second slip.
He's having a busy day, Harry Duke, isn't he? Yeah. Flinging himself around all over the place, doing a somersault there.
Wonder what the banter is at slip today. I used to enjoy fielding at slip. You know, when you're sociable, chat away between deliveries. Thompson in, and that's run down wide of the cordon through third man, and looks likely to be, in fact is, 4 runs, as signalled by Tim Robinson. So boundary to finish the over, 108 for 8.
I'll do one more over before handing over to Sam. Looks as if the clouds are beginning to to break up. It's not quite so warm this afternoon. It's quite a fresh breeze sprung up. Sea breeze. As Jonathan is disentangling himself, and Kevin Howells will be coming in to replace Jonathan Deutsch. So we'll have a a double change it will be. So Matt Fisher is going to bowl another over, which will be his 9th, 3 for 19 he has. He's in and bowling to Josh Davey, who lets that one go through. An away swinger to the right-hander. Tea room on the far side of the ground with some orange and black parasols outside. It's be a nice place to sit and watch the cricket, quite sheltered there as well from this southeasterly breeze, bringing the warm air up from southern Europe. Fisher's in and bowls full-length delivery to Davey, who digs it out, and it's well stopped by Stephen Patterson, plunging to his left at mid-on. Welcome back, Kevin.
If you at any time this afternoon, okay, any time between now and you want to put a sweater on.
I've got a sweater. I've got a sweater.
I'm not. I won't say a thing about your earlier jibes. Okay,
you've got about 4 layers on.
No, that's just my weight. Thank you.
Here's Fisher in and bowls, and Josh Davey shoulders arms. I suppose those of you who come from up north are used to the prevailing weather conditions up here.
You always carry a layer more than you really need, or you think you need.
It's different for us soft southerners, you know.
No, southerners. Just leave it at southerners. You're not soft. Just southerners.
Here's Fisher bowling to Josh Davey. He's in and bowls, and Davey gets one that does bounce from the Peashone Park end, and just backs away from it, lets it go through shoulder height to wicketkeeper Duke. What do you make of this Somerset batting performance then?
Okay, I think it's a mixture of everything. It's not the greatest, but I think the bowling has been very good. I actually think, although that you can say that a lot of these have gone straight to field, I think the catching has been really good. I think it's been all-round really good display by Yorkshire, of which Somerset haven't had an answer. Fair enough. Fisher
in and bowls, and appeal for LBW given after some thought. Up went the umpire's finger. He must have been thinking about height, because Matt Fisher is a tall bowler and there's plenty of bounce in this pitch. But having thought about it, he decided that would have clipped the bails, and that's the 9th Somerset wicket to go down with a score on 108.
Yeah, I think it was high, and certainly Josh was looking back at his pad as if to say, surely height, and maybe even sort of looking at the movement. I don't know. Anyway, and I also understand, Anthony, that you're looking at this as well, and rightly so, in the context of what has gone before, and it shouldn't be 108 for 9. Of course it shouldn't be. Of course it shouldn't be. But Hampshire 89 for 9. Not 107 for 2, but if you go down, I'll just do some quick. I think we're around about now 3 hours minus the lunch break. We are about 3 hours into a day's cricket with around about just under 50 wickets having fallen up and down the country. Yeah. It's not, to me, it's a very bad looking scorecard at the moment. Almost depressing.
Yeah,
almost
it's not
depressing.
Good, is it? It's
because we all know what's going on, and the ultimate loser, because England are paramount in the way that things are looked at, the ultimate loser will be county cricket if they don't sort it out.
I know. I just don't understand why we can't produce better pitches for 4-day county cricket. I mean, the game's over. It should last for 4 days.
Well, because everybody wants points, they want wins. I mean, you can't even say it's to avoid relegation this year. You can't even offer that. There's a reason. But anyway.
Right, Marchant de Lange. Well, he only knows one way to play. Here's Fisher in and bowls to him, and that's up in the air, and is dropped. He's dropped by Dom Bess of all people at backward point. and he picks up 2 runs. 110 for 9 at the end of the over. Well, Somerset nearly all out, not quite. He escapes.
I love that. He only knows one way to play, and that's the way.
I'll make way for Sam Dalling.
Stick the batter. So let's go through the scores. Make of it what you will. Derbyshire, Leicestershire 103 for 1. Glamorgan all out, the lowest score against Durham, 97 all out at Durham. Gloucestershire already out in the morning session away to Essex for 76. Essex at 21 for 1 in reply that game at Chelmsford. We have Worcestershire 119 for 8 away to Kent. Surrey at 71 for 4 against Northamptonshire. Tom Taylor taking 3 of those wickets. Hampshire now 89 all out away to Warwickshire, and that includes Will Rhodes 5 for 23, Liam Norwell 2 for 13, Craig Miles 2 for 25, and also a wicket there for Chimar Holder. First ball this next over, and just guided away through to the keeper. Again, they're going up for everything here at the moment. And it's, as I say, it's not particularly clever looking, to be perfectly frank with you. That's my opinion, at least. If you have yours, well, by all means pass them on either to BBC Cricket or at Kevin Howell 16 on Twitter. Nottinghamshire 107 for 2 against Lancashire. Slater made 8. Duckett's now out for 29. Sam Northeast on 27. Clark. And a little nick on that. No, just a little bit of movement away, though. Some terrific bowling from Willie again, just going sliding across. So, yeah, that's the situation. Don't be too grumbly about it all, because I really ought not to be. But if you take a look at those cards today up and down the country and you think that's acceptable and you think that's okay, you and I will have to agree to disagree. And you can't really take this in isolation, but we're going to, because this is the game we're watching. It's the game between Yorkshire and Somerset, and it's Yorkshire's Willie is in and bowls and falls just short of third slip, very nearly all out. 110 for 9 is the Somerset score at the moment. Abel made 2, Lammonby 8, Hazard 24, Hazard Ali, of course, that is. Hildreth made 24, Bartlett 4, Davis 15, Banton failed to score, Leach 4, Davey 4. Ben Green is not out somehow on 9, and Langer somehow not out on 2. And Willie in and bowls, and again looking to follow it, and very nearly gets a nick through to the keeper. We've got this attacking field, of course, of 3 slips plus a gull wandering around thinking what's going on. Is it time for everybody to throw away their chip cartons yet? Not quite yet, Mr. Gull or Mrs. Gull. They will arrive in quite large numbers before the day is out, which of course you get at Taunton as well. You get plenty of visits from the birds. As we see Willie in bowling, and gets some decent bat on that, actually pushes it on the offside of straight. They'll go through for, I should say, settle for 2, and they do. So the score moves to 112 for 9 now, and Green on to 11. It has got a bit chilly, but still it's a nice scene here. We're looking out on, I say, predominantly light skies and light cloud with a bit of blue around, but the breeze has got a little bit stronger now as the day has gone on. Bless you, sir or madam down there, a bit of a cough and a cold, I'd like to hear that. So see Willie in the bowls and played square for no run to finish off that over. So 112 for 9. So there we are. Sam, bring some cheer, because I don't know, I had a very nice lunch, but somehow I've started all grumpy this afternoon. Oh, just hold on a second, we can't hear you.
Now we can hear me. I had a beautiful walk around the ground. First time here, as I mentioned a bit earlier. Had a bit of pizza with a couple of friends. I got an email suggesting that I was going to be the beneficiary of £3 million. All I needed to do was respond to that email, and they would transfer the money to my account.
So you didn't get back to me, so it's gone to somebody else now.
Well, I was going to do it a bit later. I didn't realise there was a time deadline on it. So Fisher then is going to continue. He's been the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers thus far. Marchant, Delanger on strike. He's going to swing, and it's going to go over, up. There's 3 slips all chasing out. He's going to go over first slip. He's going to get a boundary. That's the way Marchant, Delanger bats. He swings from the hip, and that one, it kept both slips and Don Best at backward point interested, but ultimately it's raced away for 4 runs. He may as well try and get on with it. I mean, everyone else has has come and gone pretty briefly. Somerset looks set unless De Lange picks up a few quick runs here for the third innings in a row. No one's going to have made more than 36 for Somerset. Just the 1/2 century partnership in 3 innings now for them. But credit to Yorkshire, they've bowled brilliantly. Matthew Fisher, who's been around a while now, it's in 2015 he was the youngest, one of the youngest players to play for Yorkshire, hampered by injuries, but he's certainly not been hampered by anything so far today. He's into De Lange, who gets in behind that one, pushes it into the offside. They'll scramble through for a single. Bowler does the fielding there. The ring tends to just go back slightly with March and De Lange. He does hit a hard ball. Ben Green on to strike now. Does a little bit of gardening. Any particular reason you started this afternoon, Grumpy, Kevin?
Yeah, look at all those scorecards.
Yeah, too many wickets.
45, nearly 50 wickets gone in 2.5 hours. That's ridiculous, unacceptable.
It's an odd one because the pitch doesn't seem to, there's a little bit of uneven bounce and there's a bit in it for the seamers, but it's not a terrible pitch by the looks of things. As Fisher comes into Green, who gets forward and defends it solidly.
This is a Scarborough pitch with plenty of pace and bounce, and Somerset haven't really coped with it very well against a very consistent bowler. They've not given them anything, have they?
No, not. So when you expect that from Patterson, but the other guys have all been spot on.
All been spot on. So, as I say, on one hand, can you take this game in isolation? No, you can't really, because it's part of a pattern around the country. But I'm not being particularly grumpy about this game. I'm just talking about the whole picture in the country.
As Fisher comes in to bowl to Ben Green, free slips in, and Ben Green gets forward solidly and pushes it to David Willey, who will do the fielding at mid-off. We haven't seen Dom Bess yet. No need for a spinner, not even that token over before lunch, because the seamers have just done. Even George Hill coming in as a third change bowler has picked up 2 for 12. They've just, as you said, barely given them a bad ball.
So you've got batters who maybe should be doing better up and down the country, but clearly you must have got pitches which are out for results and that sort of thing. And you know, I understand why, but
difficult as Fisher comes in again. Oh, it beats the outside edge of Ben Green. Harry Duke tumbles away to his left. It swung very late. Ben Green did well not to get a nick on that. Harry Duke, he's covered as much ground as anyone else, I think, behind the stumps today. So a fair bit of late swing. He's had to move those little legs either side. He's kept really tidily as well, hasn't he?
Look, I can say this at 5'5" or 5'6" myself. The little ones, you always notice them move a little bit more than the others. And we just briefly, we saw him make his debut, Rose's match, Lancashire, in the season. We fell in love with him because he's a busy cricketer. He's involved, always involved.
Yes, he's been involved a lot thus far this morning as Fisher bustles in. Green drives towards mid-on. It'll go just to the right of Stephen Patterson, who gets down, tumbles away, stops it, but they do pick up a single to end the over. Somerset 113 for 9. Yeah, he made a half century in that Rose's game, didn't he? What a bit of character.
Yeah, so you think there's a bit of a fighter in him, and you know, Dom Bess, who was the final wicket to go on that, on that last day, and remember Matt Parkinson sort of streaming off and arms in the air. It was a thumping for Yorkshire. However, it felt like a really close contest on that final day, and that was gripping cricket. It really was. Didn't see such gripping cricket at Emirates Old Trafford this week, to be perfectly fair.
No, not quite.
Willey back in and bowls now to Green. Green will push that onto the onside for no run. Still, you've got your three slip fielders. Your backward point. Yes, there is a man. You see him through the press box window there to our right hand side. That's George Hill down there at third man. Then you've got extra cover, and you've got Idon mid wicket, and fine leg. They're still not out from the festival marquee, where they'll still be lunching. A few of them in the deck chairs there, but they'll still be having their lunch. So they'll be on to the Yorkshire regional cheeses by now, I reckon. Next ball bowled, and that's a dive to the right hand side, and there'll be no run. We used to be invited one time a day, although you wouldn't be allowed in. That caper, that's I'm visiting the seaside look.
That's what I was going for. I've obviously perfected the look, though, because you've picked it up straight away.
Yes, you've perfected that look, and I probably wouldn't be allowed in with my jeans, but we used to be allowed in for a bit of free.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It'd be about 3 o'clock that we'd all come streaming out and realise the team had been bowled out for not very many and have to do lots of catching up. Those were the days. David Willey in bowls, and again, a little streaky, but flies down to Fisher down here at fine leg for a single. Green moves to 13. The score to 119 for 9. It was the mention, although it's not there now, of the fellow with a Tamish anter on and a bit of a Scottish look to our left-hand side in the crowd, and it reminded me there was something which, again, you go back in the day for this, but this was quite a mecca of people coming from Scotland to watch cricket, because of course pre-Durham days as well, it was the place where you came to watch your first class cricket if you loved your cricket and you were Scottish and you came from Scotland, and they'd come down for the festival. There'd be quite a lot of Scottish people around enjoying the cricket. David Willey in bowls and just tucks him up a little, De Lange onto the onside, and there'll be no run. Presumably, historically, that still continues with people making the journey. Whether they've been able to for this game, not, I don't know. And with Durham, of course, coming about as well, they don't have to travel so far and haven't for quite some years now.
They might have come down to watch Scottish international Josh Davey.
They may have come down to cheer him on, and that would have been fantastic to think they would do that. But yeah, there's been that link in the past. Sun comes back out for David Willey, coming in from the Trafalgar Square end. In and bowls, and De Lange does well. They'll have to be scampering through quickly for a single, and that they do. 120 for 9 now, and De Lange moves on to 8. Will this turn into a long, frustrating partnership? The last wicket stand. It is hard to see how they will do that, but such is cricket, it can happen.
Yeah, it can. I mean, if they can get it's a no-win really for them. They'll be looking to maybe get 130, 140 if they can somehow get there, make it a little bit more respectable, but even then that's a push.
They'll be delighted at 121 from here, next delivery, and that's played on the onside and for no run, and the end of that over from David Willey as well. So it's 120 for 9, and Somerset elected to bat first, and they've not made a good job of it. You can put all the reasoning on a lively pitch against a good, consistent, disciplined bowling attack, which really has asked virtually a question every delivery. There's not been a lot that's been there to be struck cleanly, and I think backed up with some really good fielding as well. So some catches and that sort of thing. But Somerset will not be happy with this score because they know it shouldn't be as bad as this. Nowhere near.
No, and Jonathan Doidge was saying earlier it was almost a complete performance down at the Ageas Bowl. Just came that one wicket away from what would have been a perfect start to this Division 1, the County Championship, and they've carried on that good form this morning, and they've been led by Matthew Fitcher, who's going to come into Martin De Lange, who heaves him over mid-on. Has it gone all the way? No, it's gone one bounce down to the boundary towards the coffee bar here. Martin De Lange will free his arms. He won't worry too much about the game situation. He will just play the way he normally does. He made a first-class 100 last year for Glamorgan. It was one of the quickest in Glamorgan colours, so when he hits a ball it certainly does stay hit. Matthew Fisher won't mind too much. He's got 3 wickets so far, 4 wickets in fact, so he needs one more for a fifer, and he's going to come in to De Lange, who's going to go again. Same shot, same result this time. Has he gone all the way? Are the umpires having an even better result from Martin De Lange's perspective? He's hoiked that one into the leg side. It's gone all the way for 6. So he's having a little bit of fun out there. That will at least bring a smile onto the faces of Somerset fans for a small period of time anyway.
And everybody who wants to see a little bit with the bat today.
Well, maybe not Matt Fisher. He might be the only man not smiling as he chases a 5-foot. 3 slips still in for Martin De Lange. We've had those 2 boundaries. What's he going to do this time? Tries to work it away onto the offside this time. Almost backed away from it a little bit. Goes straight to Don Bess, who does the fielding at backward point and throws it to David Willey, who's charged with looking after the ball. Still a good crowd in. Plenty of people there with big queues for everything for lunchtime. Some good shops in the ground as well. There's some good kind of retro merchandise. Lots of old World Cup stuff.
Is there?
Plenty of Wisden annuals in boxes.
I only tend to notice the food stalls.
Ah, okay. Well, that was a one-track mind for the time being. As Fisher comes in, Martin De Lange plays a similar shot out into the offside and doesn't get a run this time. Just trapped him for room a little bit there, Fisher. It's a good comeback.
He did, but just a brief mention about things that people can see from one of the very well-known bat manufacturers. They're actually giving displays on making cricket bats up there as well, which is I've not actually seen a cricket ground before.
No, I wandered past that actually. I wondered what was going on there. There was a bit of a crowd around it.
That's outside the shop here in the ground, so I thought it was a nice touch.
Yeah, I might go and have a look. A little bit later on, as Fisher then continues to Langer, who heaves. It was short. It's heaved away. I think he's going to get another boundary. There is a man posted at deep square leg, but he's not going to be able to cut it off, and it's going to be the third boundary of the over so far. Marcin de Langer, he moves on to 22 off 10 balls. Always one to keep the strike rate up, Marcin de Langer.
He's the sort of cricketer I love.
It's fun to watch, isn't he?
Yeah. Must be annoying though sometimes. Yeah. No, what am I on about? Look, he ain't going to come off every time, put it that way, but he's great to watch.
He is great to watch. We'll see him again. Fisher goes forward and bowls him. He's got a fifer. He's gone for the 3 boundaries, but Matthew Fisher has come back with a Yorker. He's picked up 5 wickets. Somerset have been bowled out for 134 of just 42 overs. Wow. Matthew Fisher's bowled superbly, Yorkshire have bowled superbly, but once again Somerset's batting has undone them. Azir Ali and James Hildreth, the only 2 to make it into the 20s. They both made 24, but Kevin, for Somerset fans, that's a pretty sorry reading that score card. Yorkshire fans, on the other hand, will be absolutely delighted with the first few hours of this game.
Emphasis on the first few hours of this game. If you're a Yorkshire supporter, you're backing and you're hoping your batters will do a better job, but you've always got to be a bit mindful. You know, there's stuff here for the bowlers to work with on this pitch for me. You know, there's bounce and there's lift and there's carry. You know, there's stuff, you know, to work with. The bit I think would upset Somerset supporters more is seeing Yorkshire bowl like this and knowing you haven't got Craig Overton. Sadly, you haven't got Lewis Gregory. But maybe, as Matthew Fisher leaves the field with the ball in hand, and rightly so, let's just give Matthew and the Yorkshire bowling attack the credit they deserve. I think they've done really well there today. That might be a stating the obvious with the team bowled out for 134, but they didn't get carried away. I've seen bowling attacks who, with this sort of pitch condition and everything, have got carried away and almost done too much. They put it there in the right places, made it do the right things, caused some aggro, catches were taken, and Somerset are in the position they were in. But if you're a Yorkshire supporter, there's got to be just a little bit of a voice in the back of your mind saying, we think our lads can do better, but...
Well, I don't know if it was in the back of the mind. I was sat out there a little bit earlier on. I think when that flurry where Somerset lost 3 wickets on with the score on 68, and there were some Yorkshire fans behind went, wow, our lads would be 31 for 6 by now, so they're actually doing all right. So.
Typical of should we at this stage, have you got the bowling analysis, maybe go through that in just a second. Can I just outline where teams were in Division 1 ahead of this match and these round of matches? So Warwickshire were top. Remember, points were carried forward from the first phase. So Warwickshire, and with the draw from last week at Lancashire, started this round at 33 points. On 28.5 were Lancashire. Don't ask about the 0.5s, please, but just bear with it. But it does mean that Lancashire were half a point in front of Nottinghamshire. We know what they did last week at Taunton. So they're on 28 points. You then go down to 20.5 for Somerset, Hampshire on 19.5, and Yorkshire, of course, carried through the fewer number of points from the first phase of all the 6 teams. The fewest, they are on 6, or they were on 16.5. You can now add the further 3 to that because of their bowling bonus points this morning. So that's where we're at. That's why the frustration there was for Yorkshire at Hampshire last week, because what with the Nottinghamshire victory over Somerset, and if Yorkshire had managed to complete that victory over Hampshire, it would have turned everything that we started at this phase of the competition right on its head. It didn't quite work out that way, but your expression this morning was it threw it open again, and that's quite right. Yeah,
it did for the neutral. It just tightened it up. It got rid of the teams that had advantages coming into it. For Somerset in particular, they lost their advantage. But what a superb morning for Yorkshire's bowling. Matthew Fisher, career best figures for him as well in an innings, 5 for 41. He passed 50 first-class wickets in the process. That was his second 5 for David Willey as well. In for Ben Code, he bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. Stephen Patterson, the skipper, was his usual miserly self. Didn't pick up a wicket, but actually needed to bowl 6 overs. A couple of maidens for him, just the 9 runs conceded. Jordan Thompson, a cricketer that makes things happen whenever he is at the crease, either with bat or ball. He bowled 11 overs, picked up 2 for 36 with 4 maidens. And George Hill as well, the 5th seamer used, meant Don Bess wasn't even required to bowl his off spin. George Hill opening we'll see him opening the batting. Quite shortly, he bowled 7 overs, picked up 2 for 12, 2 maidens. For Somerset, Tom Abel opened up, the skipper having elected to bat. He hasn't opened for a long time, but effectively most of this season he's been in within the first 6 overs anyway. He made just 2. Tom Lammonby played a couple of nice strokes. He made 8 before David Willey dismissed him. Azhar Ali looked the pick of the Somerset batters. I thought he made 24 and was looking assured, slightly unlucky to be bowled. James Hildreth 2, made 24. George Bartlett came and went for 4. Steve Davies 15, a couple of those traditional flashy drives through cover for him before falling to Fisher. Tom Banton lasted just the 1 ball. Jordan Thompson getting his wicket. He was caught behind by Harry Duke. Ben Green in for his 2nd game of the season in red ball stuff. He remains unbeaten on 13. Jack Leach made 4. Josh Davey made 4. And Marchant de Lange 22 off just 11 balls at the end at a strike rate of 200.
Lancashire news about Liam Livingstone not playing this week. He's missing this week through illness following his 2nd COVID jab, so a bit of a reaction there. But there's no Matt Parkinson in the team either. They will go through the scores around the country in a few moments' time. Just a reminder for those that are listening and following on the BBC website, you've got the live text service today, so please have a look at what's going on there. They will try and put into context what is happening around the country. The crazy day of wickets falling that we're seeing today. And also, of course, they'll be really pleased to hear from you if you'd like to join in with your thoughts as to whether you think, hey, cut out all the grumpiness, this is fast cricket, it's happening cricket, and therefore we're enjoying it. Well, please let Joseph and Gary know if that's the case or not, as the case may be, at hashtag BBC Cricket, and the best of your comments will be put up there. And the really, I think, really important thing about this is that whilst for many of us, we have to concentrate on Division 1 because it's the title race. It therefore follows it is the most important story as who's going to become champion county. They're giving equal billing to all the Division 2, all the Division 3 matches, so you can follow all those, including, I see, Essex reduced to 22 for 2. Alistair Cook out for 15. Now you, I look at you with all your county cricket knowledge and all your chat about it. Where are we on to Alistair at the moment? Is he keeping us waiting for next year in terms of whether or not he's going to carry on? I think this is his final year, isn't it, of his...
Yeah, I think he is in the last year of his deal. I think they expect him to sign another one. I think.
Okay.
I can't imagine they're pressuring him, saying, no, you need to
Let's
sign
today.
this, or otherwise we'll withdraw the offer. A bit like you and your £3 million option. I didn't realise it was only 20 minutes I had to take it up. I suspect Alistair Cook is not getting chased to sign his new contract anyway.
But it hasn't been made known, has it? Or there hasn't been speculation that he's going to... Because he's not that great a summer with the scores, has he? He did say, I think, that he would know when the time was right, that he was perhaps not scoring the runs, not feeling as though he was earning his place in the team, all that sort of thing.
But I wonder if this might not be the year to bow out. I mean, they were disappointed with the way things have gone. Essex not able to defend their county championship or their Bob Willis Trophy title due to the way the divisions have split. I mean, they've started like a house on fire in the Division 2, but that will hurt them, and I suspect Alistair Cook might well fancy another tilt at the title before he finishes.
Okay. Leicestershire 120 for 1 away to Derbyshire. Glorious runs to be had. Isn't it funny how things turn on the head? If there was one place earlier in the summer where you were guaranteed to have a team all out by lunch, it was at Derby, and now all the other matches have gone crazy. At Derby, Leicestershire are 120 for 1. Glamorgan 97 all out against Durham. Durham 14 for no wicket. Essex at 28 for 2 after Gloucestershire were bowled out for 76. Worcestershire have been bowled out for 133 in their game against Kent. Matt Milnes it was earlier taking the wickets. Gilchrist though has taken a 5 for, so Milnes with 4 for 35. Gilchrist 5 for 38. Milnes has been awarded his county cap, I think, today, so well done to Matt Milnes for that, but also to Nathan Gilchrist for his 5 for, and Worcestershire all out for that modest score there at the Spitfire ground. So coverage and commentary of all these matches can be found on the BBC website, don't forget that. Surrey 99 for 4 away to Northamptonshire, so a little bit of a recovery after Tom Taylor took 3 wickets. Nottinghamshire now 137 for 2 against Lancashire. A lot of eyes on Nottinghamshire. A lot of people backing Nottinghamshire now, aren't they? Following last week's, emphatic win, but it just seems as if the story is set up for them because of coming into this season still on the back of that long run, 30-odd games, first-class games without a win. It took them a couple of goes, and then they got the game at Derby. They won that one. It sort of fits. Hampshire all out for 89 against Warwickshire, and we know that Somerset are all out for 134 here at Yorkshire. It's quite amazing. So let's forget the grumpiness just for a little while, just for a short time, to just say these are staggering numbers we're looking at the moment in the wickets column.
Yeah, they really are. Not, I think, perhaps favourites now for the title. They just look a really balanced side. I mean, they swatted Somerset aside, but they bat all the way down. Liam Patterson made a beautiful 100 batting at 8, and I don't think he'll spend much of his career that low down. And Luke Fletcher, I think I saw your tweet suggesting that Luke Fletcher has not yet been named as one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year.
No, I'm not jumping on that bandwagon. You're confusing me with Dave Bracegirdle, which is, I have to admit, something that I might have to take up with you later in the day, because there are certain things you do and you don't do. But it's Luke is Dave's boy, not mine.
Oh, I know,
but it's a great story.
It is a great story, a great character.
I love it. You carry on just a moment, and Dorji's going to come in.
I will do. Somerset are on their way back out there then. It's a little bit overcast now. I'm definitely feeling the chill coming through the window. Somerset without Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory. Overton in particular is their spearhead, and their bowlers are going to have to work well here. They have got Josh Davey, who will take the new ball. He's marking out his run up in front of us. He's been brilliant in the county championship for the Somerset for the last couple of years. They've got Marchant de Lange. Tom Abel will bowl. Ben Green, an all-rounder. Tom Lammonby did bowl a little bit of left-arm seam last week, and then Jack Leach, the left-arm spin, but we haven't seen any spin yet this afternoon. Jonathan Doidge, Yorkshire supporters will be pretty happy with that effort.
Yeah, they are very happy. Speaking to one or two of them. In fact, just been having a chat with Mr. Brooks, just down the side of the pavilion there. Came over to say hello. He's in good spirits, despite the fact that he's been left out of the side today. It's going to be Josh Davey then to start this Yorkshire innings, bowling to Adam Lyth. And Davey into Lyth, who looks a little bit edgy first up, drops that one just out into the gully region, and there's no run.
29 wickets so far this summer.
George Hill, of course, at the non-striking end with Adam Lyth. I've just been round to the Adam Lyth benefit marquee over the way to the left. It is, of course, Adam Lyth's benefit season. I can give you some information as the over unfolds as to what's going on with that. Because Davey is in and Lyth drops that into the leg side, and there is no run. So I've just been speaking to Tracy Buckley, who's looking after Adam Lyth's benefit, along with a committee, of course. And here at Scarborough on Tuesday evening, you'd have to put up with me as the MC, but Adam Lyth has got a Q&A supper. 7 o'clock, there'll be pie and peas served. At 7:30, there will be a Q&A with said Yorkshire opening batsman. And then a quiz at 8:30 as Davey is in. That's misdirected down the leg side, and Lyth misses out. He'll be hoping not to miss out, and he'll probably be hoping that a few runs here might bring him a few extra ticket sales. It's £10 a ticket. I think you need to have had your ticket reserved by the end of Monday's play so that they can get the numbers right for the catering side of things. But Adam Lyth is going to be there with a bit of support as well from Gary Balance, who will also be having a chat with me, as will Matthew Fisher. And of course he'll be cock-a-hoop after his 5 foot already today. So that's what's going on. There's a tent here on the ground. Davey is in and Lyth solidly behind that one. They've got the various brochures and caps and ties on sale. I think they've had some Joe Root autographed bats as well, but they've already run out today. And I said, dear me, that's pretty poor ordering, isn't it, if you've ordered too few. £10 a go to get a Joe Root autographed bat, and they're sold out. Adam Lyth, who's played lots of cricket here, of course, over the years. Well used to batting on this ground, and he's trying to pull this Davey delivery. I think it might have hit the thigh pad. Let's just check in on what the umpire says. Yeah, it's the first run of Yorkshire's response. Leg by. Davey going to switch to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed George Hill.
Adam Lyth has scored more runs against Somerset than against any other opponent. 1,435 runs at an average of 41, with 3 centuries and 10 50s.
Yeah, good player. started the season like a house on fire. He was always unlikely to maintain that, as Davies' next delivery, last ball of the over, is run out into the cordon. Good diving stop there. And there is no run. Edward Harland has emailed in. You can do that on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, I think we'll rue the lost 8 points versus Hampshire. Warwickshire stifling Hamps at the moment. Whatever that means, stifling. I've heard that before.
Skittling, I think.
Skittling, all right.
It's a typo for.
George Hill coming through as a great all-rounder. Last sound effects just sent me to the loo. Yeah, that was the gentleman beneath our feet pouring his juice into his cup and all over the microphone.
And talking of Adam Lyth, I'm indebted to Steve Pittard of the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, better known as Eli's, for the information that Adam Lyth needs 31 runs to become the highest scoring batsman against Somerset in the 21st century.
Excellent.
He will overtake Chris Adams.
He passed 10,000 championship runs last week. He passed 10,000 runs down at Somerset. I seem to recall doing an interview with him back in the 2019 Champo game between the sides. And he's passed the 11, I think, since then.
Well,
10,000
he's
in the
on
championship.
strike now, and Marchant de Lange is coming down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and that one's wide of off stump, taken by Stephen Davis. We've got 3 slips. James Hildreth at first slip, Tom Abel at second slip, and I think that is Tom Banton at third. I'm 100% certain.
He wasn't going to die wondering with the bat, was he, Marchant?
No, he wasn't. That's the way he plays. Here he comes. He's in and bowls. Oh, and this one moves sharply off the seam. We're getting a very good view of Marchant de Lange bowling to the left-hander, because with the angle that he's bowling, angling across the left-hander, it's almost directly in our line. He's got a forward short leg. That's Tom Banton. De Lange in and bowls, and again, big swing after that. Went past the bat, but much too wide. De Lange bowling over the wicket to the left-hander to make the most of the angle that's created, but he needs to start it straighter. Here he comes, wind behind him as well, so pace like fire. He's down the hill. Oh, and my goodness me, that one takes off. But he's just not got his line right at the moment. Maybe bowling a little bit short as well. Adam Lyth goes down and gives the pitch a prod about, well, not quite halfway down, but certainly 3/8 of the way down.
Jack Brooks, who I was just talking to at the side of the pavilion there, he said that he has had words with his Somerset colleagues about bowling, what length to bowl on this pitch.
De Lange is in and bowls. Well, it's obviously not doing the trick. Well, it's more line than length that's been the problem with De Lange. He just has a word, friendly word, with Adam Lyth. He's a cheerful chap. His Marchant de Lange doesn't take life too seriously, doesn't take cricket too seriously, I don't think, sometimes. As you can see by the way he batted. Here he comes again. Strong man. In and bowls. Oh, this is betting. It's gone! Gone off the shoulder of the bat. Through to Stephen Davis. And Adam Lyth hangs his head, whether in disappointment or in disagreement, I'm not sure. But that was a terrific delivery from Marchant de Lange. He did get his line right on that occasion. It lifted and I think just took the shoulder of the bat. And that's the first Yorkshire wicket. 1 for 1. Lyth gone.
Yep, and I don't think there's any disagreement from Adam Lyth in terms of whether he hit it or not. I think it was just disappointment. He's on his home patch here. It's his benefit year. He wanted to come up with some first innings runs. He's just been struggling in the back half of the season. And there he is, gone for a duck on his home ground. But I've got to say, that was as good a delivery as we've seen bowled all day. It was quick. It was in that area when you know, even when you're playing well, it's hard to turn down offering the bat at that. It was tight lines, maybe just about fourth stump, might have even been slightly tighter than that towards off stump. It's not really, you can't really have a go at the batsman for playing a poor shot there.
No.
You credit the bowler, he's got some real pace, he's got some kick off the pitch, and sometimes you just got to shrug your shoulders and say, well, you know, that's a good delivery, and that was.
It was a terrific delivery. Pace and bounce and movement. I would guess that pitched about middle stump, and Adam Lyth had to play at it. And perhaps the fact that De Lange had been bowling the first 5 all outside the off stump, Adam Lyth having nothing to do with them. There was just the element of surprise as well of getting that straight one. Davian and bowls outside the off stump. That was the end of the over.
Apologies, not keeping up. I was trying to make the notes from what's just happened. But Yorkshire have lost their first one then, and it just shows you. And I think, as I said to you earlier on, when you were a bit gloomy after they lost those 3 or 4 quick wickets, both sides have got a bat on this yet. So, what can Yorkshire produce? George Hill waits for the second delivery of this over. There's going to be another change in the field here, and you would imagine that they're going to really try and crank up the pressure on the youngster, and that's looking like it's the case. 4 slips in place, and now we have a man coming in under the helmet.
Under the helmet.
Point, as well as extra cover come mid-off, some bit of a halfway house between the two. Big gap through the covers being offered, long leg mid-on, so a big gap through mid-wicket as well, as Davey is in and Hill. He's not an easy character to ruffle from what we've seen so far. George Hill, quite a measured, cool, calm and collected sort of a young man, and he's happy to just push that back down the pitch to Davey. So much work to do as well for the Tykes here with the bat. It's never a done deal, is it? When one side scores low, there's a temptation to think, oh, I'm going to go in there and get a big lead here. Fast scoring ground. Davey is in. That starts a little bit too wide of off stump, and despite the yelps in the cordon that you might have heard there, it wasn't nearly close to being a wicket. Hill able to leave it. So 1 for 1. He'll take his time, will George Hill. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is the new man out there in the middle, of course. Batting at number 3. He's been opening for most of the season, dropped down to 3 at the Ageas Bowl last week, which was more, I think, a statement about how well George Hill has taken to the opening batting role, rather than any major slight on Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Certainly that's what the club was saying anyway, as Davies' next delivery into Hill is just worked through mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The slips are James Hildreth at first, Tom Abel at second, Jack Leach at third, and Tom Lammonby at fourth. Which means I think that Azhar Ali must be down at long leg. We've got Ben Green at backward point, George Bartlett at mid-off, Tom Banton at forward short leg.
Davey pushes off from the P-zone park end, away from our commentary position. That's another good delivery, roundabout off stump, and maybe a little bit of nibble in off the pitch. Hill plays it relatively comfortably. Get in touch on @AntGib or @Jonathan Doidge. BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Davey receives the ball back. That cricket hum continues. Get a bit of conversation on the effects mic in the background out there. There's a good delivery from Davey again. It's full. That's a good length to bowl on this pitch. I've got to say, George Hill was happy to play just inside the line, and no major alarms for the Yorkshire batsmen there either, but that's the sort of length the Somerset bowlers want to be bowling if they're going to have Yorkshire in trouble, and they've made a good start. 1 for 1 after 3 overs, Yorkshire.
And Adam Lyth will have to wait until the second innings to to try and overtake Jimmy Adams, it should be. Hampshire's Jimmy Adams, not Sussex's Chris Adams, as the highest scorer against Somerset this century. He still needs 31 runs to overtake Jimmy Adams. We're going to have a second over from Marchant de Lange. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Tom Kohler-Cadmore. With 3 slips and a forward short leg. He's in and bowls. And Kohler-Cadmore defends, and there's a loud cry from the far end of the ground, which I couldn't quite pick up.
I think somebody shouted freedom for tooting. Citizen Smith style.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. Lots of noise from the Somerset fielders at the moment. Here comes Marchant de Lange down the hill. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Kohler-Cadmore.
Just an early heads up, by the way. When you hear some cue, we've got a 2:30 update to do.
Right, fine. Still some cloud cover here. No sun at the moment. Fresh breeze blowing into our commentary box and blowing in the sails of Marchant de Lange. He plays that to forward short leg. It's hard to separate the shouts of the players from the shouts from around the ground. But it's very lively here. It's a lively pitch, lively crowd, and a very spicy game of cricket at the moment. Somerset bowled out for 134. Yorkshire 1 for 1. De Lange is in and bowls. This is played off his hip along the ground to Tom Banton, who got a first baller here this morning. There's people on Twitter wondering why Tom Banton retained his place at the expense of Lewis Goldsworthy. It must have been a close run thing between the pair of them. As far as I know, there's nothing wrong with Lewis Goldsworthy. But Banton got his chance and failed to take it. De Lange in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who gets on top of the bounce, plays it down into the onside. He's not managed to extract the same degree of bounce against the right-hander Marchant de Lange as he did against Adam Lyth in that first over.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 89 last week, scored over 100 runs in the match. 89 is the highest first-class score for him of this season. In fact, it was the first time he'd made 50 in a first-class knock. So that's been much talked about on our broadcast, as you might imagine.
Here comes de Lange. He's there in bowls, and Kohler-Cadmore. TKC, as he is known, he of course made a century against Somerset at Headingley the last time these two sides played each other, in that big Yorkshire first innings of 520, which was enough to earn them an innings victory against Somerset. 1 for 1 is the score. We've had 3 overs.
Yeah, there haven't been huge scores on this ground in recent years. My sort of trial game that I did here in 2018 against Worcestershire was a high-scoring game. If you were from Worcester anyway, Moeen Ali got 200 on his own. Davey into Hill. There's a bit of nip off the pitch and a stifled appeal. It was always going down. Sun's just gone in for the moment. But it's a fine scene as always when I walk round to the Adam Lyth testimonial gazebo. You can see away to our right on the popular side, the Peasarn Park end of the ground. Plenty of spectators packed in there. I chat with Steve Thompson, Jordan's dad, on his way past. Davey goes full this time, and it's a good length to bowl. Hill drives it, but no further than the bowler in his follow through. Plenty of shouts of encouragement. The Yorkshire crowd were expecting wickets this morning, maybe not as many as they got, I have to say. Pleasantly surprised, I would imagine. They'll be expecting some runs in response here. And they're not easy to come by at the moment because De Lange and Davy have started well for the visiting side. Here's Davy over the wicket to Hill, who's solidly behind it and pushing back down the pitch. Again, no run. One or two people, I should imagine, just having a little bit of a doze as this afternoon session gets going, having enjoyed their lunch in the marquee. Those deck chairs are way down to the right. Nodding off.
You wouldn't be nodding off with cricket like this. Not in Yorkshire. Might happen in Somerset, but not in Yorkshire.
I bet somebody is down there. I bet there's somebody just struggling to keep those eyes awake. They keep jolting forward and they realise and look around and make sure nobody saw that. As this next delivery from Davy is pushed out to point and there's no run. We have a lone, whatever it is, raven, crow, something like that on the pitch
I don't
down
think it's
to
a
our
raven.
left.
I think it's a crow, isn't it?
Is it? My ornithology is not bad actually. I certainly was pretty good when I was a nipper at the Observer's Book of Birds, but yeah, deciphering one from the other from this distance, I think you're probably spot on. I would have thought a raven would be bigger than that.
Ravens are big.
Yeah. Here's Davy. Meanwhile, from the P-zone park end, Hill plays forward, gets a thick inside edge on it. And there's a bit of a to-do with Tom Banton trying to field that ball from under the helmet. Tripped up, lost his footing. And it's almost unbelievable they've got back for two.
It's not Tom Banton's day, is it?
No.
He put in the slide, and all he succeeded in doing was kneeing the ball a bit further away from him. So he put in another slide, and he's got his cricket trousers all dirty in the process. And the batsman had come back for the second run.
Not entirely sure Josh Davy was too impressed with that. A couple of shakes of the head. Didn't really see the funny side of the bowler because it was going on his analysis, and he's in again to Hill, who pushes up to mid-on where De Lange fields, and that will be the end of Davies' over. 5 gone in this Yorkshire first innings, and in response to Somerset's 134 all out, they are 3 for 1.
Well, apart from the delivery that accounted for Adam Lyth, bat hasn't been beaten, and the ball hasn't really misbehaved. Josh Davies has been accurate, but not particularly threatening. And Marchant de Lange seemed to be getting a lot more out of this pitch when he was bowling to the left-hander than he has to the right-handed Tom Kohler-Cadmore. But persisting with the forward short leg, at 6-7 yards from the bat, here's Marchant de Lange in the bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, who plays it into the onside. And Azhar Ali does the fielding, first bit of fielding that he's been called upon to do. He's at mid-on. George Bartlett at mid-off. And Ben Green at backward point as De Lange is in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore. Drives that to George Bartlett. An extra cover. The sun is about to break through. Won't be directly in our eyes this afternoon. Moving around to the south. It's a very festive. It isn't. Are they calling it a festival, Jonathan?
They still do.
They'd still, yeah. And it is a very festive scene as well. De Lange is in a bowls, and there's an appeal for a catch, but I wasn't convinced as Jack Leach plunged to his left to catch the ball, but I think it came off pad. It didn't sound very wooden, that edge. Wasn't getting very excited, but good piece of fielding.
It was. Tom Kohler-Cadmore did look round, which is often a telltale sign, but he didn't look too perturbed when it ended up in Leach's hands, as if the finger might be raised.
Somerset slip cordon quite close together in echelon. De Lange to Kohler-Cadmore, who turns this into the onside. Think about a single, it's not there. It's Azhar Ali. Fields geeing each other up, the Somerset fielders. They know they must bowl Yorkshire out relatively cheaply to keep themselves in with a chance of pinching a victory that they really must have if they're going to remain in contention for end of season honours. De Lange to Kohler Cadmore, who again is a quick delivery but comfortably dealt with by Kohler Cadmore, who seems to have plenty of time to play his defensive shots. Just got 2 runs to his name. George Hill at the other end, yet to score. We're in the 6th over, 3 for 1. Replying to Somerset's 134. De Lange in and bowls. Appeal for LBW. It'd be from March and De Lange, from no one else. I think there was a bit of bat involved. It was a bit high. And,
Otherwise, plumb.
otherwise, absolutely stone dead. 3 for 1.
The fifer for Matthew Fisher, I'm sure you probably would have picked up on it, but it was his best first-class figures, 5 for 41. So well done to Fish. Only the second time he's taken 5 wickets in a first-class innings, and he was delighted. You could tell when he walked off the field, and he was pretty much mobbed by the man who often opens the bowling with him, Ben Code, who was of course sitting this one out. Here's Davey meanwhile, and that is driven down the ground. That's a very nice way to get off the mark for George Hill. The on drive, such a great signifier of somebody who's got time and ability with the bat, and he was right over the top of that, and just used the natural pace and timing, and he's got 4 runs.
Yeah, half volley from Josh Davey.
So 7 for the loss of 1. Hill off the mark. Scored 71 opening the batting for the first time at Northampton in the win against Northants back in July, that match at the very start of July that we all played, that round. And he waits here, 4 slips wait for a potential opportunity, and he nearly get one there. He's tempted to have a little nibble, but in the end brings the bat inside the line.
Josh Davey had a disappointing game against Notts. In the absence of both Overton and Gregory, he's really the leader of the attack. 1 for 96 in Nottinghamshire's only innings. This after Somerset had put Nottinghamshire in, and there was a fair bit of assistance, bit of swing, bit of seam movement on the first morning, and Somerset seamers didn't take advantage.
Sun shining again at North Marine Road as Davies' next delivery is dropped into the leg side, where Banton this time takes it cleanly at short leg, no run.
Suggestions that he isn't quite the bowler that he can be when he's got Craig Overton operating at the other end.
And that's not to be underestimated, is it? And the value of bowling in partnerships, and some days it's yours and some days it's not, and you still bowl really well, really tight, but you may get wickets from what you're doing at one end.
That's quite right.
Davey. In he comes again. Oh, good delivery this time. That's as good as he's bowled in the innings so far. Has the beating of Hill, who was pushing forward at that.
I hesitate to say this in present company, but it's often suggested that Brian Statham took quite a few of Fred Truman's wickets for him for England.
I can't understand that at all. Not when I was bowling. The finest fast bowler that ever drew breath. Brian Statham, Lancastrian, taking my wickets.
So here's Davey trying to take wickets for Somerset. Not with this delivery though, it's 4. There's too much width, and George Hill was all over that and has smashed it away just in front of point up to the popular side of the ground, the North Marine Road side. So a second boundary for him. I think I said he got off the mark with that previous boundary, but of course it was his 2 that had already been made off the gaff by Banton a couple of overs ago. So he's on to 10 in actual fact, plus a leg bye. That's the 11 for 1 that Yorkshire currently are.
And there you've got Somerset's bowling problems in microcosm. Half volley, really good delivery, no edge. long hop, 4 runs.
Yeah, just a little touch of inconsistency, but there again you go. He's followed that up with a great delivery again, and just passes the outside edge. It's a shocking game, isn't it? If you're a bowler some days, as any of you out there who do that job primarily for your local club will know, you come in and bowl a couple of rip snorters and you get nothing for it, and then the one you get wrong disappears over the rope. We're supposed to do an update at 2:30, but we seem to have been missed. I think it's fairly safe to say. 8 minutes later.
Dear. Martin de Lange's going to bowl another over from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. He's bowling to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's there and bowls. Kohler-Cadmore runs that off an open face down backward of square, and it's fielded there. I think that is Ben Green. Slow going this for Yorkshire. We're in the 8th over, just 11 runs on the board. De Lange is in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, and this time finally beats the bat. That's the first time Martin de Lange has beaten Tom Kohler-Cadmore on the outside edge. Didn't appear to do very much. Kohler-Cadmore just playing defensively down the wrong line, or perhaps anticipating the one that comes back into his pads.
It's going to
held its line.
Going to make it interesting, isn't he, de Lange, with his extra zip? If he does get it there or thereabouts, it's going to be hard to play around about 4th stump.
He's in again and bowls, and defensive shot by Kohler-Cadmore. And Spandau Ballet in my earphones suggests that you're about to do a report, Jonathan.
Yeah, bit of I'll fly for you. I used to like that back in the day. A 1984 hit for the boys from Islington. The summer of '84, and hey, what if we could go back, knowing what we know now? Short ball from de Lange, and Tom Kohler-Cadmore watches that go by. Here we go with the update. I'm giving you a wave, Liz, if you're watching the streaming, but I'm sure you've probably got better things to do. We've got commentator cam on here, you know, at North Marine Road. No ice cream yet, I'm afraid. I've got to say, none of that, but yeah, well, maybe somebody on hearing that might nip down to the ice cream van and get us one. But we're toiling away, as you know, in the commentary box here. It's a tough old life. Yorkshire lost the toss this morning, or rather Somerset won it and decided to bat first. Vital game for both of these sides, having not won in the first round of this Division 1, the sort of conclusion to the season in the Championship. Somerset desperate to get their hands on the title. Yorkshire want another one. And in this game so far, Yorkshire, well, holding the upper hand, because having won the toss, Somerset were bowled out for 134 in just 42 overs, so they're already done and dusted for the first time in the match. Matthew Fisher got his first 5-wicket haul for some time, just his second in first-class cricket, and his best figures, 5 for 41, 2 wickets each for Jordan Thompson and George Hill, and 1 for David Willey, who's back in the side today to replace Ben Coad. So a great start to the match for Yorkshire, who we understand would have bowled anyway had they won the toss. They've already lost local boy Adam Lyth, sadly. It's his benefit year, he's got a gazebo here, they're trying to push that. I'm emceeing a pie and peas supper for him in a couple of nights' time. But unfortunately, he didn't make a run here. He was out when the score was on 1, and he had naught. So they've moved on to 11 for 1 at the moment, with George Hill having made all of Yorkshire's runs scored off the bat so far. He's got 10. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is with him. We'll wait for another ice cream, or wait for an ice cream of any sort to come to us before you next speak to me in a couple of hours, Liz. But I can tell you at the moment, Yorkshire are 11 for 1. There we go, the lovely Liz. Done and dusted. You've missed nothing in terms of scoring during that little update. A couple of deliveries from de Lange and Davey, and it's Davey then continuing from the P-Zone Park end. I think it might be time for me to disappear, is it, at some point soon? I'll just have a quick glance at the rotor that I set out. No idea what I'm doing, because I set the rotor and Can't remember what's going on as Hill turns this next delivery. Just a little bit leg side-ish, and he's knocked it through mid-wicket.
You're on till
single.
240, Jonathan.
Well, that's I've gone then. I should have gone. I'll do this rest of this over, and then Sam can come in. That's fine. I should have gone, but a little bit later than planned for that update. 13 for 1 with that too. 12 of them so far going to Hill. 4 slips are in very close proximity. They pretty much cuddle each other as they stand at the minute. Not sure that'll be going on, but you never know. Davey into Hill, who pushes it to De Lange at mid-on. And we were just saying before the update there about De Lange's pace when he's got the ball in hand. Just rushes onto the batsman. Gets some real kick off the pitch. He could still be a real handful here if he gets a short delivery or two right under the batsman's chin in that armpit area. It doesn't matter who you are, you're going to be in a hurry to try and get something on that. Could find a bit of joy. At the moment though, Davey it is, bowling to Hill, who opens the face and runs it out to point, no run.
I don't think we've had a single bouncer so far today, have we?
No, not a genuine.
I can't think of a batsman ducking underneath a bouncer. I mean, there have been one or two that have bounced from just short of a length, but none really dug in.
Does De Lange take wickets with that sort of delivery?
He can do, yeah. His Yorker is probably his best delivery, but a Yorker on this pitch is a bit wasted. I think a good full length is the way to bowl.
Davey in again. And solidly behind it, George Hill. And there's no run.
The sort of length that De Lange bowled to Adam Lythe, which was on a good length. He had to play at it, and it just bounced enough to take the shoulder of the bat.
Hill, who made 31 and 55 down at the Ageas Bowl last week. Encouraging signs for somebody who's not really used to being an opening batsman. The last ball of the over pushed back to Davey by him. So, end of the over, 8 gone, 13 for 1. Time for me to step out and Sam to come in.
That's Jonathan Deutsch from BBC Radio Leeds and the BBC's Yorkshire stations. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset. And I will shortly be joined by Sam Dalling, making his BBC debut on commentary. And here we're having a bowling change out in the middle, with Tom Abel coming into the attack for the first time. So first change, Tom Abel. A couple of seasons ago he was coming on as 4th or 5th change, very much an occasional seam bowler. But a combination of the fact that Overton's with England and Gregory's got a back injury means that Tom Abel is now one of Somerset's main seam bowlers. This is defended by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, 13 for 1. Welcome, Sam.
Good afternoon, Anthony.
Well, we chatted often enough down at Taunton, but first time we've actually broadcast together.
That's very true. Well, I was going to say, well, it is a pleasure. If you're of a Somerset persuasion, perhaps not so.
Is Abel in and bowls to Kohler-Cadmore outside the off stump. The slips approved of that, judging by the noise that you could hear on our effects microphone. Another pretty dismal batting performance from Somerset this morning.
Yes, I think there are plenty of adjectives that have been flying around on social media, not many of them that positive from Somerset fans. As you were saying, Tom Abel was always a reluctant bowler, wasn't he? I think the coaches had to work quite hard in saying he should bowl a little bit more, but now first change is probably a bit earlier than he would like to be bringing himself on.
He's in bowls to Kohler-Cadmore, gets this one to bounce, but it's too much leg side. They're going to think about a second run. There's that Banton slide, rather more successful this time. And Kohler-Cadmore is finally off. No, he's not finally off the mark, is he? Yes, he is. That's his first run. His first run, Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's been in there for some time.
Well, you mentioned a bit earlier about Adam Lythe's record against Somerset. Tom Kohler-Cadmore at Scarborough hasn't got a brilliant record thus far.
Here's Abel in and bowls to George Hill, who defends calmly into the offside, no run.
Yeah, he's made just 176 runs in 10 innings here at Scarborough. Past 50 just the once. That was against Nottinghamshire back in August 2019. But he is a fine cricketer. Been on the periphery of England squads, was in that wider 55-man squad.
Here's Abel in and bowls. And that's edged! And just to the right of James Hildreth, to the right of Jack Leach. I think that is, or is it? It's Jack Leach, isn't it? It wasn't a chance. It wasn't far away from being a chance. Leach at second slip, flinging himself low to his right. Hildreth doing the fielding. 2 runs taken. Or was it just a single? 16 for 1. Man going back to third man. Just the 3 slips now. No forward short leg. Abel is in and bowls, and George Hill defends into the offside. He can get the ball to bounce, Tom Abel. He's 5 foot 10 inches tall, good high action, hits the pitch quite hard, and I'm sure he's bowling at the correct end. 16 for 1 at the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, he's put on that proverbial yard of pace in the last couple of years, and it's very close. I mean, they used to give him the nickname the Mop, take the mick out of him for coming on and cleaning up the tail and picking up a few quick wickets, but actually he's on the cusp of being a genuine all-rounder. I think you could classify him as. If you asked him yourself, he probably would shy away from that, being the humble man that he is. Josh Davey is going to continue, so Martin DeLanger is used in short, sharp bursts, but Josh Davey has got through 5 overs so far, just conceded the 12 runs, and he is going to continue. 4 slips in there as he approaches in the sunshine here at Scarborough, in behind that defensive stroke down the wicket to mid-on.
I fancy the Somerset bowlers aren't looking quite as threatening as Yorkshire's were for most of that morning session.
And that first hour, they barely bowled a bad ball at all, Yorkshire. Josh Davey was a bit unlucky last week against Nottinghamshire. Found himself beating the bat quite regularly. Could have had a few more wickets on another day, and he will be hoping to pick up some today as he continues. Oh, gets in behind that Kohler Cadmore. Just goes into the ground. 1 bounce through to second slip, not quite where he meant to get it. I think it might have struck him on the hand as well. The bat is on the floor and he's walked off towards square leg. The physio has been called on, so maybe that just nipped a little bit off the pitch. Kohler Cadmore is holding his left hand, I think. He got forward on the defensive shot and it just wrapped him on the wrist.
Just jammed his left hand against the bat handle.
He's in
some bit of extra bounce. I mean, there is that in this pitch. It's a typical Scarborough pitch, this one. It's sort of pitch that county cricket ought to be played on. It's a lively pitch. There's bounce for the bowlers. There's a little bit of pace that the batsmen can use as well to play their shots. It encourages fast bowling, stroke play, and it'll probably help the spinners a little bit as well, because the spinners like some bounce to work with.
Yeah, Dom Best not required this morning, so good were Yorkshire's seamers, but Jack Leach also in the side. Those two great friends playing against each other for the first time. Dom Best having moved up to Yorkshire permanently over the winter. I think everyone at Somerset wished him very well, as we see Kohler Cadmore continues to receive a little bit of treatment. Hopefully he is all right to continue. He does look in some pain. Somerset take the chance to have a few drinks. James Hildreth has nipped off for a comfort break. The sun is back out again here at Scarborough.
Oh, and Jonathan's going to distribute the Scarborough cake. Right.
He seems to be walking off with a bit of cake in hand and the entire box, Jonathan, right now. Promises he'll be back.
Such a beautiful cake as well. looks like it might be. It's chocolate cake or fruit cake, one or the other. And we've got a lemon drizzle cake to get through as well. So Can't say we're not being very well looked after here at Scarborough. Excellent packed lunch as well.
It was, wasn't it? There was lots in there. I just kept putting my hand in and more came out.
Pork
Brilliant.
pie, sausage roll, sandwiches, banana.
I haven't had a serene bar for a long, long time. It was glorious as Tom Kohler-Cadmore continues to receive a bit of treatment then.
Yeah, obviously painful, just. And well, he was lively, fast, medium. Josh Davey, you wouldn't want to, probably low 80s, something like that. Certainly fast enough for it to hurt. If you get your left hand jarred and jammed against the bat handle.
Well, it's exactly like you said. I was listening in, and a good length is the place to bowl, because actually we've seen so far from both ends actually it just misbehave a little bit. Some get up a bit more, climb more steeply than you might expect. A couple have gone a little bit low, but it's rather than the bouncer. I only recall one. I think Azhar Ali ducked underneath one, but actually it barely went over his back. It didn't get up at all, did it?
Yeah.
But Davey just put it in that good length, and that one climbed on Tom Kohler-Cadmore 4 or 5 minutes ago now. He's still out receiving some treatment. Somerset hang around. Yorkshire have made their way to 16 for 1 of 10.2 overs in reply to Somerset's effort. 134 all out this morning. Azhar Ali and, well, they were all out just after lunch. Azhar Ali and James Hildreth both top scoring, but with just a 24 each.
George Hill just having a chat with Tom Lammonby. Or is it? No, Jack Leach it was. Jack Leach. Doing a little bit of optimistic arm twirling. Trying to suggest to his captain that perhaps he ought to be getting a bowl. We haven't seen any spin so far. It's been unrelieved seam. We're not missing any cricket. It's Tom Kohler-Cadmore being treated out on the field of play. He's got his batting partner George Hill there. He's got the Yorkshire physio in attendance. He's got the Yorkshire 12th man. I think it's either Ben Code or Dwan Olivier. Can't see from this distance.
Looks like Ben Code to me. Those two, both, it shows the strength of Yorkshire's bowling attack. Those two, a couple of years ago, 2019, were the opening attack. I remember speaking to Ben Code and talking about bowling in partnerships. Olivier's just a little bit of extra pace would help Ben Code, who's more of in the Josh Davey mould.
Yeah.
Was high 70s, low 80s. Sometimes see Harry Duke come up to the stumps or the wicketkeeper up.
Crowd being very patient. Not sure they'd be quite so patient if it was a Somerset batsman who was receiving this rather lengthy bout of treatment out there. The two umpires getting involved, presumably coming up saying, are you fit enough to carry on? Or if not, you better go off and have treatment, because we can't hold up play indefinitely.
It's his right hand, it looks like, actually, and he's just picking the bat up now, isn't he, with the physio, just to see if he can grip it properly. But he's picked it, he's held it a couple of times, and now his hand's back off the bat. Physio is working a little bit more magic on there. I wonder if he's going to be able to continue. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, which will be a shame for him. He's there going through a few shadow strokes there, so maybe slightly more promising.
Let's see what's happening elsewhere. Well, nothing much is happening here at the moment. Derbyshire against Leicestershire. Leicestershire 147 for 2. That's towards the bottom of Division 3, I think. Glamorgan 97 all out. Durham 53 without loss in reply. S6 44 for 4, having bowled Gloucestershire out for 76. Worcester were bowled out for 133. Kent 22 for 3, so still the wickets tumbling all over the place. Is he carrying on, or is he going off?
I think he's going to wander off there, Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, I think he's coming off. Where was it? Surrey 147 for 4 against Northants. Not in the same division as Somerset and Yorkshire in the Championship division. 165 for 3 against Lancashire. Hampshire 89 all out. Warwickshire 11 for 2. So that game's moving on pretty quickly at Edgbaston. And in the Test match, India going pretty well. 382 for 6. So they've got a lead of 283, which is going to take a bit of getting.
It's going to be a fascinating day tomorrow, potentially in store at the Oval. Up here, at Scarborough, Tom Cadmore has just had to retire Josh Davey, striking him on the right arm with a ball that Tom Cadmore got on the front foot and it just popped up and hit his right hand. He received treatment for 5 or 6 minutes or so, but decided he was unable to continue, so that's going to bring Gary Balance to the crease. And Josh Davey is going to bowl the first ball at him, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, 4 slips. Balance sets himself up, just nips back into him, strikes him on the pads. In good form, Gary Balance. I think he made 42 and 101 unbeaten down at the Aegeus Bowl. His record down there is quite astonishing. It's one of those things you can count on. Gary Balance making runs at the Aegeus Bowl. Did a quick bit of mental maths, Anthony. I make it 69 wickets have fallen so far across the 8 games.
That's a lot, isn't it?
3 o'clock.
We're not even halfway. Well, we're just about halfway through the day's play.
Davies is going to continue around the wicket to Gary Balance. Second ball, he gets in behind that one, pushes it towards Marchand de Lange, who's a big man at mid-on. Gets down well, very good in the field for someone his size. Marchand de Lange got his sunglasses on, huge frame, can't miss him. He's one of those you don't mind if he's got a jumper on because you can still distinguish him. There's a few of the players when they've got the cable knit sweaters on without numbers. It'll be hard to tell who's who from a distance, but Marchand de Lange is a looming figure as Josh Davey turns with those 4 slips in to Gary Balance, who takes a little shuffle forward and tries to work it into the leg side. It strikes his pads, they'll come through for a leg by. Stephen Davis will take the gloves off, pop around and do the fielding, and that brings us to the end of the over.
I think they're just changing over.
Are they?
I was just going to say, I don't know why Josh Davey goes around the wicket to the left-hander. I think he'd be better off bowling over the wicket and angling it across the left-hander's bows.
There must be. Josh Davey is going to bowl to George Hill, who pushes it into the leg side. As we do have the end of the over. We have the sound of West Yorkshire in our ears.
Yeah, we're going to do. It looks like we'll be doing a report for Radio Leeds. Oh, it's gone, so we're spared. End of the over. What is it? 17 for 1. It was a very, very long over that because of the injury to Tom Cadmore. It's the 11th over of the innings. The sun is out. There's some chaps down below. They look as if they've got plates of pizza, taking off to have either a late lunch or an early tea. Plenty of movement around the ground. Decent crowd. 2,500, 3,000 maybe, something like that. Not as big as some of the crowds I've seen here over the years. There's a good sense of occasion here, isn't there? It's a bit like county championship cricket at Taunton, where again you get that sense of occasion, which you frankly don't get at some of the bigger grounds, the test grounds. When you've got 1,500 people in the Aegeus Bowl, it doesn't create much of an atmosphere. Here's Abel in and bowls to Balance, who plays a rather sort of nothing shot to a ball outside his off stump. He was thinking about, I'm not sure whether it was an intended screen, rehearses a square cut, but I think he was shaping more for a pull shot through the onside, which would have been a perfectly valid option, but didn't go through with it. Abel around the wicket to Balance. This time is short and it is cut. It's not timed and it's fielded by Ben Green at... no, it's not Ben Green. It is Tom Banton. Ben Green is at forward square leg by the umpire.
I think he might feel he missed out on one there. Gary Balance,
yeah,
short wide, long hop.
Sat up, didn't it? Here comes Abel in and bowls. Oh, and this is a good one. Appeal for a catch behind, but it wasn't really. I think it was more a shout of approval for what was a very good delivery from Tom Abel, beating his man outside the off stump. Just angled in at the left-hander and just held its own through to Stephen Davis. Tom Abel, the wind in his sails, is there and bowls. This is pulled away over the top of deep backward square leg for 4 runs. That was another long hop. So again, Somerset alternating good balls with bad ones. But they really, which was something that Yorkshire didn't do. You know, there was nothing like that really. There were no gifts from the Yorkshire bowlers at all.
it's the pressure, isn't it? Somerset haven't been able to sustain that without Gregory and Overton. I know people will hark back onto it and will hark back to it, but it's two such key components because of the pressure and control that they both offer.
21 for 1 then, as Abel is in and bowls, and this is full of length, angled into Balance's leg stump, dug out and played up to Azarali. At mid-on, Azarali, who looked pretty good this morning. He looked the most secure, or the least insecure, of the Somerset batsmen. And said he got one that he tried to leave alone, bounced on him, took the bottom edge and cannoned into the leg stump. Yorkshire. Chance from the far end. Abel's in and bowls to Balance. Plenty of bounce there, but too far outside the off stump.
Yeah, mixed over from Tom Abel there. A couple of good, decent deliveries, 2 long hops. Only one of them put away by Balance. Yeah, what you were saying about Scarborough. It was the first time I've walked into the ground this morning. It's one of those places you just fall instantly in love with. It reminds me a little bit of Taunton of old, when it was kind of a real mix of stands popping up a little bit. I've managed to sit in a few of them so far, spent some time on the benches, haven't quite got over into the marquee. Kevin was saying press used to be allowed into the marquee mid-afternoon, but I don't think I'd get in there with my shorts and trainers anyway. I wouldn't be allowed. Dress code is not necessarily my forte, as Josh Davey then is going to continue. 4 slips in, George Hill on strike, gets onto the back foot, it was outside off stump and just pushed to cover, where George Bartlett back in the side today for Somerset, having been left out last week. Swoops, fires it to Stephen Davies. Those first cries of Yorkshire coming out that you picked up on, Anthony. I remember one of the very first county games I went to was a C&G final between these two sides back in 2002.
I was there, yeah. That's when Matthew Elliott took the game away from Somerset, wasn't it?
He did. Chris Silverwood batted it free. Marcus Rescoffit was going quite well, and I think Michael Vaughan took a brilliant catch close in. He didn't know much about it as Davey continues. Beats the outside edge there. That was a good line and length. Pushed forward towards it, George Hill, and he just swung and beat the bat. A genuine player in the miss. Josh
That was the bite a bit, because that was the sort of delivery that George Hill was bowling and picked up his wickets. You know, full of length, just floated up just outside off stump, and batsman lured into play in the off drive and getting the edge.
Well, it's a very appealing boundary, isn't it? It's quite short on the offside as we're looking at it now. Much bigger on the leg side. The ball does race away, and just the one man in at cover and a man at point, so there are gaps. There's no mid-off. As Davies continues, traps him on the pad, slips go up, but bowler isn't really interested. Hill just went onto the front foot. You can always tell, I think, when the bowler themselves isn't interested at all. You know, it's more of an optimistic one, but Somerset will be keen to pick up quick wickets here. They need to pick up quick wickets if they're to avoid conceding a first innings lead, and that 4-slip called and all went up there.
Yeah, it's just beginning to look a little bit worrying from a Somerset perspective. But, it's 2 or 3 times George Hill has played and missed at Josh Davey.
Davey into his 7th over, then Hill goes on the back foot, pushes it towards backward point. Ironic cheers from the Yorkshire crowd, appealing for that one after the ball before, but it's another dot ball. Tom Banton, I think it is, at backward point with his pads on. He's often got those fielding short leg pads on. I hate to say it, but he seems to have the short leg pads on for longer than he has the batting pads on at the moment.
That's cruel. Poor Tom Banton.
He will come back, a fine young cricketer, and will bounce back. Somerset will want him to bounce back quite quickly as Josh Davey then turns and comes in again outside off stump, and Hill's just able to go on the back foot and push it out to George Bartlett at cover. 1 ball short of his 7th over. Josh Davies been economical, bowled 3 maidens, just to 12 runs, beaten the bat a few times, but crucially hasn't picked up that wicket yet. Yorkshire 21 for 1, although Tom Kohler-Cadmore a couple of overs ago has retired not out on 1. Josh Davey, the bowler, just wrapped him on the right hand to a ball that spat slightly off a length, and we've seen a few balls do that so far here at the North Marine ground as Davey comes in again, bowls, and Hill is able to get on the back foot. Watchful just opens the blade up Works it out to Tom Banton, who does the fielding. Dot ball to end the over. Yorkshire 21 for 1 after 13.
I'll just do the next over, and then we'll have a complicated manoeuvre because Sam will need to take my position, and Jonathan will come in alongside. So Sam will be back at the end of this over for another stint, and I will have a break after this over. So see if I can pick up a wicket for the Somerset listeners. Abel's in and bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump. Gary Balance has note to do with it. Gary Balance has scored nearly as many runs against Somerset as has Adam Lythe. He has scored 971 runs against Somerset in first-class cricket, and they include that 111 that he made at Headingley a couple of years ago. This one bounces through off a good length from Tom Abel. Tom Abel is swings the ball. He gets plenty of bounce at a lively pace, but he does have this tendency of bowling at least one 4 ball or one poor ball per over, which means it's, as Sam was saying, it's very difficult for Somerset to keep the pressure on. Oh, this takes him on the pad. Appeal for LBW, a little bit high, I suspect. Hit him on the above the knee roll, and
what do you mean?
Good delivery.
What do you mean, Anthony Gibson? I'll see if I can take another wicket for Somerset in this over.
I say for the benefit of Somerset listeners, by implication, I was apologising to Yorkshire ones.
Anybody would think you're of a Somerset persuasion.
Anyone would think you were a Yorkshire persuasion. It's Abel in the bowls, and this is played away off a thick edge, I think, as much as anything, and they'll come back for a second run as Azhar Ali does the fielding from mid-on. So the score moves on to 23. 23 for 1. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, though, has had to retire hurt.
Oh, now then. Oh, Polly was incandescent, let me tell you, in the press room a few minutes ago. Retired, not out, apparently.
This is edged. Oh, no, it's not edged. Well, was it edged? I think did it come off the bottom edge?
Yes, I think it did.
I think it did. It was came off the bottom edge and just sort of dribbled through to Stephen Davis. Yes, I think it's correct on the official scorecard. It says retired, not out. Yeah.
Apparently, it was changed, she says, roughly 20 years ago. Retired
hurt,
but not
shows
existed
how old
since
I
then.
am. He's able to balance. Oh, and that one nearly got through, and that wouldn't have been too high if it hadn't taken the inside edge. That's me done for half an hour. Some words from Jonathan Doidge, and then Sam Dowling will move into my seat.
We sincerely hope that you're not done, Mr. Gibson. Polly is lovely, isn't she? And I say that advisedly, given that she's from Lancashire and she's scoring for the opposition here, but she's good fun. And she certainly had a smile on her face when she accepted a piece of this marvellous chocolate cake that we've received, chaps. I hope next time you're on a break, maybe now's the time, Ant. You can get your mitts on a piece of chocolate cake. Get stuck in. So 23 for 1. Yorkshire are, well, I think it's fair to say, they're measured, they're taking their time here. Similar performance to last week at the Ageas Bowl is required in that respect. It's not been easy batting today, I think that's fair to say as well. 134 all out, 1 for 1 Yorkshire at one stage, and we have a change of bowling at this P-Zone Park end of the ground, and it's a good delivery. First up from Tom Lammonby, right arm over the wicket, which thuds into the pad of the right-handed George Hill. So Yorkshire have lost one, Adam Lythe without scoring, and temporarily, well, we all hope, I suppose, as supporters of the game, he's not severely injured there, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but he's clearly not well enough to continue. Here's Lammonby again, it's on the leg stump, and flicked to square leg this time by Hill, and there's no run. Sam's back alongside.
I am. I shuffled around. Had the fear of just pulling a plug and the whole thing falling down. I'm still these buttons still scare me a little bit.
Yeah, and that's good. My headmaster used to say the only way to rule is to rule by fear. And so did one of my bosses in the past as well. Not Kevin Howells, obviously, I hasten to add, as Lamonby's next delivery is dropped into the offside and there's no run. No, it was no, I probably won't name him, but he was a bluff and gruff Scotsman who said, "Deutsche lad, the only way to rule is to rule by fear." And he was fearsome. Sergeant Major. Lamonby to Hill. He's getting good shape on the ball straight away. Here is Tom Lamonby swinging in towards the right-hander.
Yeah, Tom Abel used him a little bit last week in the Nottinghamshire game, brought him on to break it. There was a partnership between Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White that Lamonby came on and broke it in this very first over. So Tom Abel will be hoping that Tom Lamonby, his namesake, can do a similar thing this time around.
Here he is, number 15 on his back. Again, good shape in towards the righty, who pushes it into the onside, where it is fielded by Ben Green, skipping in from mid wicket.
I'm glad I wasn't in the press box with Polly Rhodes incandescent with rage. That chocolate cake might have been flying everywhere.
Well, incandescence may have been a little bit of commentators' hyperbole. Lamonby in and nicely driven by George Hill, who's just lent on that. There is a gap through mid-off, and he's got it away. It's picked up by Jack Brooks, running on the field with a sweater. As Somerset's 12th man. Yeah, incandescent from Polly was something along the lines of, do you know, it's not retired hurt. That's not existed, John Potter, for about the last 20 years. It's retired out. So that was about as much of a rage as you could ever possibly imagine Polly breaking into, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant to see her here. And she was scoring in the Test match as well a few weeks ago. She made her Test debut, and well deserved. She was telling me all about that experience. Must have been wonderful for her. So Tom Abel is going to continue then. Gary Balance on strike, free slips in, point, cover. Mid-off is in. We haven't seen a mid-off from the other end very often. Azhar Ali's at mid-on. Square leg just in front of the square. I think there's a man at deep fine leg. Abel comes around the wicket, outside off stump. Good line and length there. Gary Balance not interested in going after that one, and rightly so. We saw him play and miss at one a couple of overs previous, but there's no rush. We're still only at 3:15 on day one. Gary Balance, a man in good form, 100 last week at the Ageas Bowl. I'm right in saying that he's a prolific run scorer down at the Ageas Bowl.
He is, yeah. I heard you reeling off the figures, or perhaps it was out a little while ago, but he won't have scored any.
Abel comes in on the back foot. Balance just gets on top of the ball, pushes it back down into the pitch, no run.
He won't have scored any more against anybody else than he will have against Hampshire, and probably not against anybody else than he will have at the Ageas Bowl alone.
Oh, it's a joy to watch him when he's in full flow, Gary Balance. You know, we might have expected at this time of career, after the way he burst onto the England Test scene, that he would be kind of an 80 or 90 Test cap man at this stage. Not to be. He's batting here and he's pushing forward to Tom Abel. Bowler does the fielding off his own bowling. It's another dot.
Yeah, they gave his technique a working over, didn't they, at Test level? I think you can definitely look at his record and say he's been unlucky not to have played more, but he was in trouble at the time that he was left out of the side. There's no doubt about it. Maybe it was just the areas that in county cricket you can play more easily, maybe less pace on the ball. It was troubling with a bit more pace on the ball.
He pushes it into the offside, that shorter offside boundary. Man at cover, dived away to his right, but he's not going to cut it off, and Gary Balance is going to pick up 4.
Yeah, and warm applause. That was an absolute signature Gary Balance shot. Sits deep in the crease, and he just punched it away, didn't he? Control. Played really well for that 100 last week, and anybody who saw it would have probably had a double take and looked at the name on the scorecard and thought, Balance? 86 balls for 100?
I did note that as Abel comes in. It's short again, push into the leg side. Azhar Ali is going to swoop round from mid-on, and it's going to be a dot. Yeah, he certainly went for it. I mean, they ended up, what did they have, 130 odd overs, Yorkshire, to take those 10 wickets. They couldn't quite get there, but Gary Balance was certainly looking to push the score on quickly.
Yeah, they got the 9. I spoke to James Middlebrook, who was, of course, umpiring that game, on the way out after the match on Thursday night, and said, what did you think? And he said, well, I always thought it'd be a struggle to take 10.
Abel around the wicket again to balance. Outside off stump, shoulders, arms, leave that alone. End of the over then. Yorkshire are 131. Are they 131? They're not. They're 31 for one.
I think
added 100.
They'll take the extra 100 at this stage with 1 down. Yeah, so James Middlebrook said he thought it would be tricky to take those wickets they needed on the last day on that pitch. He said, honestly, standing out there in the middle, it was so placid. It was dead really, so sapping the life out of the ball.
Well, I watched the end of it, and there wasn't really that much excitement. Kyle Abbott and Brad Wheel wasn't it, at the end?
Yeah.
Adam Live, I know, is a part-time offsman, is fair to call him, but Don Best was at the other end, but there wasn't really much excitement.
Well, I suppose yes and no, as Lammonby is into Hill, who's able to shoulder arms there. A little bit of excitement in the sense that Yorkshire supporters were excited that they might get the last wicket off any of those last few balls, and for Hampshire, I suppose it was the excitement for them of a Leach and Stokes type feel. Well, they weren't playing for the win. Maybe it was more of a Jimmy Anderson and Monty Panesar type feel, where they were just ticking off ball by ball, and there was the excitement of we might lose a wicket, but the lads might do this here. As Hill he tries to do what several Somerset batsmen did earlier in the day and take the bat out of the way. It's cannoned off the face of the bat and it's gone wide of the cordon, and that is 4 up towards the tea room through third man. So, well, it's seen 1 or 2 batsmen perish today or go close to perishing, but on this occasion he's got away with it.
Yeah, excitement may be the wrong word in terms of there weren't many chances in at the end of that Ageas ball game.
Yeah, there were spells where it was slow, but there are many reasons why we love red ball cricket. As Lammonby is into Hill and pushes back to the bowler and his follow through, no run, and that's sort of one of them as well in a peculiar way. Although, if you were to take a little section of that game and just run it as a video, you might not say it's the most entertaining thing you've seen, but when you know what's gone before and what may be still to come, that sandwiched in the middle, those quiet spells are still absorbing, because you're then waiting for something to happen, aren't you? As Lammonby's next delivery is watched by Hill.
That's the beauty of 4-day cricket. It's why we love it so much. There's no instant gratification necessarily, but you know that at some point over the 4 days, and that came, what was it? That's about as close as it can get, really. 1 wicket to take going into that very final session, those last couple of balls, so they use the entire 4 days.
Here's Hill coming in again. Not Hill, Hill's facing, it's Lammonby in again. Now then, what have we got here? We have more power issues. We'll continue commentating because of the stream, and I'll try and sort out what is going on with the streaming equipment.
It's dialed itself.
Jonathan
Just need to dial it up.
Multitasking as Tom Lammonby is at the top of his run. Free slips in, George Hill on strike, pushes at that one outside off stump, gets an underage. It's going to end up at fine leg. That is not where he meant that one to go. And they pick up a single to end the over, so George Hill will retain the strike and move on to 23. Yorkshire will move on to 36 for 1.
We're back. Oh, we are back right now. Apologies if you just lost us temporarily, but hopefully you now have. We have made contact once again. Sam Dowling, 36 for 1 here at North Marine Road. Okay, it's not a very good American accent, I'm sorry.
I didn't mind it. So I think we're going to have a change of bowling. Skipper is out of the attack. Perhaps we're not quite back yet. We're still on the live stream though.
Ant's saying it's not back. We've had about a 40-second delay, so it'll just be coming through now.
There we go. So Tom Abel is going to come out of the attack. So the Somerset Red Bull skipper comes out, and the Somerset Royal London Cup skipper, Ben Green, will come on to bowl. An all-rounder, Green. Saw him with the bat a little bit earlier on. I mean, he ended up not out in the Somerset innings with 13. Now he's got a job to do with the ball. So he'll have 3 slips in. James Hildreth, Jack Leach. He'll wait, goes onto the back foot and just pushes it to George Bartlett, who does the fielding at cover, and there'll be no run. Yeah,
that was the first ball of the... What over was it?
Well, anyway, let's put it this way. Oh, it's the 18th over. There are 2 overs and 5 balls remaining before tea, is what I was trying to say in the wrong way.
We got there in the end.
The roundabout way.
Green then turns and he's going to come in again. 3 slips. Hill waits as well, and he pushes that to the offside. Tom Lammonby, the left-hander at backward point, does the fielding. Somerset do that quite a lot. They've got a few left-handers in their side usually. Lewis Goldsworthy left out of the team today, but either he or Tom Lammonby are normally at backward point. You see a lot of runs tend to go through that between gully and backward point, so having a left-hander there, someone with natural can pick up and throw, is usually quite handy. As Green off his relatively short run comes in, bowls, and George Hill, it's a good length ball and he just pushes it back to the bowler. Ended up captaining Somerset in the Royal London Cup. I think he'd mentioned in a pre-season appraisal that he wouldn't mind doing the job. Got a call up into the offices at the top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion there at Somerset. Thought he was going to get told off and came out with the captaincy. Had to miss a couple of games, unfortunately, due to being self-isolating, and he comes in again. George Hill right in behind the line of that one, just backward of a length, pushes it into the offside. Tom Banton does the fielding and it's no run.
Absolutely super scene here, isn't it, at North Marine Road? Good crowd in. We've had plenty of sunshine today. The conditions have been better than I think most of us thought in the build-up to the game, but still see 1 or 2 people putting the coats on as soon as the sun goes in.
Green comes in and Hill pushes it this time into the leg side, and again it'll be a dot ball. Nice and patient here, George Hill. He's moved on to 23, now faced 52 deliveries, and he's done exactly what Somerset's openers failed to do. He's just seen off the new ball and is now life's a little bit more comfortable out there for him.
What's the favourite venue you've been to yet in a cricketing sense? And it doesn't necessarily need to be a county ground, but favourite cricket ground you've been to?
Oh, it's a cliche one, but Valley of the Rocks. I was very lucky. I used to play down at Linton Limmer for a little bit. One of the guys who lived over the road used to drive us down there on a Sunday as Ben Green comes in, flicking to the leg side. This time it will be runs. They'll get at least one. Josh Davey will come round. Good bit of running. They'll pick up a couple, so the throw comes in over the stumps. But George Hill picks up a couple of runs to end the over. Yorkshire move on to 38 for 1 after 18. Yeah, beautiful down at Linton and Lynmouth. Like really, I mean, you might have seen some of the photos of it. You can get right up in the cliffs. It's kind of surrounded by cliffs. Gorgeous place.
Sounds good. May have to pay a visit then. Yeah, what's your favourite ground, folks? BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or if you can get in touch with us at Jonathan Doidge, at Ant Gibb, at Sammy D767. Even Kev might want to get involved on that. At Kevin Howell 16.
Do you have a favourite one, Sean?
I'd have to think actually, because there are quite a few that come up in mind straight away, and I suppose the favourites as well. You have favourites for different reasons. Sometimes there's a bit of sentiment involved. It might be the first place you remember watching or playing or something like that, as Lammonby is into the left-handed balance, who gets a thickish outside edge on it. He did play it with pretty soft hands. It might have still reached the boundary had it not been chased down. What it does mean is that he picks up 3 runs and moves on to 13, and that takes his team to 41 for the loss of 1 wicket. Just having a look back to what happened earlier today. Yeah, and at this stage, Somerset had still lost just the 2 wickets. So, still lots of hard work for Yorkshire to do with the bat. But what's your favourite ground, folks? It doesn't have to be, like I say, it doesn't have to be a test or county ground. Could be a local ground, could be somewhere you've visited, played, driven past. And why? Here's Lammonby in to George Hill, who's shouldering arms. Some, as you'd imagine, I'm sure there's many nice grounds around the leafy lanes of this beautiful island, and there are certainly plenty in Yorkshire, and some that, well, they might not necessarily always want to go play out every week. In terms of their picturesque or non-picturesque nature. Lammonby in the sunshine, driven by Hill, but this time to the man who's posted at short extra cover. No run.
It's one down in Devon, North Devon Cricket Club down at Instow. My grandparents lived very close to that, so I always used to go down with them, watch whatever cricket was going on, pick up an ice cream, so that's got a bit of sentimental value. Both Overtons played down there. I think Chris Rogers had a spell down there as well, the Australian, playing club cricket.
Lammonby again held onto the ball here as he was in his delivery stride, so dead ball signalled. What's on the menu tonight then, Mr. Dalling? Where are you going for your post-day meal?
Well, there's a question. Hang on, I will just tell you in a second.
Local chippy. As Lammonby is in, that's nicely punched off the back foot by George Hill. It gathers pace towards the boundary. That's a lovely shot, and a good chase in vain, unfortunately, by the Somerset fielder. And apologies for not making immediate identification of some of the boys out there, but of course they've got the traditional sweaters that I love to see, but they just don't. They don't have the numbers on the back. I'd like to see, we've talked about this many times on commentaries, but I'd like to see traditional sweaters remain. But I would also like to see some indicator on the back, because it does help, doesn't it? I don't have a problem with having a number sewn on the back of a traditional sweater. Not a problem to me at all. It gives you, and it, not only us in the commentary box, but just for the people around the ground who want to identify who people are when they don't see them play every week. Lammonby into Hill, who drops that into the leg side, no run.
I can tell you where I'm going. I'm going to Pomodoros, I believe, because Paul Edwards, esteemed cricket writer, recommended it to me the other week. So I'm going to go from the jazz clubs of Leeds to the Italians of Scarborough.
It is nice. It is nice. Yeah, just up the road, straight across at the roundabout, get to the top of the town street, turn left, it's just down on your right. Yeah, nice spot. Been there a few times when I've been over here before. No ball here this time from Lammonby to Hill. First one of the match that I can recall when I've been on commentary anyway. So 2 more to the total, 47 now for 1.
Yeah, I'll have to go and check in afterwards, find my park benches, as Kevin was kindly saying a little bit earlier.
I'm sure it won't come to that. What a Peashome Park bench. Here's Lammonby into Hill, opens the face, runs it out into the offside, there's no run. So 47 for 1, and how many remaining now before tea? Is that 2 or 1? I've lost count. 1 left before the tea break.
Last over then. Yorkshire trailing by 87 runs here with 9 wickets in hand. It's fair to say they've had the better of this game so far. Bowled superbly. 1 wicket down. Tom Kohler-Cadmore retired, not out on 1, so we may see him again a little bit later, but George Hill is there, the opener. 29 unbeaten off 59 balls. He's picked up 5 boundaries. Gary Balance, 13 unbeaten. Jonathan, you were right, I was having a quick look. He has scored more runs against Hampshire than anyone else, but the person he scored second most runs against is?
I can't imagine.
As Green comes around the wicket to Balance, who wafts at that. It was a back of a length. He didn't need to play that shot. We saw him leave a couple alone nicely a few overs back, but he wafted at that one, albeit ends up safe. It's Somerset. He scored the second most number of runs against, closing in on 1,000 first-class runs against them. Averages above 40, a couple of hundreds, 5 half-centuries.
Edward Harlan says, please, JD, when is Lyth going to start using that piece of willow as a bat, not a walking stick? What's he done in the last 6 games?
Green comes around the wicket, and that's too wide. Gary Balance will leave that one alone. No need to go anywhere near that. He was 3 or 4 whips of the stumps away from being testing.
Yeah, he's had a bad trot, Edward, and I think 1 or 2 of the shots he would want to go back and play in a different way, but I can't imagine you'd be criticising him for that delivery he received from Martian de Lange today.
No, he got a decent one as Ben Green just drags that back in, so Balance is still able to leave it alone outside off stump, but that was a better length, at least made Gary Balance have to think about it, whereas the previous one was way too wide. So just a couple of balls left until tea here on day 1 at North Marine Road.
Phil Dix, who's on the corner of the balcony over there running the streaming camera, he's messaged me about favourite ground.
Green comes around the wicket to Balance, who again can leave that one alone outside off stump. No risks taken with just a couple of minutes left before the tea interval.
I was out with Phil last night for just a swift half and a ruby, as you do. He says, my favourite ground is Burley Park CC, that's B-U-R-G-H-L-E-Y, Burley, South Lincolnshire League, played there in the late 80s. He says he endorses the North Devon comment, umpire David Shepherd's home club.
Yes, how could I miss David Shepherd off that list? There's Ben Balance has to play it, that one from Ben Green. Coming around the wicket, which he does successfully, just pushes it out towards George Bartlett at extra cover, who does the fielding, and there's no run.
I think I should mention at this point, if Phil's tuning in, that there's a piece of cake for you, Phil, and for Liam, working hard on the streaming pictures. Piece of cake in the com box here for you at tea, if you like.
It's a beautiful cake that was, almost a shame to cut it, but the fact it's chocolate, even more delightful as Balance pushes at that one, drives towards Marchant de Lange, who does the fielding at mid-off. I think that'll be the end of the over and the end of the session. So Yorkshire have got through this one. They lost just the one wicket. They're 47 for 1 off 20 overs. Tom Cadmore did have to retire, not out on 1, having been struck on the hand by Josh Davey. Adam Live, he didn't make any runs today. He got a very good ball from Marchant de Lange, caught behind by Stephen Davies. George Hill was 29 unbeaten, and Gary Balance is 13 not out.
Yeah, good start again by George Hill, and a pretty pleasant one too from Gary Balance. Pleasant afternoon here in Scarborough. Yorkshire, well, they're working hard to try and build a score here, try and get themselves in front in the game. We shall see how things reveal themselves in the final session of the day, but from your quartet in the commentary box for now, we'll say goodbye, we'll take a break, and we'll be back after tea.
And in reply, Yorkshire 47 for 1 with George Hill on, George Hill on 29 and Gary Balance on 13. Tom Kohler-Cadmore retired, not out, but we gather that he's fit to bat. Here's Josh Davey in and bowls, and beats the proffered bat of George Hill. I'm Anthony Gibson. With me is Sam Dalling. And I thought, Sam, as that afternoon session wore on, the Somerset bowling was looking increasingly toothless.
Yes, it was. We talked about who they're missing, but you wouldn't necessarily want to be using Abel, Green, and Lammonby so early in an innings, coming on first and second and third change.
There's Davey, 3 slips. He's in bowls to Hill, who turns that into the onside. I'm a little bit surprised. Marchant de Lange bowled pretty quickly down the slope. He picked up the wicket of Adam Lyth, yet he only bowled 4 overs in that session.
Yeah, the plan has always, I think, it's been to use him in those short, sharp bursts, but sometimes you have to move. What do you bowl? 4 overs, 4 maidens, and when someone's bowling that well, and as we've just said, they're maybe slightly light on a seamer, you would expect him to maybe pick up a little bit more work, but maybe it's managing the body.
Is Davey in a bowls to Hill, who beaten again with a rather something of nothing. It wasn't really a drive, just sort of pushed at the ball outside the off stump, playing down the line of his off stump, I suppose, so that if the ball did swing away, he'd make no contact, which is exactly what happened.
Good start from Josh Davey after tea. He's always the first one out there before a session, isn't he, bowling with Steve Kirby.
Here he comes again. He's in close to the stumps and bowls, and not a good delivery, which is somewhat uncertainly defended by George Hill into the offside. Somerset need wickets. They need to get in amongst this Yorkshire batting lineup. They can't afford to concede a big lead.
Yeah, the game could be over if they don't pick up wickets. If Yorkshire can get through tonight unscathed, they'll be firmly in the driving seat if they aren't already.
Davey is in and bowls, and defensive shot from George Hill. And Tom Lammonby comes swooping in from extra cover to do the fielding. Last time these two sides met in Yorkshire was at Headingley in 2019, when Yorkshire won by an innings and very severely dented Somerset's hopes of a first county championship. Those hopes were still alive, of course, when Essex came to the county ground towards the end of September. Davey bowls to Hill, who turns that off his hip out to Ben Green at mid-wicket. But if Somerset had played better at Headingley and had not conceded defeat, then who knows what might have happened in the last couple of games.
Indeed.
So, end of that over. First after tea was a maiden from Josh Davey. A good over at that, 47 for 1 at the end of it.
Yeah, there was 2 one-sided games, wasn't there, that season? Because then Yorkshire came down to Somerset a bit later on and
we
got well
beat them.
beaten. At the moment, Yorkshire very much on the front foot here. Could be putting another dent in Somerset's title aspirations, and would also be pushing very much forward their own title aspirations. Yorkshire. Marchant de Lange is going to start after tea. He's going to come over the wicket to the left-handed Balance in, and he bowls, gets in behind it, Gary Balance, and just pushes it back to the bowler. Ball finds its way to Tom Lammonby, who gives it a bit of a shine. 3 slips in for Marchant de Lange. He's now bowled 4.1 overs without conceding a run. He picks up the wicket of Adam Lyth. Caught behind, hit the shoulder of something. We're not sure if it was the bat or the batter. I don't know which way Adam Lyth might suggest it was. Marchant de Lange has that wicket, and he comes in with those big strides, just back of a length, and pushed into the offside. This time Tom Banton bends over and does the fielding
The only thing I would
backward
say
point.
about that is that if it did hit his shoulder, why didn't he rub it?
He did stand there and
He stood there and looked disappointed, but I wasn't sure whether he was disappointed at getting out or disappointed at the decision.
yeah, in a leanish trot as Delanger comes in, only a couple of steps, pulled away. Oh, it was in the air. Tom Banton diving away to his right. Would have been a spectacular catch had he taken, but as it was, 4 more runs to Gary Balance, shorter side of the boundary here, goes into the benches and gets returned to Josh Davey. But that was a flash, a hard stroke. It looked like Tom Banton was certainly going for the catch.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far away from it he was. It's hard for us to tell at this angle. Tom Banton needs something to go right today after getting a first baller.
It would have been a spectacular catch had he caught it. As it was, it's the first runs that Marchant Delanger has conceded, and he bounds in. It's only 4 or 5 strides.
Oh, yes!
Beats the outside edge. Oh, Mr. Gibson. He thought he found the outside edge. Mr. Gibson was almost up off his seat. It was a beautiful comeback from Marchant Delanger, just shaping across the left-hander there. Balance had a genuine push at that.
He didn't miss that by very much.
He didn't. Good delivery there from Marchant Delanger, and that's what you get when they're coming over the wicket to the left-hander. You can just push it across them. We saw Tom Abel and Ben Green come around the wicket to the left-hander. Delanger's coming in again over the wicket. Oh, and this one swings late. Balance full. It was a bit back of a length outside off stump. For just a split second, it looked like Gary Balance was going to chase that one, and he just at the last moment pulled the bat away, and it swung late. Steve Davies taking it up by his shoulder in front of James Hildreth, who was probably very pleased to see his friend and senior colleague take that in front of him.
Yeah, we got a really good view with Marchant Delanger bowling from the Trafalgar Square end over the wicket to a left-hander.
Got that little bit of extra pace. Quickest bowler on display, and he goes back of a length again. Balance gets in behind it, pushes it down into the wicket. End of the over then, just 4 runs off it. And we've got radio leads in our ears once again.
End of that over. What is it? 51 for 1. Well, Somerset were going along quite nicely at this stage in their innings. They were 51 for 2. Partnership between Azhar Ali and James Hildreth, the most productive of the innings. They added 50 together. It's Josh Davey then to bowl another over to George Hill. He's there in bowls, and Peel stifled appeal. You could the appeal turned into a groan as they realised there was inside edge.
Bowler wasn't interested. Slips getting very excited. The 3 of them in there. They're just desperate for that wicket, Somerset, I think, to pull themselves back into the game. They need a couple of quick ones.
They do indeed. They do indeed. They can't afford to concede a big lead to Yorkshire. As Davey comes bounding in, he's there in bowls. Caught at first slip. Good catch by James Hildreth. It was almost an afterthought, that shot from George Hill. I thought he was going to leave it alone. He decided to have a cut at it and got a thickish edge, which was nicely caught in front of his midriff by James Hildreth at first slip. Well, we've been saying that Somerset need a wicket, and they've got it. It's George Hill who's gone. 51 for 2. And how many did he make, Sam?
He made 29, and a bit of a surprise. I mean, he's walking off very slowly. He'll be disappointed with that, because as you said, he didn't need to play it. It was a bit short, wide outside off stump, and he just chased it. It was almost like a late decision to play the shot.
And warm applause for young George Hill, who's just 19 years old. Comes from Keighley, very promising. Made his Yorkshire debut last season. And he was batting very nicely, very comfortably. And here comes Tom Kohler-Cadmore, walking briskly out to the middle.
Again, good to see him back, having taken that blow on the finger from Josh Davey a little bit earlier on. I think it was his right hand. Retired not out, as Polly Rhodes made sure that everyone was on the right track, and that's exactly right from her, because here he is back, not out, at the crease.
Yes, I think you can either retire out or retire not out, can't you? But you can't any longer retire hurt, even if you are actually retired because you've been hurt. Right. Kohler Cadmore will resume on 1. And it's taken him quite a few deliveries to reach 1. He's on strike now as Davey is in and bowls to him. Full length driven. And fielded, and there's fielded by the bowler himself. And there's no run.
Yeah, 24th delivery Tom Kohler Cadmore has faced there. Such a destructive white ball player, has started to play in the various franchise leagues around the world, so he's known for white ball power hitting, but also has got a very, very good first class record.
He has indeed. Made a century against Somerset in that game at Headingley we were talking about. Davies in and bowls to him, and he's taken on the pad. That must be close. Oh, Josh Davey thought that was pretty close. Whoa. Wouldn't have surprised me at all if the finger had gone up on that occasion.
Well, there's been 3 or 4 half appeals from the slips with Josh Davey bowling, and that's the first one the bowler himself has been very interested in. It just nipped back, maybe kept it a little bit low. Kohler Cadmore immediately walked away towards square leg. He didn't want to look and see which way the decision was going.
Well, good shout. I haven't got a replay, but here comes Davey again. Slips go down. He's in and bowls, and caught by Tom Abel at second slip. Terrific catch, low to his left, almost in front of James Hildreth at first slip, and 2 wickets in the over for Josh Davey, and this game not quite turned on its head, but certainly turned very much in the direction of Somerset just when they needed it. 51 for 3. Tom Kohler Cadmore gone. Caught Abel, bowled Davey for 1.
Yeah, really good catch that from Tom Abel. It wasn't going to carry to James Hildreth at first slip. He was that extra yard back, so it needed Abel to come forward, and he took it inches off the ground. And much like Somerset did, they lose 3 wickets with the score on 68. Yorkshire have now lost a couple, so the wickets have fallen in clusters. And actually now, if you compare the 2 scorecards, they look very similar.
Yeah, terrific catch by Abel. It was low to his left, and of course he's a right-hander. And after he took it, he hurled the ball aloft in celebration of absolutely top-class catch. Harry Brook is the new batsman, walking not quite as briskly as Tom Kohler Cadmore did to the wicket. 51 for 3.
Received his county cap a little bit earlier on today, Harry Brook, so a proud day for him and his family. I'm sure they're all in. Made 601 runs so far in the county championship. Best of 113 this summer, averaging just below 38.
Right. I'm guessing that this is the last ball of the over.
I think he also made 100, in that Headingley game, did he, Harry Brook, I think?
Yes, I think he did. Well, they made 520, so there was plenty of scope for hundreds. Right, what can Josh Davey do? Harry Brook on strike. Davey is in and bowls to him. Just down the leg side. Help down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. Well, loose delivery from Josh Davey, but a good over, which is generously applauded by this Yorkshire crowd here at Scarborough. 2 wickets from it. Gives him figures of 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 16. Josh Davey at the end of the 23rd over. Yorkshire 55 for 3.
Yeah, that over was exactly what Somerset needed. It was what Josh Davey needed. He bowled well without any reward so far. Those couple of catches in the slips. Hildreth at first, Tom Abel, the skipper, at second. Martin DeLange is going to continue to Gary Balance. He's going to come over the wicket still. Free slips in. Hildreth in his faded maroon cap, which makes him so distinguishable. Abel next to him. Jack Leach. All three of them down on their knees as DeLange continues. Ooh, good carry through to Steve Davies. Outside off stump.
It's not faded maroon, it's faded blue.
Faded blue, sorry. Wyverns and Dragons and blue and maroon.
It's not Stumpy the Wyvern either.
As Tom Abel just does a little bit of work on the ball. So there's a man down at third man, Tom Banton at backward point. His whites are very green after sliding around on the outfield as DeLange continues, pushes forward Gary Balance. It was a bit fuller, that one, and he was able to just push it out towards mid-off, and there will be no run. Sunshine's hiding a little bit again. The clowns are about, still a good crowd in, and they've been treated to, well, lots of wickets, not many runs.
Tom Abel's cap is beginning to fade to blue, fade to grey rather, blue to grey.
It's got a few years.
Second slip.
A few years to catch up with James Hildreth, who's normally more than 2 decades old, nearly as DeLange bowls outside off stump, and Gary Balance very sensibly just leaves that alone. He's unbeaten on 17. He's been there 37 balls. That flurry of wickets in the previous over means there's a little bit of rebuilding for Yorkshire to do. They still trail by 79 runs.
Have you heard any whispers about James Hildreth's future, whether he's contemplating retirement?
I haven't heard anything, no. I think he will.
I haven't either.
He will keep going, I suspect, for another year at least. As Balance looks for a single, he pushed that into the offside. He got halfway down. Harry Brook very sensibly said no as Tom Banton swooped in from point. Just a little bit of confusion from Gary Balance, but he was sent back well in time to get home.
No, I just think he hasn't hardly, he's been averaging in the mid-20s for the last 3 seasons. And
he has in the county championship had a new role opening the batting for a good portion of the blast. Got 100 in the Royal London Cup as DeLange comes in. A big tall action. Oh, that's gone over. It was an on-stump line. Gary Balance left it on length, and it's gone over maybe half a foot or so, over the stumps through to Stephen Davies. Hildreth is scratching that cap. Trying to wonder.
Brave leave that was, if you could have such a thing.
Yeah, it went over middle stump almost, that one, didn't it? No, knew where his stumps were. That angle, Martin DeLange coming over the wicket. 1 ball remaining then in this, the 24th over, as DeLange comes in outside off stump. This one he can leave on line as well. So he finishes. It's another maiden from Martin DeLange. He's bowled 6 overs now, 5 maidens, 1 wicket and just 4 runs, 1 scoring shot off his 6 overs so far.
Yeah, he's concentrating just on bowling a good length at the moment. Martin DeLange just needs to get his line right. We haven't seen the famous Martin DeLange Yorker yet, and he's been sparing in his use of the short ball. Jack Brooks apparently giving a little bit of teaching about a bit of a teach-in about the way to bowl on this Scarborough wicket. Jack Brooks just coming off after 12th man duties as Davy bowls, and that's defended by Harry Brook into the onside. Good crowd in here at North Marine Road. The sun is coming out. Seagulls are calling. The gulls are calling. Mustn't call them seagulls. The gulls are calling. They were calling most of the night outside my hotel window. Here comes Davy in bowls to Brook, who plays that into the onside. I'm just trying to think whether when Harry Brook made his Yorkshire debut in 2016. So he's been made to wait a decent amount of time for his cap. 5 years and this is his 45th game for Yorkshire. Davies in and bowls, and this is played away through the onside for 4 runs. Handsome shot over pitch from Josh Davey. Yeah,
lovely shot that through between mid wicket and mid on. no need to chase out. The fielder will only be going to retrieve the ball because it was timed magnificently from Harry Brook, who's still only 22, still a young lad, former England under-19 skipper, and a man with a high ceiling of potential.
Retrieved by Marchant de Lange, who's got his sunglasses perched on the back of his head on his Somerset cap. Tosses the ball to his fellow seam bowler. Josh Davies got quite a long run for a fast medium bowler. He's in bowls now to Brook, full length, defended by Brook back up the pitch. Davy picks it up right-handed. The sun is coming out now. The clouds have just about cleared away. Looks as if it's going to be an absolutely beautiful evening here on the North Yorkshire coast.
That's typical. I put my sun cream on earlier on and the sun went away, and then I went to change from my shorts into my trousers during the tea interval, and it's going to come back out.
It's going to be a beautiful evening. As Davy is in and bowls to Brook, and again he's pitched up and not fielded cleanly in this follow through by Josh Davy, but there won't be a run. I drove across the Yorkshire Wolds to come here yesterday up from near Hull, and Yorkshire looked at its most glorious, I have to say. Most of the corn's been harvested, and you can see what they mean by the broad acres of Yorkshire. Is Davy to Brook, is there in bowls, and this is turned away again through the onside. Another half volley on the leg stump, and it's pulled in this time by Marchant de Lange. A good piece of fielding. He went after that at full pace, put in the slide, made the stop, and they've come back for 2 runs, 61 for 3, with Balance on 17 and Brook on 10.
Yeah, didn't quite time that one quite as well as the shot just a few balls previous. Just what Marchant de Lange would have wanted before starting a new over from the other end, is to chase the ball to about the furthest point of the ground from where he needs to be. So he's marching his way back up there. Roelof van der Merwe has just come on as 12th man in his gilet to collect the cap. He's down there with Jack Brooks, both of those, that pair in Somerset's side last week, with a few changes made from Somerset. Off the back of that heavy defeat, Azirali coming in, George Bartlett coming in, Ben Green coming in, Lewis Goldsworthy the other man to miss out. As de Lange then continues from over the wicket to Balance, who flicks it into the leg side but finds the man Tom Lammonby, who's one of 2 men on that leg side in the ring. There's also a deep fine leg. Azirali's at mid-on, Tom Lammonby is at mid-wicket. Tom Abel uses the gap between deliveries to just nip out from second slip. He's going to have a chat with Josh Davy, who's got through 10 overs so far of this. We're now in the 26th, either side of tea, so he did have a little bit of a break as Marchant de Lange continues, and Gary Balance can get in behind that one. A good line of length across him. He's just able to push forward, had to play at it, and does so with a solid defensive push.
Yeah, I expect he was just asking him whether he wants another over or he'd prepare to have a spell.
He's got to be careful with him. Don't want to over bowl him. I know usually Abel and Kerr have to talk about not over bowling Craig Overton, but with Josh Davy now the leader of the attack, certainly in terms of wickets, they also need to look after him a little bit. We've seen Tom Abel himself bowl, Tom Lammonby bowled 3 overs of left arm seam, Ben Green bowled a couple of overs as well. Just before tea, Marchant de Lange is now going to come around the wicket to Gary Balance, so a slight change of tact. We've seen him angle the ball across Balance. Got a couple of plays and misses, but actually in recent overs, Balance has just lined up behind him nicely and pushed it back down the track. So he's going to come around the wicket now, Marchant de Lange. Oh, tries for that Yorker. First time today he's probably properly gone for that Yorker. And Azirali picks it up at mid-on, chucks it into Stephen Davis, who was shuffling forward. It wasn't a particularly kind throw. The bounce was awkward for Davis, but he dealt with it well.
Talking of over bowling, Craig Overton certainly hasn't been over bowled by England today. Just 18 overs, 1 for 57 out of India's 458 for 9 at the moment.
No danger of any Yorkshire bowlers getting over bowled earlier on. They're all over in just 42 overs. If you just joined us, Somerset all out for 134 as Marchant Delanger comes around the wicket, bends his back there, and he gets good carry through to Stephen Davis. Yorkshire in response are 61 for 3. We're into the 26th over. Marchant Delanger is bowling now. He picked up the first wicket to fall. Adam Lyth fell for a duck. Josh Davey picked up 2 wickets in an over 10 minutes or so ago, as we see Tom Abel just starts to go through a little bit of a warm-up. Looks like he might be coming on for a spell relatively shortly. Haven't seen any of Jack Leach. Didn't see Don Bess in the first innings. Haven't seen Jack Leach again as Delanger comes around the wicket. Cut away by Balance. Short and wide. Balance didn't need a second invitation. Crashed that away. No chance for Tom Banton. All he can do is go and retrieve it from the benches up there. 4 more runs to Gary Balance.
Well, got what it deserved, that.
Yeah, and immediately Marchant Delanger's going to go, okay, I don't want to give you that amount of whip, so I'm going to come back over the wicket. That's twice already. He's moved into 21. Gary Balance in good form, 100 down at the Ageas Bowl last week. So Marchant Delanger back over the wicket, coming across the left-hander. Short, outside off stump though, and Balance was able to sway out. Well, he did sway, but he didn't really need to. It was way outside the off stump. End of the over then, 26 overs gone. Yorkshire 65 for 3. Gary Balance unbeaten on 21. Harry Brook unbeaten on 10.
Yeah, Somerset bowling 1 4-ball at least an over. Half volleys from Josh Davey, a half tracker from Marchant Delanger. Makes it very difficult for Tom Abel to keep the pressure on the Yorkshire batsman. Tom Abel is going to come into the attack from this Peasham Park end of the ground. He's bowled his previous 4 overs from the other end, the Trafalgar Square end. So he's going to be bowling up this slight slope. I guess he'll give Marchant Delanger probably 1 more over from the other end to complete what would be a 4-over spell. See if Tom Abel can just keep it tight, build a bit of pressure. We've got 3 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside, and a long leg. Abel is in and bowls on leg stump, turned into the onside.
Hint of swing there. Abel's natural ball is kind of moves away from the right-hander. It looked like it moved in the air a little bit, that one.
Yeah, he does swing it. He's a strong man, Tom Abel. Appears to be fairly slightly built, but wiry, muscular. This is outside the off stump and gets away with that. Not a particularly good delivery. Harry Brook mistiming an attempted square cut, came off the bottom of the bat out to backward point where Tom Banton fields it.
Exactly as you said, got away with one. Definitely a 4-ball that, which Somerset have bowled too many of. Yorkshire will be quite happy though to keep receiving those. I just want to put them away.
He's able in and bowls. Full length driven away into the onside and a misfield by Marchant Delanger, who acknowledges the mockery of the crowd. I'm not sure that's a very wise thing to do either.
Well, he'd started acknowledging it before he'd even gone and retrieved the ball. As soon as he misfielded it, he turned round and clapped towards them.
I think he'll probably find himself a little bit of a target from now on. Well, Marchant Delanger, they picked up a run there, 66 for 3.
Not a man that can hide in the field either, Marchant Delanger, is it? It's a big target, isn't he?
He is. He's a bit of a showman. Abel coming around the wicket to the left-handed Gary Balance. And there's the cheers. There's the cheers for Marchant Delanger. And he's jogging.
He's got a big grin on his face as a skipper, Tom Abel. Although rarely is Marchant Delanger ever seen without a big grin on his face, mind you.
Here comes Abel again into bowl to Balance. Who plays this away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Martin de Lange will have to retrieve it from the other side of the boundary rope, so more scope for Yorkshire supporters to take the licky out of the big South African. And that was a poor delivery from Tom Abel.
Exactly as you said, it's always the way, isn't it? Once you've invited that kind of interaction with the crowd, the ball will inevitably follow you around for the next few overs. Somerset need to remove Gary Balance here. He's looking very assured. Yorkshire will be quite happy with the way he's going. He's getting in behind and looked in no real trouble in the last 15 minutes or so. Moved on to 25 nicely. 5 boundaries so far.
25, yep. Here comes Abel into Balance, outside the off stump. Balance, shoulders, arms, end of a not particularly distinguished over that from Somerset skipper. And at the end of it, Yorkshire 70 for 3. They lost those 2 wickets when the score was 51, so looking to rebuild. At just 64 now behind Somerset's first innings score. Somerset, of course, do have a bowling point. Yorkshire have 3, which means that in total Somerset have 21.5 points and Yorkshire have 19, so the gap has been closed.
So it looks like a change of ends for Josh Davey, so maybe that's what the skipper and bowler were chatting about, because Martin de Lange has bowled those 4 overs and he is going to be replaced. Josh Davies going to come on. This partnership up to 19 off just the 25 balls. Harry Brook, 11 not out, he's on strike, 3 slips in, drives. Ooh, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's raced away through third man, so he's going to pick up a boundary. The fielders are going to chase it, but it's going to be in vain. It was wide of those 3 slips, softish hands, and Harry Brook moves on to 15. He's got 3 boundaries now.
Well, we now know what Tom Abel was talking to Josh Davey about, which is whether he'd like to have a bowl from the top end, from the Trafalgar Square end, where there has been a little bit more help for the bowlers.
Yeah, it was the end. Matt Fisher opened up, and we've already got excited inside his first over. A couple of balls lifting off a length, so Josh Davey is going to have his go from that end. Still 3 slips in, man at backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Fine leg. Brook just leaves that alone. Good leave. Knew where his off stump was. Just slightly back of a length outside the off stump, and sails through harmlessly to Stephen Davies.
We're going to have a double change in commentary at the end of this over, so I'm going to get my stat in while I can, which is that if and when he reaches 29, Gary Balance would have scored 1,000 runs against Somerset.
I had that one on the tip of my tongue as well. I was waiting for the next boundary. We're going to have to do some shuffling and some tangoing. It's not bad going, is it? That he'll be hoping to make it 1,000 and a few more as well. Looking well set as Davey continues. Oh, gets that one to lift. Harry Brook just pushed at that outside of the off stump, and that we did see. We talked about a little bit of extra bounce from that end.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. Give Josh Davey a go from that top end.
Before he gets too tired doing the brunt of the work so far in this inning. Josh Davey, this is his 11th over. We're into the 28th. He's bowled 11. Martin de Lange has bowled 8. Tom Abel, the 6 now. I think my scorecard's quite caught up with where we are in the game. Still says Martin de Lange is bowling, but it's not. It's Josh Davey who's bowling short, and it's cut away. Didn't quite time it, but I think he's going to get a boundary. It's raced away there. Tom Banton was chasing it. It looked like he hit it into the ground. Didn't quite race away in the way that he'd hoped, but the result is the same. Harry Brook picks up a boundary. We are edging close to having to do a bit of tangoing in the commentary box to all move around.
Same old story though, isn't it? Eh? It's at least 1 4 ball and over.
Josh Davey beats the bat with the previous delivery with one that lifts off a length, and then it's a short, wider one which allows Harry Brook, who has started really nicely, he's going along quite quickly now, 19 off just the 4 balls. Davey continues to him, and Brook just gets forward onto the front foot, defends it out onto the offside. Dot ball, 1 ball remaining in this over, which is the 28th of the Yorkshire innings there. 78 for 3. The Seagulls are starting to swoop. They might be having a look. There's various food outlets. I mean, there's food to cater for every need. There's crepes around here, pizza. Too much choice sometimes. the Seagulls will no doubt be looking for scraps. Josh Davey continues still with flows free, slips in. Anthony is just making his way out, and it's full driven, but straight at Azir Ali, who does the fielding. So it's a dot ball to end the over. 28 gone, 78 for free. Harry Brooks 19, Gary Balance is 25, not out. Subfielder comes on to give Josh Davey his hat. Still no sign of giving those hats to the umpires anymore. Kevin Howells is making his way back into the box. He's sensible. He was poked fun at earlier on for having too many layers on. And it was, the sun was beaming into the commentary box, and I was thinking, oh, I need more factor 50 on. Right now, he's a man who's not changed. The rest of us all gone jumpers and trousers.
I don't mind a young man that's prepared to learn. Well done, sir. Okay. I have to say that it is a little bit chilly in the box. However, this one is worked down towards fine leg, and there will be a single, so the score will move on by the 1 and 79 for 3. When I say chilly, it's all relatively speaking. But I think actually, if you're down there, so to speak, at ground level, then actually around the ground, the other side, it's actually very, very pleasant. It's very. I just think there's a bit of a breeze around the back of this side of the ground, I think, which is the problem. But I'm telling you now, compared with what we had in April and May, we'll take this, most definitely. So it's Abel bowling from the P-zone park end. Gull swoops away in through cover point, really, as this next ball is bowled. A bit of width and through to the keeper. So it's an interesting phase of this, and I'm interested to get Dorji's view on it. Jonathan Dorji is alongside because he's watched the most of all of us in terms of Scarborough cricket and how it's played in more recent years. But this is a little period where you should really be expecting Yorkshire to sort of settle down a little, pushed into the offside, and therefore the bowling has to be really tight here from Somerset. Dorji seemed to be suggesting to me earlier, or more than seemed to be, that the importance of, and especially 10:30 starts, Jonathan, the importance of that morning session. So I'm just wondering if you're thinking that. I'm just trying to put you in the position of the Yorkshire batters out there, so what they think they should be doing over the remaining overs of this first day's play as Abel comes in. Still 2 slips going down the gully, and that's good, decent sort of lift through to the keeper wide of the off stump.
Yeah, I think in my time commentating here, the predominance of wickets have fallen before lunch on whatever day and whatever stage of the game it is. It's most difficult in the morning. I've just spoken to Steve Patterson, who was standing by the Adam Lyth gazebo as I was walking round, and I said, would you have? And he said, yeah, we'd have bowled.
Next ball first, and that's full and shapes away. Say that again, please.
The Yorkshire captain said he would have bowled had he won the toss.
Okay. Well, we are where we are, and I'm just grateful because I've put my cards right out there, right from the word go. I like my cricket in Scarborough. I do not want it to be over in 2 days. So whoever wants to win, that's fine. But let's get a bit of cricket. Decent delivery. Now, what we saw from Yorkshire, which impressed me, is that one just goes past the off stump and through to the keeper this morning. Is we saw them stick to just bowling in the right places. There were times when they didn't quite get it right, but more often than not they did get it right. And Anthony was just bemoaning the fact there's been a 4 ball in quite a few of the overs. So it's for Somerset just to stick at it here and make life as awkward as possible. And I can only gather by the loud music, which is now in my headphones, that you've got an update to do at the moment, Jonathan.
In a moment or two,
okay.
No doubt.
I'm glad you thought that was quite loud.
Yes, with Liz Green. You'll have done many updates into Liz's shows in the past yourself.
Oh, Liz and I, we were once, I'm going to use the term, stars of the night network.
You might even want a word with her.
No.
Not yet, I'm afraid, Liz. No, but we have had 2 donations of rather lovely cakes. I can't remember if I mentioned those last time around or not, but lemon drizzle cake from one of the Yorkshire supporters, Jane Wiles, and then Scarborough Cricket Club themselves have produced a cake saying Scarborough Festival, Yorkshire versus Somerset, etc., etc. on it. We've tucked into that bit of chocolate cake with some lovely icing on. Fantastic gesture. Aren't we lucky? I'm sitting alongside one of your former colleagues at BBC Radio Leeds. Kevin Howells is in the box with me, Liz.
I'm getting
this very moment.
Listen, for those that are actually listening to us on the stream at the moment, they won't understand. I'm talking to a presenter now that we worked with. Oh, we don't want to count the years, do we, Liz? We do not want to count those years, but it's a joy to hear you again. It really is. How you keeping? And we're still being employed. How on earth has that happened? That's what I really want to know. But anyway, George, talk about the cricket.
I'll talk about the cricket then, yeah. Just a reminder, Somerset were bowled out for 134 earlier today, having won the toss and batted. Yorkshire captain Stephen Patterson confirmed he would have made that decision anyway and bowled first if he'd won the toss. Yorkshire, well, they were 1 for 1 at one stage when Adam Lyth went without scoring. Off what we believe since then, he says hit his arm, and he's got a mark on his arm to prove it. So not out, but given so. T was 47 for 1. Yorkshire progressed to that. Tom Kohler-Cadmore retired not out for a while, but then went back in and didn't get any more than the 1 he'd already got. And prior to that, George Hill had gone for 29. So Yorkshire 3 wickets down, 80 on the board, trying to wear down this Somerset first innings total and build a big lead themselves. Lots of cricket to be played in this one, Liz, and hopefully some more ice creams at some point as well.
I'll ease them for him, that's for sure.
So, couple of dot balls. Josh Davey bowling to Harry Duke down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and Brook even able to leave that through, and there is no run. We have a bit of Elton John and Dua Lipa on, which we'll try and get rid of.
Gives me a chance just to say hello to Tony on Twitter, because Tony responded to a tweet I put out this morning, which was, even if I say so myself, not a bad photograph, but it was the subject that was, which was the North Bay here at Scarborough, very early on this morning. And I said, you know, you do not come to Scarborough. When you come to Scarborough for the cricket, it's never just the cricket. It's more.
Here's Davey to Brook. Straight ball pushed back to the bowler, and there is no run to complete the over. 29 bowled, 80 for 3.
And I hope the photographs have showed that. And of course, this ground is overlooking to a certain extent the North Bay of Scarborough. But he said, I've only been there once, and I found it really dreary, says Tony. But then he goes on and says, but it was early January. I tell you, there are not many places in this country that don't look dreary in early January. He says, but the wife went back this year about a month ago and enjoyed it. So maybe I'm being a little bit unfair. I think so, Tony. But it's like everywhere. It has its moments. But it's good to hear from you. Kevin Hull, 16, and thanks for getting in touch. Okay, round the wicket, Abel in and bowls and slice to backward point. Can't field it cleanly, therefore they go through for a single. And the sun is back out now, and it's very much the predominant features we look at on this very famous cricketing ground, and one of the most dramatic photographs, or one of the better photographs you'll see is an aerial shot of this ground, which shows you just how close we are to the cliff and the drop down into the bay as well. Many, not only the photographs, but many times, of course, this ground has been painted as well. There have been lots of paintings at this ground. Jack Russell, I mean, he's done paintings everywhere, but he's done a few here as well. Abel bowls full at a little bit of width and hammer down into the ground, and well fielded, sharp piece of fielding there to cover point. So no run, remains at 80 for 3, and certainly one of those grounds where you get a nice hubbub of noise. I'm sort of disappointed that we've got the September 10:30 starts here, because we will miss out on what I think is one of my favourite county cricket ground rituals, as that delivery is a good delivery from Dayball as well, which is just fended away. Because if you're here in the height of summer, and cricket might go on, I don't know, to 6:15, 7:15, 7 o'clock some night, that doesn't matter, because on the flick of a switch of 6 o'clock, the ground empties and everybody rushes out, and they have to, because they're staying in boarding houses and the old-fashioned guest houses where tea is on the table at 6:30, and if you miss it, you miss it. Width and cut, and again, good piece of fielding there at backward point. So even if the cricket's going on, unfortunately you have to miss it, otherwise you'll miss your evening meal. But I think tonight, who knows what time we're going to finish it? I mean, we're due to finish at about 5:30, aren't we? So how many overs are left in the day? I'll have a quick look. But I don't think we'll necessarily see that ritual of everybody having to get up and you think, what's going on? What's happening? And it's because dinner or evening meal, 6:30. If you're late, that's it. You miss out. 3 slips going down again for Abel, coming over the wicket in the bowls and pushed back up to the bowler, and there will be no run again. I'm sure you've witnessed that stampede, and the stampede of getting here in the morning as well as say slightly changed because people can't sit in front of the pavilion for obvious and very sensible reasons. With the players getting changed, they're needing a bit more space. Yeah, but there are some things which are very much unique, really, to this cricket ground. Next ball bowled and drilled back past Abel, and it is a decent shot. He did get something on it, but I don't think it's going to stop it from going over the boundary rope. No, took some of the sting out of it, but not enough, and therefore 4 more for Yorkshire, and the score to 89 for 3 as the board's going to tick over, or has it ticked over? Anyway,
yes,
it has ticked over to 85 for 3.
Lovely stroke by Harry Brook. He hit it firmly, and that's why, despite the fact that he got his hand on it, Abel, there was no chance of him really stopping it unless he took it full on. Harry Brook, the man who struck it, became the 184th player to have received his Yorkshire first team cap today, and the first since TKC back in February of 2017, so haven't capped a player since then. Yorkshire, which is quite a gap.
They were sticking their nose up at everybody down at Trent Bridge, I'm sure, for the better part of today, because they hadn't been seeing collapses and wickets fall, but now Nottinghamshire in Division 1 and chasing the title as well, along with Lancashire. Nottinghamshire now 230 for 8, and it's Danny Lamb who's taken some wickets there. He took 2 in 2, so he currently has 4 for 48, but a bit of a collapse there for the home side.
Yeah, he's a useful all-round cricketer, isn't he, Danny Lamb? Here's Davey round the wicket to balance, who gets a top edge on it, but it's always safe. There is nobody through third man, and it went high and aerial above and wide of the cordon. He's been striking it pretty well, dare I say it, so far. There was one ball I saw when I was right at the top under talking to Howard Ferguson, the PA announcer, beneath the the staircase, I don't know what you call it over there, by the clubhouse anyway, the top side of the
offices,
ground.
Aren't they?
The offices, yeah, and I think it was DeLanger who bowled it at him, and he hammered it away down the bottom side of the ground, cut it, absolutely flew out of the middle of the bat. So obviously got himself back in proper balanced sort of form last week, because by his standards it's been a relatively lean season. I did say to him in my opening sort of gambit in his interview last week, it's strange to be saying congratulations Gary Balance on your first century of the season in September, but that is the reality of 2021 for him. But he waits, a left-hander, high backlift, just 2 slips in place as Davey is into him, and that is dropped into the pitch. He dealt with it of sorts, but I think it was probably on the moral victory side for the bowler in that particular instance.
I'll hopefully have a chance to talk with Anthony about this on air in the commentaries later in the week, for however long we are here. But they do tell me that I missed a treat in not seeing cricket at Western Supermare. I don't know if Anthony, he doesn't have to agree with that, he might, but he's nodding, so might have a little bit of a chat about that, because they do tell me there's good fun to be had and some enjoyable days there as well.
Davey in, and Balance has got a nick on this one, and he's diverted it straight to second slip, and he has gone. Tom Abel?
Yes, it is, and again taking the catch as well. I mean, but the way this ball is flying off the edge of the bat, they're sharp catches. They are sharp catches, and Yorkshire did well, and Abel's doing well. Again, my learned colleague will tell me that he does because he's a terrific fielder. I know that, but these are good catches, and they need to be. They need to back it up because there's, this is going to be a close game by the looks of it. A tight, close game. You've got to make sure that you're matching and a little bit more the opposition here. And Yorkshire did well with the catches, but Balance leaves the field with the applause and another wicket down there, and still trailing.
Yeah, so he got off to a good start. He was striking it well, no doubt about that. But he's got to go, and he's gone for 32. And another Davey wicket. So bowling really well in this Somerset fielding response, I guess, to what Yorkshire produced with the ball in their hands. 32 off 57 deliveries it was for Gary Balance. And he's been dismissed, 31 overs and 3 balls into this Yorkshire innings, which means that against his former county, it is hello to Dominic Bess, going in at number 6. So proper batting role at number 6. Be interesting to get the Somerset take on what they think about that. But he has, of course, been batting at 7 for Yorkshire in the main until recent innings.
Josh Davey will know how important and how much is on his shoulders at the moment because of the fact there's no Craig Overton and there is no Lewis Gregory. And what we know, what Somerset and the management and the coaches will know, that Davey takes that responsibility, and he is a bowler to be trusted. It's just the fact you're going to require an awful lot of hard graft out of him. But he's putting in a decent shift here. That was the 3rd wicket, 3 for 35, his figures at the moment. Tight economy as well, 2.80, and causing some problems. And Somerset very much need that.
Yeah, so 3 slips in place for the new batsman. Long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, wide-ish mid-off, come extra cover, and point. And this is his first delivery as a Yorkshire player against Somerset.
Yeah, Anthony's saying this is the first time we will have done so. Well, the thing about anything that happens to Dom in his career, he was still very young when he left Somerset, so therefore I'm sure the ways he will, and Somerset knew just how good a cricketer he was, how good a cricketer he's going to be. That wasn't ever the issue. So no matter how high up the batting perhaps he goes or anything like that, he's a talented, skillful individual, and Somerset know that.
Davey to Best then, wide of off stump, but he's able to leave it on both line and length. Always a strange one though, isn't it? It's always a strange one. You play against your old teammates, especially the first time you play against them. That one, that they've been your mates for so long, and they still are your mates. But you're out there to do a job for your new team. But it does feel, you're only human if you don't feel, you're only human to feel that, I think.
I wonder now, with so much different teams, people play for different teams, I wonder if that really is pertinent here because of growing up with other players from the opposition. If you've grown up with them, it makes a big difference, I would imagine. But you meet opposing players all over the place nowadays.
Davey in, and Best pushes back to him. Final ball of that 31st over of this Yorkshire first innings. 89 for 4 in response to Somerset's 134, and you feel that the way it's gone so far, well, any sort of lead will be welcome, but if you can get up to something like 200 in this first innings, 200 plus, playing 134, that would feel quite significant on the face of it.
I think so, and I would imagine that Somerset would have been looking at that themselves, somewhere between the 200, 250 mark is with the conditions and everything this morning. That's what they really should have got, and they didn't. They know that they were out too cheaply, even against some decent bowling, in decent bowling conditions and the pitch and everything. So yeah, Yorkshire will be looking for that score now that Somerset perhaps would have had in the back of their minds as well when they set off this morning.
Change of bowling.
Ben Green, who has got so much riding on his shoulders because in the last podcast that we did, and maybe even forever, the last TMS County podcast that we did around the Royal London One Day Cup, again my learned colleague was asked the question, who are you going to pick? I think it was from the Royal London, but he went through the season as the one to look out for in the future, Ben Green. Now, if he's found out the pressure that Anthony Gibson's placed upon his shoulders, but what I've seen of him, he's got plenty. I actually mentioned Anthony on the back, saying that there were about 4 or 5 Anthony could have gone for, in fairness, but he went with Ben, and understandably, and he led the team so well. 2 slips going down as he comes in and bowls, and well, that was very low and full past the off stump and through to the keeper. Exciting times at Somerset. You know, people are also very excited about what's going on at Sussex as well. Just in the back of my mind, I share that thrill and that excitement and support of the youngsters. You just worry sometimes if too many are put in at the same time, if things don't go well. But so far, they're doing okay actually at Sussex. I know they've not had a great year in Championship, but in building. The runs to be found here, and that's behind square. And the ball over the boundary rope to the right of the tea room and the popular stand. Away to our left-hand side. 4 runs for Brook, and he will move on to 27, and the score up to 93 for 4. Fascinating how Harry is going to go here, because of course his eyes will have lit up, and he's got so much attention with the 100 during that 3 or 4 week period. Jonathan, interested for your take on Harry and how he will, you know, how determined he is to make sure that his red ball career continues to go in the right direction as well, and his head not being turned.
Yeah, I think he's good. I think he's very, very good player. Potentially, he's got international cricket in him. I don't think he's creeping closer towards. I don't think he's too far away from it. And red ball cricket, he's gone on record a few times this season as saying he's his preferred.
He's on 27, pushed into the offside, no run.
His preferred mode of playing, really. So, you know, for him, the pinnacle is to play for England in Test cricket. Yeah, he's aware of his abilities and skills in franchise cricket, and I'm sure, well, as we know, I think he's got something going with the Hurricanes down for the Big Bash. So he's not shying away from that, and why would you?
No. Green bowls full, and that's driven. Glorious shot from Brook. It's going to be 4 runs over the boundary rope through long off.
Jack Brooks round from the pavilion to field it, and it kicked off the boundary rope and hit him on the shoulder. Bit of amusement between he and his.
And Adam Lythe
Yorkshire
from somewhere jumps out and say, "That's where it hit me as well," he says. Have you got the mark to show for it?
Well, I'd like to see it again now, because everybody down here, lower down, were convinced that they thought it hit his arm, not his bat. And I said, well, from above, it looked like it caught the shoulder of the bat. But you were right when you said he was clearly not too happy with the dismissal.
Green bowls and played square to cover point, no run. 97 for 4, 31 on the board to Brook, and Bess is yet to get off the mark in reply to the Somerset score earlier of just 134.
So if I was being naughty about this, I could introduce him on Tuesday night at his pie and pea supper, as unfortunately Adam Lythe, chased a wide one earlier this week and got out for a duck.
Green bowls, a little bit of width, and another glorious shot through extra cover. This time from Brook, he moves to 35, and it takes Yorkshire over the 100 mark to 101 for 4. And we'll get applause for that. And although Ben Green does have a flourishing future in front of him, he will not have enjoyed that one over in particular. 35, as I say, for Brook. England, by the way, need 368 if they're to beat India. It's a sellout at the Kia Oval tomorrow, which is great to hear about all the support they're still continuing to get there. But India bowled out for 466. England need 368 to win.
That's looking a tough ask. That's a beautiful couple of shots there from Harry Brook. He is honestly a proper player. When you see him regularly, it's one of the great treats for me personally doing this job, because he's got a lot of shots. And I suppose one of his major issues in the last couple of years has been which one to get out of the kit bag at the right moment.
Okay.
But he's certainly not short on where he can place the ball, and he's definitely not short on time. And I think this year we've seen the maturing of the man from the boy. Davey is coming in, Josh Davey, to bowl to Bess, who pushes into the offside, no run.
with Jordan Thompson in mind as well, is that not something you could probably throw a net over Yorkshire at the moment? That sort of growing, maturing, physically, mentally, is things falling into place at the moment?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, last week's first innings at Hampshire, albeit 200 and odd, not an amazing score, but in very difficult conditions, the way they applied themselves when they've been criticised for not doing that this season, that shows that things are starting to click, if you like, in that respect, as Davey is in again to Bess, who drops it into the leg side this time, no run. And players like those you've named. I mean, Jordan Thompson, he's older than Harry Brook, but he's not been around as long in first-team cricket in terms, so he's less experienced, but he's a prime mover in how to take your opportunity pretty much with both hands. There have been some inconsistencies, as I was mentioning to his dad when I was talking to him down at the side of the pitch earlier this afternoon, but he does come up with telling contributions in games, those wickets in particular, but also we know how capable he is with the bat too. Davey into Bess, who pushes up to mid-off this time. There's no run. I don't know I can't remember, Kev, if you were there for the T20 partnership.
I won't be able to remember. Go on.
The T20 partnership between Thompson and Brook earlier this year, which was the second highest in the history of T20 cricket in any franchise in the world for the 6th wicket.
Or Leicester.
Yeah, one of those two, wasn't it?
I was there. Anyway, I was there.
And that was tremendous, wasn't it?
It was actually.
That shows his capabilities with the bat.
Yeah, really skillful. Powerful but skillful.
Still to come. Davey to Bess. Good delivery this time. Leaves Dominic Bess, who's not able to get fully forward to his former teammates' delivery. That was good length from Davey. There's no denying he's bowling very, very well here for Somerset and just keeping them with tabs on this game. I know Ant was in despair earlier on today when the wickets were falling, but at 101 for 4 in response, you can't be too disappointed with that when you've only put 134 on the board, I think.
5 wickets for 19 Nottinghamshire have collapsed against Lancashire.
Oh dear, as Davey is in, and that's wide of off stump, and Bess shoulders arms, and there's no run.
But it just goes to show, as I say, I bet they were looking around the rest of the country, thinking, we've got a much better balanced game here, bat against ball. Well, eventually, Lancashire have made their breakthroughs there as well. Latest score I've got is 246 for 8 now against Lancashire.
Do a change in the box at the end of the over. I think Ant's back in for
me?
For you.
Okay.
As Davey comes in to bowl to Bess, who's dropping this one into the leg side again, and there's no run. Dominic Bess. He won't be rushed. He does score his runs at a reasonably good pace. He batted really well last week down at the Ageas Bowl in tricky old conditions. He said, checking back through his scorecard, because I can't remember exactly how many he did get. I knew it was a 50. It was 54. Batted 105 deliveries for that, and in the context of the game, that was invaluable in getting Yorkshire ahead of the game. Obviously, we know now with the benefit of hindsight that they weren't quite good enough to get the 10 wickets in the time they left themselves. But that's not taking anything away from Bess's performance with the bat. And if he's going to bat 6, he's got to be doing that on a reasonably regular basis. Now then, one thing he did say in the build-up to this match was that he did not want to get out to Jack Leach. And that's going to be the challenge from this P-Zone Park end, because for the first time in the match, the England off-spinner is going to have a go. Off-spinner. Did I just call him slow left arm spinner? Don Bess is the off spinner.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, this, isn't it? Jack Leach, his bald pate shining in the evening sunshine.
Yeah, so what's he got for a field? They've sent a man out to sweep up on the North Marine Road side of the ground, the east side boundary. And Leach has just dispatched a long on. He's keeping a mid-off in place. There's an extra cover, a point, one slip, a man under the helmet at short leg. He's just moving Davey round from short fine leg to just backward of square leg, and there's also a straightish mid wicket, and he looks as though he's going to start then by coming around the wicket to bowl to the right-hander Harry Brook, who steps back to play this away through the leg side, the offside I think, and then pulls it to mid-on. Took a while to get to him, but he's picked up a single from it.
Does the pitch here traditionally offer anything much for the spinners?
Yeah, it can do. I would have thought probably later in the game, but yeah, well, I mean, what they'll get obviously is what they want is some bounce, isn't it? There is grass on the pitch, so probably not ideal until that's maybe a little bit deader as the game goes on. Perhaps there might be a bit more grip in it then than there is today, but it's been a dry day, hasn't it? So that's going to help as the second ball there is cut by Bess. But I think it's more about being involved in the game because you're getting that little bit of bounce, so you can put your fielders in close around the bat and really put some pressure on. Good delivery from Leach this time.
In two minds.
Yeah. Well, if you go on record, I mean, I'm not sure if the Somerset boys would have been bothering to read that, but if you go on record saying, I don't want to get out to Leachy, I do not want to get out to him, was he sort of a smile on his face.
On the Yorkshire website.
Yeah, smile on his face when he said it, but you know, here we are with the challenges on, and there's some definite turn there for Leach up the hill, and that's only his fourth delivery.
Yeah, a little bit of bounce as well, bounce and turn.
He's just moving De Lange a little bit deeper. In fact, he's brought Long on up. I hadn't noticed that after the first couple of deliveries. It's worked into the shins of Banton under the lid. Now then, Bess takes off for a single and is sent back by Harry Brook, who was not interested at the non-striking end.
There's never a single there.
No, he's just showing a few signs of nerves against his old teammate. Both England tweakers, and of course they've been vying for the same place quite a bit in the last few seasons. It's 102 for 4. Makes for an interesting back end of day one as Leach is in again. More turn, but this time Bess watches it well and runs it down backward of point for a single. Don't bowl that filth at me, he probably says to Leachy as he runs past Ant, but interesting over. Good start from Leach.
Yep. It's he hasn't had a great season, Chat Leach, but he hasn't had the wickets to operate on. He's taken 17 wickets in 8 county championship matches. Of course, hasn't played for England this season either.
We do bang on about the marginalisation of the championship in terms of when it's played, and it really doesn't lend itself, does it, to, you know, I know just watching Dom Bess every week this season how hard he's worked in the early part of the season for little or no reward in some innings, and then he'll get a 5 or a 6 for, and you think, well, he may not necessarily have bowled that much better on the day he gets a 5 or 6 for, but he deserves that for the hard yards he's put in before it.
Absolutely. Here comes Marchant De Lange into Dom Bess, who ducks underneath a bouncer. Signalled 1 for the over by umpire Robinson. Yeah, I mean, if you look back at Dom Bess's time with Somerset, when he did indeed have some more than useful spinners' wickets to work with. He took 79 wickets at 27.3 in 26 first-class games. This is played into the onside and there's no run. 15 first-class games for Yorkshire, 33 wickets at 32.5. And the difference isn't in Dom Bess as the quality of his off-spin, it's the difference has been the sort of pitches he's been bowling on. But Somerset, of course, have been very much deterred from producing spin-friendly pitches at Taunton because of the ECB penalties. Here's De Lange in and bowls, and Bess up on his toes, defends.
Yeah, good old side Rabad.
But I think, if Somerset's still remotely in the hunt after this game, when Lancashire arrive at Taunton next week, I suspect we will see a used pitch, which is offering something not just to Jack Leach but to Rolf van der Merwe if Lewis Goldsworthy gets back inside him as well. Because I don't think this Somerset seam attack on a typical Taunton wicket is good enough to take 20 wickets. De Lange's in and bowls, and it's run down to third man, and there is a third man who is, as I'm looking through the
3 panes of glass. Yeah,
it's Ben Green down there.
Well, it's probably 6 panes of glass, isn't it, because of the double glazing, and it's not easy to decipher.
Looking through the window of the commentary box and then through 2 windows of the press box, which is alongside. But Ben Green is ever so slightly bow-legged, is Ben Green, which gives him away. Here comes De Lange in the bowls, and Brooke gets him down to fine leg. Azhar Ali does the fielding down there.
Derek Daniels has tweeted in, we asked about your favourite cricket grounds earlier, and then I've not been on for long enough since then to remember to go back to it, but I've found a few tweets, so we'll try and fire a few of these out in between deliveries. He says cricket grounds: Scarbados for atmosphere, Trent Bridge for character, and Somerset CC in Bermuda for intense rivalry.
Never been there. Here's De Lange in and bowls, and this one goes past the outside edge of Dom Bess's bat through into the gloves of Stephen Davis. That one leapt at Bess, but he survives it. End of the over, 105 for 4.
James Green says Abbeydale Park, good wicket, scenic ground. He also says Warwickshire have lost 15. Well, there's been 15 wickets lost in the Warwickshire game so far. What happens if punishment for poor wicket? Well, 14 wickets have gone here as well today.
Yeah. And you wouldn't say this was a poor wicket, then?
No, he says feel sorry for Lyth, bang out of form. TKC starting to get back in touch, but another injury. Forever Dormo says talking about cricket grounds. How about Bamborough in the north?
I was going to mention Bamborough. Yeah,
that's a beaut.
Bamborough Castle.
Yeah, playing cricket underneath the imposing walls of the castle. Leach going to continue at the P-Zone Park end. Tim Symes says favourite county ground, New Road. Favourite out ground used to be Clarence Park Western. These days I quite like going to the Guildford Festival, and Somerset won the last time we were there, which helps.
Yep, that was a good game. That Jack Brooks took 5 wickets in the second innings.
Yeah, Leach just moving long on in again as he's preparing to bowl here to Brooke at 105 for 4 Yorkshire. Man under the lid has just been taken out, just a slip in place this moment in time, and turn away from Brooke, but he's not suckered into playing a shot. Lee Palmer says don't forget to tell your co-coms that you'll be leaving at 5:30 for your tea. Paid for it, having it, he says, hashtag. Grumpy Git says the ever reliable Josh Davey comes to the party as Leach is in again and Brooke pushes into the offside. He said, Grumpy Git says, we at Somerset need to have them 6 down by the close, or we could be batting again tonight, which would be my preferred scenario, or his preferred scenario. Leach in again, and Brooke safely negotiates another delivery, pushing it out into the point region. There is no run. Here's Leach again. Tony Hardwick has also tweeted. Give you that in a mo, because Leach in and Brooke drives, but he's not going to get it past Marchant De Lange, who might get a few ironic cheers. He was getting a few ironic cheers earlier on after a couple of little fumbles, waving to the crowd away to our right at the P-Zone Park end. Tony says with 1 stroke 2 freebies every over, that looks unlikely from 51 for 3 to 85 for 3 with an hour left. It is BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at AntGib or at Jonathan Doidge for the pair of us that are in the box at the moment as Leach is in again, bowling to Bess, who's able to watch that one go by. Steve in Asia, Steve Gummersall in Asia says, hi Jonathan, lovely to see Brooke capped today. It's thoroughly deserved and hope Tomo gets his soon too. But you said he was the first since TKC. How about Olivier and Bess? I thought they were wearing first 11 cap, must have been after TKC. Yeah, good point. It's well, the source of information from which I took that is a very good point. Thank you, Steve. That is the Yorkshire website. capped players, so maybe that's not as up to date as it might be then. There you go. You try and take your sources from authorities that you think will know them. End of the over, 106 for 4, 37 bowled in this innings so far, and there's still quite a lot remaining in the day, he said, trying to refresh his laptop in time to tell you that it is... Oh no, not going to tell you with that because we've just lost the internet link. Let's have a look. How many overs left in the day's play? It's away on the board to our right hand, so we can't see the board, unfortunately.
Here's DeLange in and bowls, and Brooke just drops that down.
15 overs less the one ball just bowled.
Right. So we'll be going through till around about 6 o'clock, which is half an hour later than play ought to finish, but there was a long delay for the finger injury to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Here comes DeLange in and bowls, and Brooke shuffles across his stumps. He's not operating at full pace at the moment, Marchant DeLange. Slightly stuttering run up. He's concentrating on line and length, I think, trying to keep the pressure on. Barely a cloud in the sky now. As DeLange is in and bowls and takes Brooke in the body as he goes for a pull shot on a ball that didn't bounce as much as Brooke was expecting.
No, definitely not. I'm not quite sure because he's got his back to us where it actually hit him, but DeLange thought he had a pretty good shout there. Not sure he was joined by his teammates.
I think it was just a roar of excitement and appreciation having hit the batsman amidships. Here he comes again. In and bowls. That's a short one.
That was quick.
That was quick. That flew through head height to Stephen Davis.
Again, when I was standing at the side, you get that real appreciation as the ball zips through, and you can actually hear. I'm sure he's got soft hands behind the stumps, but as Stephen Davis, but you can still hear the ball hit the gloves when it gets through.
DeLange into bowl to Brooke, who shuffles across and plays that defensively into the offside. Good over this from Marchant DeLange. Didn't think that the last over from Jack Leach was the best he's ever bowled, including a full toss and a couple too wide outside the off stump. But he is pretty short of practice. Yes, Jack Leach didn't bowl many overs in the game against Notts last week. DeLange is into Brooke, who this time does pull it and will pick up 4 runs. 6 runs. 6 runs just over the boundary rope down to left.
And that just shows you how much time he's got, I think. Marchant DeLange has been pretty sharp. One particularly quick ball in this over, and that was on Harry Brooke pretty quickly, but he's got so much time that he was able to get it away around the corner as well. And I think when you see a player, you know, it was almost a hook, wasn't it, that he played. Yeah. When you see the players play that shot, you know that they've got time, but also that the ball must be quick to have been taken so late to pull it round the corner as well. So yeah, a fair bit of pace and a very, very well executed flat 6 into the cheap seats away to our left. Lily says her favourite grounds are Scarbados and the lovely Clifton Park in York. Michael Emerson says obviously Scarbados, #1 Yorkshire League ground. What's your favourite Bradford and Airedale and Wharfdale League ground? Oof, that's a good question. Well, I've got to say, you know, Michael, biased as I am with Rawdon CC, and my first club, Hosford Hall Park, beautiful ground in the park there. As Leach is in, and Bess opens the face and runs it out to point, no run. I'd be shot by both quarters if I didn't name them. Bradford League, well, I used to love playing for Spen Victoria. That's a lovely ground, and still something special about Pudsey St Lawrence. As Leach is in, and with an open face, that's run out to point by Bess. There's no run. Yeah, Pudsey St Laurent on a Sunday morning, particularly when the church bells are going off in the background. You can see the church itself in the background. Always enjoyed that sort of feeling, the atmosphere playing there. Cracking place to play cricket. Here's Leach in again, and that's pushed up to short extra cover by Don Bess. There's no run. Gary Gaffer Williams, afternoon to you, Gaffer. He says, hope you're good, Dodgy. Great news about Brookie and his Yorkshire cap. He used to watch me as a kid slapping the Burley CC bowlers all over. Now then, Leach almost gets some joy here. Bess has got that away for 4 through third man, but there was some interest from slip for a moment there, Ant Gibson, and living a little on the dangerous side, Don Bess.
I was just saying he's finding it a bit of a struggle out there, and if Somerset had had a second slip in, the outcome might have been different, and well, sounds of stable door slamming to as Tom Banton moves from forward short leg to a second slip.
And Yorkshire just now getting that bit closer to what Somerset posted earlier in the day as Leach is in again, and yeah, second slip goes in, but no joy this time. Bess smothers that one. So can Jack Leach find a way in with his first wicket of the match? Not with this delivery, but it's another good one. Bess opens the face, and with the extra man in, there's a little bit of a gap backward of point, and he's exploited that and taken a single. Bess onto 7, and with Harry Brook on 44, Yorkshire are 117 for 4 after 38.
Yes, thinking of favourite grounds, 1 or 2 from the West Country. Baconic Park down in Cornwall, in a deer park. That's lovely, playing evening games there, and when the game is finished and we're all having a drink in the pavilion afterwards, the fallow deer just gradually creep back onto the outfield, reclaiming their ground as the mist comes down. That's lovely. Showbrook Park, thatched pavilion, I've played many times. North Devon we've mentioned, and the Valley of the Rocks, and the ground on St Agnes in the Isles of Scilly is a lovely place to play cricket as well. This is outside the off stump, and no shot from Don Bess.
There's some beauties around, and sometimes you drive past and you don't quite know where it is you're going, if you're outside your local area for the day. Steve Thompson and Julie and Jordan's girlfriend, Jordan Thompson's parents, walking past. I just thought they were going on waving goodbye, and he says, "We're not going, we're just going to get some sunshine, Dodgy."
This takes Bess on the pad. Marchant de Lange in his 10th over, so he's not exactly been over bowled. He's been economical, picked up the wicket of Adam Lyth with the absolute brute of a delivery that Adam Lyth says hit him on the shoulder. The umpire thought it hit the shoulder of his bat. Here's de Lange in and bowls, and this is edged down to third man, where it will be cut off by, I think that's Ben Green. Down there it is indeed. Another single, 117 for 4.
I must admit, it did surprise me hearing this story about the arm, because you and I were on together, weren't we? And in fact, I called it, and it just looked like a really good delivery.
He looked unhappy, possibly unhappy with the decision. You said no, it's just a good delivery. Yeah. He's just disappointed. This is edged again down to third man, and again it'll just be a single to Harry Brook, who moves on to 45, and he's only faced 48 deliveries, Harry Brook, which is in part a tribute to the quality of his batsmanship, but also in part a tribute or testimony to the inconsistency of the Somerset bowling. This is nearly edged through to Stephen Davis as he prodded at that Don Bess outside the off stump. He's finding it hard going against his former county. It's Don Bess. He's scored 6 runs from 26 deliveries, and he likes to get on with it. He batted occasionally at 7 for Somerset, usually at 8, and scored some useful runs. Here's DeLanger in and bowls, and he cuts that down to third man. There's a good stop. There isn't a good stop down there. He recovers though, and it's just the single, I think.
Yeah, I would say.
No, he came back for a second.
Yeah, two to Bess. I would say of him, from what I've seen of him so far, you've probably seen more than me, but he need to work on his batting if he wants to be a long-term number 6, and he's got time on his side to be able to do that. I think he's a good batter, but genuine number 6, there's expectation about scoring runs. Obviously, with every place you could drop down the order, there's less expectation. I think number 8, he would have looked a very good number 8. I think 7's about right for him at the moment. And I think if you're talking about having a real good batting side out there, for me, he wouldn't be any higher than 7 with the sort of players that Yorkshire have got at their disposal.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But it's there for him to claim on a regular basis if he's good enough. And he's got a selection of shots, but the man who's on strike now would have significantly more. And he's just been capped today, and he's driven that one into extra cover. First up from Jack Leach, there's no run. A couple of gulls on field. One of them is just at a sort of fly gully at the moment, and the other one is about 10 in from the third man boundary. Not going to come into play though with this delivery, but Brooke pushes it to DeLanger, and we've documented already his fielding foibles earlier in the afternoon, and as soon as it went that way, Brooke was going to take him on for the single and got through easily.
Well, he's halfway back, Marchant DeLanger, and he was back on his heels as well.
So 122 for 4, 12 runs behind. Bess back on strike, just got himself into double figures and pushes positively forward into the covers this time. No run. Even I, for the first time this season here, have pulled the window across in front of me.
Yeah, it's quite a chilly breeze.
Leach in again, and Bess turns this one back at a square.
It's the second full toss of the over from Jack Leach.
As you say, if he's not got on as often as he'd like, then you can maybe excuse a little bit of lack of radar at times. That's a better delivery, and he's got his man. Dom Bess did not want to get out to Jack Leach, and the first one he's thrown up there for him to use his feet, and he's all at sea on his knees, and he's seen the bails whipped off by Steve Davis. 122 for 5 Yorkshire, and Leach has got his old teammate.
Well, he never looked comfortable out there, did Dom Bess, and tempted down the track by Jack Leach. He missed it, and Stephen Davis had the bails off in the proverbial flash. One of the best wicket keepers in the country, and making absolutely no mistake. And Jack Leach has the bragging rights, and I expect he'll take full advantage of that.
I do not doubt it for 1 minute, because it wasn't even a close run thing, was it? I mean, Bess ending up on the floor, it looked a little bit ugly, and he'll be having plenty of laughs at his old pal, I'm sure, over the coming years on the back of that one.
It's just about the worst way you can get out to your fellow spin bowler as well, isn't it? Being drawn down the pitch and beaten and stumped.
Yeah,
well, having said that Jack Leach wasn't bowling very well, that's the perfect riposte.
Yep, first wicket for him. 5th wicket for Somerset, and Yorkshire haven't yet got past their total, and they've only got 12 to do so, but they've lost 5 wickets. Vitally, from the home point of view, Harry Brooke is out there. He's just been joined by Harry Duke. Now this could be interesting. Harry Duke, well, I'll let you judge for yourself what you think, but He's on electricity when he goes out there. He's all over the place. Itchy feet, he'll want to get off the mark. He's not going to do so with that first ball pushed into the offside. And so 122 for 5 at the end of a wicket taking over for Jack Leach.
Yeah, just Somerset just keeping themselves in the game, picking up wickets. How far down do Yorkshire bat?
Trying to think what else we've got in the... Well, Stephen Patterson's certainly capable of getting a few late on if they bowl in his areas.
Where have we got next? Jordan Thompson.
Jordan Thompson can bat, no question about that. As we were saying, that big partnership in T20 with Harry Brook earlier in the year. So he'd be the last recognised batsman, really. And then, obviously, you've got Patterson. What are we at now? 7. So 8 Thompson, Patterson 9. No, maybe Fisher will bat 9 actually, and he can as well. He's useful, he's handy enough with the bat. So Patterson probably 10, I'm guessing.
Marchant de Lange going to bowl another over. He's bowling to Brook, who runs that down to third man, who is quite fine, and that's gone for 4, and that is Harry Brook's 50. 50 runs from 51 deliveries with 9 fours and a 6, and you can hear what the crowd think about that.
Yeah, great day for him, wasn't it? Receiving his cap this morning from Stephen Patterson just before play started, and now a half century. And my apologies, let me go back to the batting, because of course I was factoring in Ben Code and he's not playing. David Willey, of course, is a good batsman.
Indeed, yes.
So they've still got a bit to come here, Yorkshire.
De Lange then to Brook, who gets in a bit of a tangle there, plays it out into the onside in the end. Not an entirely intentional shot, but they take the advantage of coming through for a single. 127 for 5.
So they could go Thompson next, they could go Willie next. Either way, they can both play. Then you're talking Fisher probably 10 and Patterson probably 11 actually as it goes. And Stephen Patterson tends to bat 9.
A useful number 11, isn't he? Harry Duke is on strike. Marchant de Lange has ball in hand. He's down the slope and bowls, and that's whipped away into the onside. Doesn't really time it though. It'll just be a single as George Bartlett does the fielding. George Bartlett, who hasn't had a huge amount to do in the field thus far. Got just over half an hour's play to go. Somerset dearly love to pick up another couple of wickets before the close. Just keep themselves. They'll feel they're in the game if they can keep the lead down to no more than 70 or 80, something like that. De Lange is in and bowls, and this is again run down to third man, but there is a third man. There's Ben Green, so it's just a single, and Brook moves on to 52. 129 for 5. Somerset made 134, so Yorkshire approaching the lead. Welcome back, Kevin Howells.
Intriguing. I would have preferred if they got a bit more cricket in it, but it's intriguing.
Here's De Lange in and bowls, and no shot from Harry Duke. De Lange just gives him a piece of advice. Harry Duke is 19.
20, I think we said
20.
for the Duke, didn't we? For Harry, is he 20?
He is 20 tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Well, there we are. You see.
De Lange is in and bowls, and he lets that go through outside the off stump. That's me done for the time being. It'll be Kevin Howells, and after Kevin, it'll be Sam Downing.
Okay, but you'll be perhaps popping back to give everyone your forthright opinion on the day. Just had details there of Harry Brook's 50. I'm thinking that every time I've watched Yorkshire, did he play in the Roses? If he played in the Roses, did he? But nearly every time I watch Yorkshire live, you end up purring a little about Harry Brook. A wonderful talent, and he's standing out amongst a difficult day for batting today. 129 for 5, he's on 52. And it's like changing the field here. A man brought up a little closer. He was down on the long on boundary, and it's Leach in and bowling, and that one is cut square for a single. So it's Brook moving to 53 and the score on to 130 for 5. Here's some details here now of, well, we have 10 overs remaining of the day's play, or just under. And Yorkshire at this stage are trailing by 4 runs. Somerset all out for 134. Yorkshire now at the 130 mark. And 2 slips, but too much width from Leach. Currently bowling to Harry Duke. So we've got 2 Harrys out there. The Duke and Brook. It's the Duke who's on strike at the moment. Plays back and into the offside. Oohs and ahs. If you're as a spinner and you're not getting a decent oohs and ahs from those behind the stumps, you know that, one, you're not getting the support you deserve, but perhaps you're not doing enough. Jack Leach is likely to get lots of oohs and ahs, and defensively again push back up to Leach, who's bowling from the commentary box end, so he's running away, or just a few yards running away from us, known as the Peasholm Park end, which is way behind us. A little park area in the North Bay as Leach bowls and forward into the offside, and no run again. So from a Yorkshire perspective, with 5 wickets down, they want to really make this advantage that they are now obviously expected to get, really significant. A man goes in at Silly Point now, so plenty of close attention. A man in a catching position just a few yards behind as well, and this one's worked on the onside, of course, for a single, and Harry Duke moves to 2, and the Yorkshire score to 131 for 5 in the end of that over. We'll run through some scores because it has been an eventful day around the country. Division 1, of course, is where most of our attention is nationally because of the title race, but also because of the 2 teams involved in the title race here, and news that Nottinghamshire eventually were all out for 272 half centuries in the end for Duckett, North East and Clark, but none of them went on to score a century. In the end, there was a collapse. Bailey 4 for 48, Lamb 4 for 60. Interesting, there's no Parkinson in that team, and I presume that was just because of the conditions, and may well be. However, there's heightened speculation about Parkinson and the next test for England at Emirates Old Trafford, so I wonder if that's part of the thinking as well.
Yeah, and someone did say to me earlier, Kevin, that he bowled 84 overs in the last game, but as a leg spinner, there's no way he's going to turn around and say...
At that age, come on, get on with it. It was tough. It was tough going. It was all day. He bowled unchanged all day.
It was a long spell. Martin Delanger doesn't bowl unchanged all day, but he is bowling right now, and he starts with a bouncer that Harry Duke just gets underneath. He's only a short guy, Harry Duke, and he bounced under that, and bounced under it, ducked under it, and the ball barely got above stump height, really. We've only seen the bouncer's been used sporadically today. We've seen a couple of Harry Dukes just ducked under that one, as Ali did a bit earlier on, and the ball's not really got up at all. It's got up more so from a length than it has the short ball, but Martin Delanger is capable of the sharper bouncer, and he's going to bowl again at Duke, who gets in behind that on the back foot. Tom Abel in at second slip, his hands are up, he enjoyed that one. Still 3 slips in. Talking about supporting the spinners, Jack Leach is a man who deserves support as well. Not bowled an awful lot this summer, so good to see him back out in the middle playing cricket on what is a glorious evening, actually, in the sunshine. I was sat out in the stands. It's a bit warmer out there.
It is. If it's chilly anywhere, and it's all comparative, it's not really gold, but if it's chilly anywhere, it's just in the back of this stand where we are watching.
Delanger again. Outside off stump. Left alone by Harry Duke. He could leave that one on line. Zips through to Stephen Davies. About mid-riff height. Delanger getting that bounce. He's a tall man, a gentle giant. Wouldn't look out of place in the second row on a rugby pitch. And he just slings it in.
For those of a certain age, there's one thing I can't get out of my head with Delanger. It's the fact that he reminds me so much of Lord Lucan.
seen that comparison.
Have you?
Made before, yes. Outside off stump, left alone by Harry Duke. Not going to fish at that one. Yorkshire just want to get through the rest of this session unscathed, I would imagine.
So it's not just me. Thank goodness for that.
Well, I might have seen it. It might have been you on social media.
I
that
don't
may have
think I
seen.
took to social
No.
media on it. I have talked about it, and I think now, as far as those that would like to find Lord Lucan, I think those days are probably gone now. I don't think this is Lord Lucan bowling.
Wouldn't that be a story for day one here at Scarborough? As Duke opens to face. Nice looking shot there. He's worked it down the gap between third slip and backward point, but there is a third man in. Ben Green with his jumper on does the fielding. So they just take a single, brings Harry Brook back on strike. Hasn't he been impressive? I think he tickled his first ball away for 4 down the leg side and hasn't looked back, and he scored all the way around the ground, down the ground, through the covers, through third man. Difficult to bowl to.
As I say, virtually every time I watch Yorkshire, you just come away thinking, Harry Brook, Harry Brook, Harry Brook. Wonderful talent. So exciting. And great if he can apply himself in the red ball as well as the white. Brilliant.
The Langer to Brook, and who just works it into the leg side nicely, and they'll pick up a single. Yeah, he's 50 or 51 balls, but it wasn't exactly he wasn't taking many risks. Somerset.
Well, I don't think so. No. He's a positive player, which is why he's entertaining. But he never once gives you that impression as though his heart and his head and every bit of him is not fully engaged in wanting this game to be a success. The red ball game, so that's really good. Lizzie Ammon's been on Twitter saying that 93 wickets so far in the championship today, just the 93. Will we make 100? We're in the nervous 90s at the moment, with quite a bit to play still today. Will we make 100? 93 wickets, ridiculous. Warwickshire 94 for 6 after Hampshire made 89. Abbas back for Hampshire, 3 for 26. Barker taking 3 for 24. Leach meantime with his spin. And he's about to bowl to Harry Brook. A slip still in, and he comes around the wicket. Bowls now full and driven. Lovely flourish of a drive, and Abel tries to stop it, but he can't do. It's man further out in the deep. It's Azhar Ali with a right arm throw. They'll get 2. And Brook will move on to 56. And the applause because it's a lead. Now.
Yeah, it's batted really nice. Brook, that was a nice shot. And now, what do we reckon? About 10 overs left today. I think we've had 86, have we? Lost a couple.
I think I can do better than just guess. This next one had pushed into the offside and there will be no run. We have got 7 left at the end of this one.
You're on a better scorecard than the one I'm using then. I was having to do mental maths and doing it not very well by the sounds of it.
Leach. Round the wicket again. Bowls, leans back and carve, but to the man of backward point by Brook, so there will be no run. So what a lead. 1 run in front. Almost a standing ovation.
They'd have taken that at the start of play. If they can get through these 7 overs with these 2 Harrys at this crease, they'll be happy.
Leach again, full, and stopped well at cover point. And Somerset must keep their mind on it. They must not make it easy, anything, for Yorkshire here today, in the latter stages particularly. Yorkshire, I thought that they bowled really well as a unit. Conditions may have changed. The pitch may not be offering quite as much, but Somerset haven't got as much out of it either with their bowling. But they've stuck at it, and Leach bowls, and that one's turned on the leg side. A right arm throw and a shot at the stumps, but Brook makes his ground, and he moves to 57, and the score 136 for 5.
As you said, they had so much control. I know Fisher it might look a little bit expensive going at nearly 4 and over, but he took that late tap from Marchant de Lange, who was just swinging from the hip. But they were all pretty tight. They were relentless. And Somerset have just bowled too many 4 balls. And to have Ben Green, Tom Lammonby and Tom Abel all as your 3rd, 4th, 5th seamer is just not quite perhaps a Division 1 attack without Gregory and Overton there.
Leach again in, bowls to Duke this time, and a good delivery which is full, and it's the end of that over. 136 for 5, 57 not out to Harry Brook, 3 to Harry Duke. I just want to keep on calling him the Duke, and I imagine that both he and his family, along with lots of other people, will get really annoyed by that, so I've got to stop it before I get in the habit. Duke is on 3. So let's just run down these scores then. Leicestershire 282 for 3 away to Derbyshire. That really is a different sort of story than anywhere else in the country, where Durham are 172 for 2 after Glamorgan were all out for 97. Gloucestershire all out for only 76, but Essex are 147 for 5. Has that changed? No. I thought I saw somebody right earlier they were all out, but they're not. It's just 5 down, 147 for 5. Lead by 71 runs. Josh Davies about to come back on here, so let me quickly tell you that Kent are 158 for 4. Lead Worcestershire by 25. Surrey were all out for 252. I think they're including Jamie Smith's century, didn't it, today? Against Northamptonshire. Just to get confirmation of that before the start of this next over. Smith, yeah, he was last man out for 123. Will Jack's got a 60.
Talking of exciting young players, there's so many of them around. Jamie Smith is another one down at Surrey. Is Josh Davies going to come in then? 2 slips. Harry Brook just watches that one outside the off stump, leaves it alone. James Hildreth next to Steve Davies there, as he almost always is. If there's a slip in for Somerset, it will be James Hildreth. Him and Steve Davies almost attached at the hip. Backward point, cover, extra cover, rather than a mid-off, mid-on. Man at deep square leg on the shorter side of the boundary from the end that Josh Davey is bowling at. Fine leg is Azhar Ali as Davey turns. He's bowled well today, and Brook just pushes it down the ground. Marchant DeLange will cut it off at mid-on. Saves a single.
Had some families in today, which is good, and obviously it's a bit of a talking point, isn't it, about getting families into cricket and everything. Schools in Yorkshire going back this week. That'll be the state schools, and if the private schools maybe got another week or so, maybe, so there could be a chance for a few more families in the private sector to still attend, but for many they'll be back to school this next week.
Davey to continue then. Brook on strike, who just opens the face up, runs it down to third man. A yelp from the fielders in the slip cordon, but it was nicely played by Harry Brook, who rotates the strike, picks up another single. Yeah, I've got a couple of friends who are up as well. We've got a nice Airbnb to stay in, and one of them, it was their first day at first class cricket ever at the age of 32, and he's fallen in love already. So
what,
this
today?
Is brilliant. Yeah.
Here today?
Here today.
You've got an Airbnb tonight?
We have, yeah. I'm not got on a bench tonight. I've got somewhere booked.
You and 2 friends in Scarborough on a Sunday night.
I know.
I don't know what Sunday nights are like in Scarborough now.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Or you may not. We'll
Well,
wait and see.
Hopefully so.
Or you may tell me off air rather than on air, is what you might do.
The third slip comes in for Harry Duke then. Tom Banson's moved across to square leg. He's just in front of the square ring on the offside, and Josh Davey is going to continue to Duke, who gets on the back foot, just back of a length, outside off stump and pushed out towards the man at cover, who does the fielding. Yeah, I just popped down in between stints to chat to him, and he just said from the moment he walked through the gates, came through between a couple of houses and saw this ground and thought, wow, this is just such a wonderful place to watch cricket. Has thoroughly enjoyed his afternoon, as have lots of people out there in the sunshine. Still most of the crowd in, a decent crowd in as well on this Sunday evening now. Sun is shining, and Josh Davey is coming in to bowl to Harry Duke, who gets on the back foot and pushes it out to the leg side for no run, so he will remain unbeaten on 3. Harry Brook at the other end is unbeaten on 58, and he's going really well. The Yorkshire lead is now 3 runs, 5 wickets remaining, so we've had 15 wickets in the day so far. There was a point Somerset, Josh Davey took a couple of wickets in and over. George Hill fell, Tom Kohler-Cadmore fell. It looked like Somerset might get themselves back into the game. They would pick up Gary Balance a bit later on, but Harry Brook has looked assured on his way to 58, as does Harry Duke, leaving that one alone outside off stump. No lead to play at that so late in the day. 46 overs gone this Yorkshire innings, 137 for 5.
So we've seen Lyth go without scoring. Hill for 29, Kohler-Cadmore for 1. He had to come back out. He took a nasty blow to the elbow. I think he lasted 3 more deliveries when he came back out. Balance for his 32 then, and Bess for 10. But it's Balance was playing very nicely actually for his 32, but it's really been about Brook here today, who's been bucking the trend with his 58 of 63 balls, 9 fours. See, if you're looking at it, you are perhaps you might be tending to look at it and think, oh, he's just been more cavalier than the rest and got away with it. It's not been like that at all. No. And he's on strike now with Leach, about to bowl to him, 137 for 5. Leader 3 runs, and Leach comes in and bowls now full and pushed into the offside. There'll be no run. Tom Abel quickly trying to pounce upon the ball. So for me tonight in Scarborough, I've got to try and time it right with one of my favourite TV programmes. In fact, my only favourite TV programme. This one is played into the offside. Onside, there'll be no run. Although I'm quite keen on Vera, and it's typical, is it not, that your 2 programmes are on at the same time. You've got Vera at 8 o'clock and also Going Fishing with Mortimer and Whitehouse, which I think is just the most delightful programme. Fantastic, funny programme. And leaning back and cut away, and that one was going to be 4. He plays it so well. Minimal risk. So 4 for Brook. He moves on to 62 and takes Yorkshire now to 141 for 5. He just waits there and just waits and pounces on it.
So late, wasn't it? Okay, so the 10:30 September start helps you a little bit in terms of getting home for 8 o'clock.
Well, I'm staying over in Scarborough, and I've just got to make sure I'm in the room. But I'm going to try and do a walk. I may not make both bays. To walk both bays and back is a good one for the exercise. I might not do that tonight. And this one is played into the offside, and Leach jokingly. And I think, well, I'm not so sure if he was jokingly barges into Harry Duke there. I don't know, I just have this impression everything Jack does is really nice. I'm not too sure as it was.
It looked joking, and then he looked up and had a word with him, and he thought, no, that wasn't a joke, I don't think.
No, next delivery, ball full, looking to sweep this, but straight to the fielder. Backward point, and there will be no run. And the other thing that I can do when I'm here and have done in the past is look out my favourite amusement arcade game, which is the pinball. You can find them, but it's very difficult to find them these days. Not as common as they once were. Leach in bowls, and again played square on the leg side, and just a bit of a bobble, which means that Davey can't field that cleanly. He acknowledges to Leach that perhaps a bit of an error. They go through for 1, and Brook will move on to 64, or was that 63? No, he's moved to 63, and it's 142 for 5. As we count down the number of overs, let's not talk too much about countdown cricket here, but we count down the number of overs that are ticking away towards the close on the first day of what has been an absorbing day actually, and it's been made all the more interesting for the fact that Harry Brook has got himself a half century here, making it not look different, because it's still a struggle, but just means that Yorkshire do appear as if they're now in a good position to go on and gain what could be a crucial key advantage first innings.
Yeah, what a day for him, receiving his Yorkshire cap before play. Stephen Patterson handing that over to him, and it's been a fair cricket wicket. You know, there will be talk, I suspect, this evening, given the number of wickets that have fallen, about pitches will come up in that around the country. But here, it's been a fair cricket wicket. There's been something in it for the bowler. Put it up on a length, and a few balls have spat up. But actually, if you get your head down and bat properly, like Harry Brook has done, and he will do to Josh Davey coming. He's driven him down the ground, and that's another proper cricket shot from Harry Brook, over pitch by Josh Davey. Mid-off is quite wide, and it's gone way to his right. All he can do is go and pick the ball up. That was a lovely looking stroke from Harry Brook, who moves on to 67.
Looks so controlled, doesn't he? Use of the feet. You know, if you're a Harry Brook supporter, you know, you're watching. You're not, I don't think, on the edge of your seat watching him. You know that any ball could get in the next one and all that sort of stuff. But he's not the sort that has you all nervous for him. You're just actually just a little tingling as to what he's next going to produce, what sort of a shot, and that was just a glorious use of the feet and a lovely time shot.
He's hit 3 of those down the ground. It's the composure that's what's been impressive in a situation. And we saw, you know, Jack Leach the previous over, we thought he was half jokingly kind of barging into Harry Duke, and it was only a slight nudge, but I think that was a frustration coming out. Somerset had a frustrating day, and they would have sensed that they could get back into this game when Gary Balance fell, and Harry Brook saw that danger and has just been so composed while still looking to be positive. So Josh Davey has got the ball back now, and he's coming in to Brook, who stands with the back lift. Just pushes forward. Half an appeal from Stephen Davies. So I think it got a little bit of inside edge before it hit the pads. Tom Abel will run through from second slip to have a chat to his bowler. So I think I might try and do the 2 bays in the morning. I'm an early morning fan, so I might do that one.
Yeah, but you're talking about running.
Well, I might walk. I might walk it. I might run. I don't know. We'll
The other thing, God, we're in September. Does it still run? Is the open top bus,
okay.
and that's a breezy affair. And you've not done Scarborough before, have you? Do take a coat and possibly a hat, for when you go around from the South Bay into the north around the cliff there, it gets cold.
See, I'm always open to learning. I'll try that one a little bit later on as Josh Davey tries another ball outside off stump, defended out to backward point, where Tom Lammonby does the fielding. Harry Brook just makes his mark again. There's a few shadow shots. And the arcade as well, I'm a big fan. You get them even more rarely, like a 2p machine, but when you get the horses where you can go on, you don't get them very often at all, and my eyes always light up when you get one of those.
Yeah, no, it's all good stuff. But Scarborough can do like so many coastal places, for you think you've got the right clothing on, get yourself out of the sun, bit of wind, rip you apart.
I know, well, can't say I wasn't warned as Josh Davey comes in and Brook just drops it into the leg side. Marchant de Lange is at mid-on, and he's the only man who's up on the leg side, so they scramble through for a single. Well, it was a fairly comfortable single in the end. Harry Brook moves on to 68. Yorkshire tick on nicely to 147 for 5. That lead continues to build, 13 ahead. Crucially, 5 first innings wickets remaining. They'll be hoping to get through the remainder of this lovely evening with the 2 Harrys both at the crease. How Somerset would love a late wicket. Will be a boost just to end their day. What's been a difficult day for them. Wonderful day from a Yorkshire perspective as Davey comes in. And Duke pushes it into the leg side. He thinks about a run to Marchant de Lange. He was halfway down, but Harry Brook sensibly was just leading there nonchalantly on his bat, not interested in taking that single on.
There's batting to come in the sense, they can score run. However, if between now and the close they can get Brook out, I'm thinking that Somerset are not feeling great about things. They wanted more runs. They only got 134. But I think, it would be massive to get Brook out tonight.
Would be a big boost. And Josh Davies got one more ball of this over. He's been the pick of the Somerset attack, 3 for 41. One ball short of his 16th over. Marchant de Lange and Jack Leach, the other men to take wickets for Somerset as Davey arrives at the crease and Duke pushes forward on the front foot. That solid defence marks out his guard again, as they all seem to do, a little idiosyncrasy. End of the over then, 147 for 5 off 48.
There are 4 overs remaining of play today, and we're just starting to slowly but surely see the evening meal exodus. Going to the guest houses, making sure you maybe just have a bit of a wash.
You got a favourite spot for tonight then? Where will you be dining?
Oh no, I can't afford to, because I've eaten quite well today, in fairness. No, it's just the walking for me tonight. Walking, a bit of telly. That's all for me tonight. And then back tomorrow. I'll be mustard keen for it tomorrow. So
which one are you going to watch then? You've got your clash of programs.
I'm going fishing. It makes me laugh. It's a real pick-me-up program, is that one. Leach about to bowl, and he's going to bowl to Harry Brook, looking to get rid of Brook. He's the real danger man at the moment, and he pushes that first delivery this next over back to him for no run. And back to his mark again. He only has a very short approach, there's Leach. Runs away from us, Peas Park end, full, and Brook is not going to be tempted to charge down at him. He's going to treat him with full respect that Jack Leach deserves, of course. There is a slip still, and catching positions both off and onside, and whipped straight back to Leach, who then has a real shot at the stumps, misses, and it's going to be overthrows, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary. And that, I don't think, was particularly clever. Now, I'll need to see it again. It's a 4, and obviously it's going to get the crowd going a little bit towards the end as well. It takes Yorkshire up to 147. It's 151, that's the applause, sorry. It moves on to 151 now for 5. I need to see it again as to whether or not Brook really had come out of his ground to have a go like that, but I don't think so. And Jack is showing maybe again signs of frustration here.
Yeah, I think definitely so.
I mean, so what? It missed and everything. But next ball, bowled and played down towards the vacant third man area. There's a man at backward point will go chasing it. They'll get just the one. They thought about two, and then Brooks sends Duke back into his ground. So that means it's 152 for 5 now with that single. We'll carry on commentating for the streaming service. It does appear as though once again we've lost connection, which does happen on the BBC Online service, and that's why you hear perhaps in the background. I'm not too sure if you hear all the dialing taking place, but I don't know what I do wrong. But Doiji comes and presses all the right buttons, and it comes straight back on. Anyway, we'll carry on here for the streaming. There's no point in apologising to those who can't hear us. Next delivery, Leach in and bowls, and that's taken by the keeper. And we'll try and regain that line. So again, silly point in, and a slip. Leach bowls and push behind square, and there will be no run to finish off that over. 152 for 5 then, 73 to Brook. And what an innings in the context of everything else that's been going on today. And 3 to Harry Duke. I think that's it for me for today. So I'll move aside and try, if I can, to get this line back up.
Harry Brook then batting superbly, unbeaten on 73. Got history against Somerset, made 100 against them in that 2019 win at Headingley. Has shown from when he very first started what a good player he can be today. I remember him getting his maiden first class 100 down at Chelmsford. I think Yorkshire had been bowled out for 50 in that game, and Brook made a century in the second innings as they beat the reigning champions on home soil. So Tom Abel is going to come into the attack. He's going to replace Josh Davey. Harry Brook's going to be on strike. Couple of slips in, James Hildreth and Jack Leach. We just saw that frustration that Abel starts one on leg stump. Might even been going down leg, that Brook just works it into the leg side to pick up a single. Brings Harry Duke on strike. Bit of musical chairs in the commentary box. Jonathan Doidge is going to come back on, and Anthony Gibson very shortly. See us through to close.
Hey up.
Tom Abel then is going to continue. The Somerset skipper came on first change bowler in this game, perhaps a little bit too early really. Comes wide of the crease. It's a nice looking shot from Harry Duke, but a good bit of fielding as well that keeps it to just a single. I think it was Tom Banton there with the short leg pads on, a backward point diving away to his right, cut off a boundary, saved 3 runs for his side. Gets a ripple of applause from the crowd here at Scarborough as Abel shines the ball on his way back to his mark into his 8th over, 0 for 26 so far. Oh, he's got a wicket, has he? No, it just did a little bit. Stephen Davis had to dive away in front of James Hildreth at first slip. It looked like from here that Harry Brook might have nicked that, but it must have just done a little bit off the pitch, I think.
Oh no, somebody was saying he's dropped it.
Did it hit?
I thought it got on edge. It looked like it deviated so much. It looked like it had taken the edge. And Brook looked around as if a man who thought he might be losing his wicket. So I think he might have put it down with the right hand.
Yeah, sorry. Went one-handed, didn't he? Yeah, sorry. It fell to the ground. Hence the cheers from the crowd. So that could have been the big wicket that Somerset were after. Harry Brook gets a lifeline on 74 as Abel continues to him. He just pushes it into the offside for no run, and Somerset may well. I just summed up their day. Really, Stephen Davies, normally so reliable, but he was diving away to his right. It was a big outside edge. He might have been going straight to James Hildreth, but Davies was low. Davies wasn't able to hold on. Abel will be frustrated at that as he comes in again. Outside off stump and left alone by Harry Brook. He had to play at that one a couple of balls ago. It was a little bit straighter than these last few deliveries. So Abel could have had the big wicket that Somerset would have so dearly loved as we draw into the final few overs of day one of this County Championship Division 1 clash. Yorkshire lead by 20 runs. Harry Brook is at the crease, digs out a Yorker from Abel, and that will be another dot ball, so he's still there on 74. And that's the end of the over, and Mr. Gibson, I think, is going to return.
Yeah, apologies, folks, if you lost us again for well, we don't know how long that. I just received a text from back at base saying that we appear to have dropped out, but hopefully you didn't miss too much. I wasn't aware of that. So 154 for 5, and with 2 overs, I think, remaining in the day. Ant and I just back in to wrap things up for you. It's been a good day for Yorkshire, but they've still had to work hard for these 150 odd. The 20 in front with 5 second innings wickets remaining, and going to be Leach to continue. And a good evening to Amy Matthews, who I believe is tuning in to the streaming service. So don't know if commentator Cam is on or not, but there you go, Amy. There's a wave. You do these things, don't you? Jack Leach is in and bowling. And that's dropped out into the offside by Harry Duke. And the two Harrys, not the two Ronnies. Nothing comedy about this act. The two Harrys trying to see it through until the close of play in the Scarborough sunshine. Leach with the ball that again turns, but pitches just outside off, and Duke is safely able to leave it.
Somerset bowlers being harried at the moment.
Changing in the field.
It's a bit feeble, isn't it?
Excellent, excellent. He's on all week down at the open air theatre, and possibly a bit of next as well, although the game might not last quite that long, as Leach's next delivery is dropped into the offside by Duke and there's no run. We've had the majority of those early levers going for the gong, as Leach's next delivery is wide of Duke's off stump, and sensibly he's not drawn into playing a shot. 2,317 is the official attendance today, which surprised me. I thought it was more than that. But I think there's been problems with it being a late announcement of this fixture, and it being right at the very end of the summer holidays. Another dot ball there.
And also the town is absolutely jam-packed.
That's what I mean, yeah, so people have been here.
There just aren't the hotel rooms for people to come and stay.
Here's Leach again, that's wide of off stump, and Duke leaves. David Hops in the press room was saying when he came to book, when the fixture was announced, he wasn't able to find anywhere in the town. That's a few weeks ago. I mean, we did know that this was going to be a fixture, the second fixture of this. Sack the juggler, and that was Ant dropping one microphone on the floor, his specs on the desk, and his hair's not falling out so much. His teeth might be
false teeth.
His teeth might be going soon.
Decrepit.
So last over of the day, Ant, you'll be wanting to take a couple with you
Yeah,
here.
well, we should have got one in the previous Tom Abel over. It was Steve Davis going across in front of James Hildreth and dropping it. This is outside the off stump, and Davis takes it cleanly. It's very rare for, as Sam Downing was saying, very rare for Steve Davis to drop a catch. I think that's the second one I've seen all season from him. It was and Hildreth was in position to take the catch, but there we go. It's been that sort of day for Somerset, a day of disappointment. Abel is in again, and that's pulled away through straight mid-wicket for 4 most emphatic runs. Fine shot by Harry Brook, who's looks a very fine player.
You certainly can't bowl short at him, because he will do that, and last over or not, he's not going to miss out on a freebie of that ilk.
158 for 5.
I thought the goal's life was in danger as it flashed past him.
Is Abel into Brook and plays it back up the pitch, and Abel himself fields. 158 for 5. Brook on 78, and Harry Duke, who's given him good support 4 from 29 deliveries, playing the supporting role. But that's all he's needed to do. Just the 2 slips now. As Abel is in and bowls, and this is run down to wide third man. But it'll just be a single as Ben Green is down there, 159 for 5. We got 2 balls left in the over.
I think so.
And the day. A day dominated by Yorkshire. Somerset, having won the toss, decided to bat. Didn't make the most of the opportunity. Good, accurate Yorkshire bowling. And Somerset top order batting, lacking confidence at the moment. Here's Abel into Duke. Lets that go through to Stephen Davis. Not a cloud in the sky now, which is maybe a portent of the weather to come over the next couple of days. Seems to be set fair. So last ball of the day, Tom Abel to Harry Duke. He's there and bowls, and Duke just plays that quietly into the offside. End of the over, end of the day's play. Yorkshire finishing on 159 for 5 in reply to Somerset's very disappointing first innings score of 134. And Harry Duke finishing on 79 not out. He's been the pick of the Yorkshire batsman. Matt Fisher, the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers, and Josh Davey, the pick of the Somerset bowlers with his 3 wickets. But very good day for Yorkshire, and a very disappointing day for Somerset.
Yep, a lot of work for both sides though still to do, and there's still certainly all, well, probably the draw is the least likely result of the 3, but the win for either side is still possibly on. We've talked about how quickly wickets can fall in the morning session here. Yorkshire have got the back half of their card to go as we see Harry Brook leave the field to deserved standing ovation from those who've stayed here at North Marine Road, because that's been a tremendous knock on a day when it's been difficult to score runs, and it's a day I'm sure he'll remember for a long time, having received his county cap this morning. But as I say, wickets can fall quickly. You wouldn't rule out a tumble from Yorkshire in the morning and not carrying the biggest of leads forward, but then again, if they can bat the first hour or so, then they could be out there and beyond in terms of territory, in the game, gone beyond recall. Who knows? We'll see. We've got plenty of good stuff to look forward to tomorrow, Alan. It's been a pleasure today.
It has indeed, and Somerset not out of this game, but they need to keep that Yorkshire lead to within reasonable bounds, which I would say is certainly no more than 100.
Yep.
Any more than that, and they're staring down the barrel.
Yeah, got to agree with that. Okay, from Ant, from Sam on his debut for the BBC, from Kevin Howells and myself, Jonathan Deutsch, thank you for your company today, and we'll be back to do it all again from just before 10:30 in the morning. Bye for now.